A lonely young man wandered crowded streets during heavy rain, believing nobody needed him despite surviving 20 difficult years alone. He jumped from the bridge silently, accepting death peacefully, while bright city lights disappeared beneath his falling body that night. Near Datra's border, armed soldiers chased hooded children through dark streets while enormous moons illuminated the frightened city below silently. One determined warrior cornered the escaping children beside wooden barrels, noticing hidden movements between narrow alley shadows during pursuit tonight. The terrified children protected their injured companion carefully, while armed pursuers approached quickly, preparing another violent capture attempt nearby together. Gray apologized awkwardly when he frightened the princess, Sakura, by grabbed her hand tightly, misunderstanding human customs, while hiding carefully beside nearby crates silently, comforted Sakura gently. Gray explaining her traditions resembled childhood memories involving Karsha, causing Sakura to remember her missing sister sadly. They walked through moonlit streets toward Naraka's shrine, hoping crowded alleys concealed them from approaching soldiers, searching everywhere tonight. Military commanders gathered near the city gate angrily, demanding immediate updates while exhausted soldiers continued searching dark neighborhoods unsuccessfully outside. One man observed enemy patrols carefully while commanders predicted Sakura's destination, believing Naraka's shrine remained their final refuge tonight from pursuit. Commanders discussed Naraka's abandoned shrine seriously, realizing hidden tunnels remained accessible despite years of destruction surrounding the forgotten ruins tonight. Enemy leaders predicted tonight's eclipse would awaken Ambrosia again, confirming Sakura escaped toward Datra's isolated city before darkness arrived. Gray escorted Sakura across collapsed temple ruins, explaining forgotten gods abandoned their children long before nations embraced scientific progress entirely. Princess Sakura listened quietly, while Gray described humanity replacing divine protection with science, believing their painful escape remained morally necessary. Inside the ruined sanctuary, Sakura prepared mysterious rituals beneath approaching eclipse shadows, while Gray guarded surrounding entrances carefully. Princess Sakura revealed Rakshasa's final sacred treasure carefully, presenting her ancestors' divine horn beside ruined stones during preparations beneath eclipse shadows. Gray joked awkwardly about becoming Sakura's Dharani partner himself, causing Sakura to panic nervously beside collapsing sanctuary walls. Embarrassed, Sakura admitted Karsha would punish her severely for revealing sacred rituals openly, forcing Gray into uncomfortable confusion nearby. Armed hunters finally discovered their location beneath the eclipse, surrounding Naraka's shrine while monstrous warriors prepared immediate attacks from surrounding darkness. Sakura sensed another mysterious woman approaching nearby, while Gray encouraged continued movement, refusing surrender despite enemies closing around them. Princess Sakura knelt before Naraka's forgotten shrine carefully, offering sacred treasures while begging ancient gods for salvation during dangerous eclipse. The eclipse darkened completely, while Sakura requested anotherworldly assistance desperately, hoping divine powers answered their impossible prayers before enemies arrived. Gray defended the sanctuary violently against invading soldiers, realizing overwhelming enemy numbers threatened Sakura's ritual from every direction. Sakura continued praying sincerely, begging Naraka's forgotten god to summon a worthy knight capable of accepting her sacred Dharani. Blinding light erupted across the shrine suddenly while terrified soldiers watched silently, sensing anotherworldly visitors descending directly toward Sakura. Gray noticed massive light descending from Naraka's shrine suddenly, realizing Sakura's desperate ritual successfully summoned someone beyond their world. Sakura approached the unconscious visitor excitedly, while shocked soldiers surrounded nearby ruins, immediately believing her prayers finally succeeded. Kai awakened slowly inside ruined Naraka shrine, discovering Sakura beside him while struggling understanding his mysterious surroundings and sudden summoning. He stared nervously at Sakura's horns and innocent appearance, becoming embarrassed while realizing the strange girl appeared surprisingly adorable. Sakura introduced herself formally to Kai, begging the summoned visitor sincerely for strength against enemies threatening their remaining people. Princess Sakura mistook Kai's flashlight for legendary holy weaponry, begging nervously while Kai struggled, explaining ordinary technology from Earth awkwardly. Kai questioned Sakura carefully about their surroundings, realizing the ruined sanctuary belonged somewhere completely different from modern human civilization. Kai became increasingly confused beneath eclipse skies, asking Sakura his identity while she panicked over impossible questions surrounding his sudden appearance. Gray rushed inside urgently, shocked Sakura successfully summoned a human visitor, while misunderstanding Kai's weapon and unusual appearance. Enemy soldiers invaded suddenly, forcing Gray into immediate combat while Kai watched modern firearms overpower armored attackers violently inside Naraka's shrine. Kai faced monstrous soldiers fearfully inside Naraka's shrine. Realizing terrifying enemies expected legendary strength from the summoned visitor. Gunfire shocked armored monsters completely, causing frightened soldiers realizing Kai carried unfamiliar weapons unlike ordinary humans from their dangerous world. Kai panicked helplessly during battle, while enemy warriors mocked his weakness, disappointing Sakura's expectations about legendary summoned knights. Confused Kai struggled understanding violent chaos surrounding him, while Gray continued fighting desperately against overwhelming attackers inside collapsing shrine ruins. A monstrous warrior attacked Kai directly, knocking him violently across ruined floors, while terrified soldiers surrounded Naraka's shrine completely. Gray defeated another monstrous attacker quickly while Kai recovered nervously. Shocked bullets remained effective against dangerous armored enemies. Sakura questioned Kai's existence quietly, while Gray urged immediate escape, realizing enemy reinforcements would eventually surround Naraka's ruined sanctuary. Kai followed Gray and Sakura through crowded streets carefully, struggling accepting this unfamiliar world despite recognizing strange details. Kai protected Sakura from falling debris suddenly, grabbing her instinctively, while dangerous destruction spread across nearby collapsing buildings rapidly. Embarrassed Sakura pushed Kai away immediately, misunderstanding his intentions while both remained awkwardly silent during their desperate escape through Datra. Sakura apologized repeatedly for misunderstanding Kai's actions earlier, while Kai accepted awkwardly during their escape through. Gray noticed Sakura acting strangely beside Kai, though Kai denied problems carefully while continuing through dangerous nighttime alleys together. Kai finally realized completely this unfamiliar world contained two moons, while Gray revealed Sakura belonged to Adaral's royal bloodline. Gray explained Sakura survived devastating attacks destroying Adaral entirely, leaving her potentially the kingdom's final remaining royal survivor alive. Gray revealed humans rarely existed within their world, explaining Sakura summoned Kai, specifically hoping his mysterious abilities provided salvation desperately. Sakura doubted Kai's usefulness, while Gray promised responsibility protecting the confused summoned human safely, despite dangerous circumstances. Kai blamed himself completely for remaining weak again, remembering painful failures from his previous world before mysterious summoning occurred suddenly. Kai apologized sincerely while explaining fragmented memories slowly returning, causing Sakura realizing his suffering existed long before arriving. Sakura comforted Kai emotionally, insisting unrealistic expectations caused disappointment, while reminding him their desperate situation never represented his personal failure. Enemy commanders intercepted their escape route suddenly, surrounding Kai, Sakura, and Gray while threatening immediate capture beneath darkened eclipse skies. Hasas confronted Sakura directly, revealing knowledge about Adaral's princess, escaping successfully, while Gray recognized dangerous markings from previous encounters. Gray fought invading ogres fiercely beside Hasas, protecting Sakura desperately while enemies attempted capturing Kai alive during violent confrontation. Hasas ignored Kai completely, focusing entirely upon Sakura while demanding surrender before Gray suffered fatal consequences during their desperate escape. Hasas threatened Sakura mercilessly, promising survival only if she surrendered Ambrosia's power willingly to his kingdom immediately without resistance. Kai interrupted suddenly, refusing Hasas' demands loudly, while standing protectively beside Sakura despite overwhelming danger surrounding everyone there. Sakura rejected Hasas completely, swearing reclaim Adaral using Ambrosia's power herself, while refusing becoming another kingdom's controlled weapon. Sakura declared fearless resistance loudly, choosing death proudly, instead surrendering her homeland's future to Hasas and invading forces surrounding everyone. Hasas accepted Sakura's answer coldly, preparing immediate execution while Kai watched helplessly beside Gray during dangerous confrontation beneath eclipse shadows. Gray reacted instantly against Hasas' attack, shocking Sakura completely while violent blood scattered across ruined battlefield during desperate protection efforts. As Hasas pointed to struck her, someone guarded her, Hasas calling him foolish, while remaining determined protecting Adaral's surviving princess. Kai protected Sakura from Hasas' attack, suffering terrible wounds himself, while shocked enemies watched silently. Sakura screamed helplessly while Kai collapsed bleeding heavily, realizing he sacrificed himself completely protecting her from certain death, Dying Kai confessed awkward feelings honestly toward Sakura, regretting cruel words previously spoken while she cried beside his injured body desperately. Kai admitted lifelong weakness painfully, believing sacrificing himself helping Sakura finally gave meaning to his worthless existence before death. Sakura reached toward unconscious Kai desperately, refusing accepting his sacrifice while blood continued spreading across Naraka's ruined battlefield. A mysterious woman stopped Kai's death suddenly, demanding lifelong devotion, while terrifying power flowed directly through his wounded body. Kai witnessed the horned woman resembling Sakura closely, becoming confused while strange divine energy surrounded Naraka's ruined battlefield. The mysterious woman explained Sakura lacked confidence herself, believing Kai possessed potential, fulfilling her desperate wish successfully despite weakness and fear. Kai slowly stood again despite fatal wounds earlier, shocking nearby enemies, while unnatural power consumed his damaged body completely. Gray recognized Kai's terrifying transformation immediately, realizing Sakura's Dharani awakens successfully through divine intervention during desperate combat against Hasus tonight. Lightning exploded across Naraka's ruins while Kai's transformed body released terrifying energy, destroying surrounding enemies beneath eclipsed skies completely. Sakura's Dharani commanded Kai forward proudly, unleashing divine power through her cursed servant, while shocked survivors witnessed impossible destruction. Kai's transformed body released divine electricity violently, while Gray realized Sakura's awakened Dharani restored forgotten godly powers completely. Sakura's Dharani calmly ordered Kai toward approaching enemies, while monstrous soldiers hesitated nervously before overwhelming supernatural pressure nearby. Kai unleashed terrifying lightning power uncontrollably, shocking surrounding soldiers while destructive energy consumed Naraka's ruined battlefield completely during combat. Empowered Kai charged across enemy lines instantly, slicing armored monsters apart, while divine electricity destroyed nearby structures violently. Gunfire surrounded Kai continuously, yet his transformed body moved effortlessly through attacks, while slaughtering terrified enemy soldiers rapidly. Hasus identified Kai's transformation as Indra's Dharani power, while Sakura's awakened guardian observed battlefield destruction calmly nearby. Sakura's awakened Dharani introduced herself as Shakuntala, explaining she existed separately, while still sharing Sakura's sacred body. Kai continued slaughtering enemy soldiers mercilessly, overwhelming armored attackers completely, while uncontrollable divine lightning devastated Naraka's ruined battlefield. Dalai commanders deployed enormous Gatling weapons confidently, believing advanced scientific technology surpassed forgotten divine relics and ancient Dharani powers. Massive gunfire erupted toward Kai immediately, while Dalai soldiers mocked divine superstition, trusting modern weapons against supernatural lightning powers. Kai faced overwhelming Gatling fire directly, unleashing divine lightning violently, while destroying incoming bullets across Naraka's battlefield. Dalai commanders watched nervously, while Kai blocked impossible attacks effortlessly, realizing divine Dharani powers surpassed modern scientific weaponry. Kai gathered enormous lightning energy overhead, preparing devastating retaliation, while terrified enemy soldiers continued firing useless weapons desperately. Massive explosions destroyed Dalai's battlefield instantly, while Kai observed silently, leaving surviving monstrous soldiers completely terrified beneath collapsing ruins. Kai crushed charging enemies, mercilessly using overwhelming supernatural speed, annihilating armored soldiers before they could counterattack successfully. Kai slaughtered remaining soldiers relentlessly, moving through collapsing battle lines, while divine lightning continued consuming Naraka's battlefield completely. Gray and Shakuntala observed Kai cautiously, realizing Indra's Dharani removed his restraint completely during uncontrollable supernatural combat. Kai wandered across destroyed corpses, mindlessly while surviving enemies retreated fearfully, unable understanding his terrifying transformed existence. Hasus intercepted Kai suddenly, blocking lightning attacks directly, while shocked soldiers witnessed impossible resistance during battle. He challenged Kai confidently, acknowledging Indra's Dharani power, while preparing greater strength against overwhelming divine lightning. Hasus revealed ancient orichalcum weaponry calmly, claiming forgotten divine relics matched Kai's overwhelming Dharani powers completely. Kai's transformed body began breaking apart painfully during combat, while Shakuntala observed silently beside collapsing battlefield ruins. The swordsman blocked Kai's lightning attacks repeatedly, surprising surrounding soldiers while demonstrating extraordinary combat abilities against divine supernatural powers tonight, completely. During fierce sword clashes, the warrior recognized Kai belonged alongside Hassa mercenaries, while respecting his dangerous combat skill completely. Dalai commanders ordered retreat angrily, demanding absolute obedience, while battlefield chaos continued surrounding Kai and Hassas. Hassas from Lemurian retreated calmly, promising future battles, while Kai's transformed body continued radiating dangerous divine lightning everywhere. Shakuntala declared Ambrosia and Dharani belonged to Hassa proudly, revealing future conflicts surrounding Sakura and Kai immediately. Kai collapsed exhausted beside ruined battlefield remains, while surviving warriors watched silently, realizing Indra's overwhelming power finally disappeared. Kai awakened beside unfamiliar ocean waves confused, discovering his transformed body vanished completely during mysterious transportation from Naraka's battlefield. Inside abandoned wooden ruins, Kai realized he survived somehow, while questioning strange events surrounding Sakura and Shakuntala completely. Kai awakened beside massive shipwreck ruins, suddenly feeling mysterious pain disappear completely while unfamiliar landscapes surrounded him. Kai examined his body nervously, discovering severe battle injuries vanished entirely, without scars remaining across his chest mysteriously. Wearing unfamiliar clothing, Kai explored rocky ruins carefully while abandoned ships rested silently beside towering cliffs surrounding isolated wilderness. Kai heard distant singing echoing across cliffs softly, following strange melodies cautiously through narrow rocky pathways beside waterfalls. Kai discovered Sakura bathing beneath cascading waterfalls innocently, becoming completely shocked, while embarrassed Sakura immediately noticed his unexpected presence. Kai accidentally stared toward Sakura's breast, causing both suddenly freeze awkwardly beside roaring waterfall cliffs. Embarrassed Sakura reacted immediately, throwing heavy stones toward Kai while desperately hiding herself beneath splashing waterfall streams nearby. Sakura thanked Kai shyly for protecting her during yesterday's battle, remembering his courage despite overwhelming enemies surrounding Naraka's shrine. Sakura awkwardly mentioned sacred Dharani rituals quietly, while Kai panicked nervously, misunderstanding her explanation beside isolated waterfall cliffs. Kai denied remembering strange ritual behavior clearly while embarrassed. Sakura admitted his personality seemed completely different during previous encounters yesterday. Sakura admitted Shakuntala sometimes controlled her actions completely, leaving fragmented memories whenever mysterious powers awakened inside her unexpectedly. Feeling guilty deeply, Sakura apologized sincerely toward Kai, blaming herself entirely for dragging him into dangerous conflicts beyond Earth. Sakura explained Kai received sacred Dharani powers previously, allowing him defeating countless enemy soldiers during overwhelming battles successfully. Despite confusion, Kai felt genuine happiness discovering his actions protected others. Finally, realizing meaningful purpose existed within Naraka's violent world for him. Sakura warned Kai carefully about Dala targeting him soon, fearing dangerous consequences caused by sacred Dharani rituals and previous battles. Kai accidentally admitted embarrassing memories involving Sakura openly, causing Gray immediately misunderstanding everything, while Sakura annoyed. Gray prepared fresh seafood proudly beside campfires, while Sakura watched quietly, observing Kai experiencing Datra's coastal lifestyle for first time today. Kai recovered personal belongings carefully, finally recognizing his complete name, while examining unfamiliar documents surviving dangerous transportation. Gray introduced himself properly toward Kai, while Sakura responded coldly nearby, creating awkward tension between their newly formed traveling group. Kai enjoyed cooked seafood happily beside Gray, discussing differences between Earth and Datra, while Sakura listened silently nearby during dinner. Gray introduced strange sea creatures during dinner proudly, while Kai reacted nervously, struggling accepting Datra's unusual seafood culture. Gray explained he worked beside Lemurian company previously, revealing connections outside Sakura's destroyed homeland and dangerous political conflicts. Gray described serving Albion originally before protecting Adaral's surviving Princess Sakura, abandoning military duties following devastating national collapse. Kai finally understood Gray's relationship with Sakura clearly, learning Gray once loved Sakura's older sister deeply before tragedy separated everyone. Gray promised protecting Kai safely during upcoming travels, guiding their group toward Lemurian Company's southern trading station across Datra. Kai doubted himself constantly during travels, believing ordinary people like him never deserved powerful weapons or heroic responsibilities anywhere truly. Gray warned Kai seriously against insulting himself repeatedly, explaining negative beliefs eventually create painful consequences within dangerous worlds. Gray reminded Kai courage mattered greatly already, praising his willingness protecting Sakura despite overwhelming enemies threatening their survival constantly. Kai finally accepted Gray's encouragement gratefully, deciding continuing life mattered while strengthening growing trust between both companions. Their journey approached Dala's massive kingdom finally, where mysterious Dharani powers connected closely with powerful governments and dangerous political conflicts ahead. Governor General Bredd Regan received reports about Gray Enfield preparing political retaliation against Sakura's remaining protectors throughout Datra. Regan ordered unlimited reinforcements immediately, demanding weapons and soldiers eliminate resistance forces blocking his pursuit operations completely. Regan prioritized recovering Ambrosia above everything else, authorizing executions freely, while Sakura, Gray, and Kai continued traveling unknowingly nearby toward dangerous. Lady Dacris and her subordinates investigated polluted canals carefully, leading armed soldiers through ruined districts filled with poisoned water and rotting corpses. She explained dying factories contaminated waterways constantly, causing dangerous poison spreading across abandoned neighborhoods, beside industrial ruins. Lady Dacris searched flooded alleys for Burgess relentlessly, while hidden creatures observed soldiers quietly beneath broken wooden pathways nearby during patrols. Burgess appeared suddenly from surrounding darkness, revealing monstrous ghoul features, while carrying mangled corpses through ruined sewer passages. Terrified soldiers witnessed Burgess devouring human remains brutally, realizing horrifying creatures still hunted abandoned districts beyond polluted waterways throughout darkness. Burgess attacked suddenly from collapsing rooftops, while Lady Dacris remained calm, avoiding deadly strikes beside terrified soldiers. Lady Dacris revealed poisonous blood capable of killing giants, forcing Burgess into cautious negotiations beside polluted waterways silently. Burgess lowered his weapon carefully, agreeing hearing Governor General Bredd's request, while suspicious soldiers surrounded dangerous flooded ruins. Lady Dacris demanded assassination services coldly, while Burgess listened greedily, accepting double payment for eliminating dangerous targets across Datra. Meanwhile, Suria's crowded harbor continued ordinary trade peacefully, while hidden conflicts and dangerous conspiracies expanded throughout southern Datra. Sakura explored Suria's busy marketplace curiously, while merchants welcomed travelers warmly, selling fresh fruit beside crowded harbor streets. Kai followed Sakura through Surya carefully, learning Datra's famous port-controlled commerce and trade across surrounding regions constantly throughout kingdoms. Gray explained Adar exported spices, rare metals, and orichalcum widely, while Kai connected Sakura's homeland with valuable commercial industries. Kai noticed Sakura's expensive jewelry nervously, realizing her clothing and decorations probably carried enormous financial value throughout Datra's wealthy societies. Embarrassed Sakura explained Adar's customs proudly, revealing people displayed personal wealth openly through decorative ornaments and luxurious accessories. Kai admitted awkwardness around women honestly, while Gray noticed Sakura behaving happier and more energetic beside him. Gray explained Sakura lacked experience around men previously, believing Kai's presence helped her recover emotionally from escaping Adar recently together. Kai learned Sakura lost her family during Datra's invasion, realizing traumatic experiences shaped her quiet personality and cautious behavior deeply. Gray described Adar's valuable resources carefully, explaining Datra invaded aggressively because gold and orichalcum prices remained extremely profitable. Kai observed Surya thoughtfully, realizing advanced technology existed beside ordinary political conflicts, making this world unexpectedly realistic and dangerous simultaneously. Kai discovered chained beastfolk slaves marching through crowded streets silently, realizing Surya still tolerated brutal human trafficking practices. Gray explained undeveloped nations still depended heavily upon slavery, despite advanced countries attempting abolishing forced labor systems gradually across Datra. Kai watched frightened slaves desperately while nearby citizens ignored their suffering completely, increasing his anger toward Surya's cruel society. One terrified slave girl suddenly escaped violently from restraints, causing panicked merchants and guards chasing her through crowded marketplace. Exhausted slave girl collapsed helplessly before Kai while pursuing guards approached aggressively, preparing immediate punishment against the runaway captive publicly. Guards captured the runaway leopard girl violently, choking and restraining her painfully while nearby merchants watched silently. Exhausted leopard girl forced herself smiling obediently despite injuries, fearing additional punishment from slave traders controlling her life completely. Slave traders beat the leopard girl brutally again, demanding obedience, while surrounding crowds ignored her suffering throughout Suria's busy marketplace publicly. Kai overheard traders discussing selling beastfolk girls toward brothels, realizing Suria's slavery system included horrifying exploitation and abuse. Traders advertised the leopard girl as former nobility dishonestly, while frightened captive denied accusations desperately before Kai and Sakura. Captured beast girl resisted abusive merchants angrily, refusing slavery while cruel buyers mocked her desperate attempts defending personal dignity. Wealthy reptilian customers inspected the frightened beast girl coldly, forcing humiliating obedience, while discussing purchase conditions before surrounding crowds. Chained publicly without clothing, the embarrassed beast girl endured painful humiliation while buyers examined her body carefully. The reptilian merchant demanded harsher inspections cruelly, ordering the terrified beast girl obey immediately despite obvious fear and emotional suffering. Humiliated completely, the beast girl obeyed trembling commands silently, while surrounding customers continued judging her helpless condition. During public slave inspection, Sakura interrupted the humiliating inspection suddenly, stepping before frightened buyers while protecting the chained beast girl. Sakura decided purchasing the beast girl herself, offering valuable jewelry nervously while Kai and Gray watched her surprising determination. Gray questioned Sakura's reckless decision carefully, but she apologized softly, while refusing abandon another oppressed girl suffering. Sakura defended her decision firmly, explaining girls from Adar deserve protection, despite dangerous circumstances and expensive consequences surrounding their desperate mission. Merchants accepted Sakura's payment greedily, while Gray realized her jewelry possessed enormous value, enough purchasing many captured beast girls from markets. Sakura freed the frightened beast girl gently, removing broken chains carefully while Kai watched silently beside destroyed slave. Sakura questioned the beast girl seriously about Edagar's royal court, hoping she possessed information regarding missing survivors from recent attacks. Hearing Princess Kasha's name immediately shocked the beast girl deeply, causing Sakura desperately demand answers regarding her possible capture or disappearance. Terrified completely, the beast girl denied knowing anything about Adar repeatedly, while Sakura continued pleading emotionally for truthful information. The beast girl finally admitted lying about noble origins, revealing merchants' increased prices dramatically whenever skilled slaves claimed prestigious backgrounds publicly. Sakura comforted the rescued beast girl kindly, feeling relieved another Adar survivor escaped slavery despite enduring terrible suffering. The beast girl questioned Sakura's kindness nervously, but Sakura smiled warmly, while granting freedom without expecting repayment from anyone whatsoever. Gray criticized Sakura's reckless generosity harshly, warning expensive royal jewelry exposed their identities and endangered everyone hiding inside enemy territory. Sakura listened silently while Gray explained kindness alone remained dangerous, especially during desperate situations threatening their survival constantly. Realizing Sakura felt hurt deeply, Gray apologized respectfully, while Kai watched awkwardly beside them, during tense emotional discussions nearby quietly. Sakura apologized softly for her reckless actions, asking Gray forgiveness while struggling emotionally beside worried Kai. Overwhelmed emotionally, Sakura suddenly disappeared into crowded streets alone, while Gray reacted immediately. Realizing she abandoned their dangerous mission temporarily, Gray ordered Kai help search urgently for Sakura. While Kai worried harsh criticism deeply hurt her feelings, Kai defended Sakura's kindness passionately, insisting helping suffering people remained morally correct, despite risks surrounding their dangerous circumstances and mission constantly. Gray admitted Kai's reasoning sounded correct, but warned compassion attracted deadly attention easily within hostile cities controlled by enemies everywhere. The beast girl wandered barefoot through crowded streets alone, while Sakura promising everyone they would reunite safely despite emotional confusion. The rescued beast girl escaped happily through city alleys, believing freedom finally allowed her survive independently without cruel masters chasing anymore. Hidden beneath dark clothing, the beast girl paused silently overlooking distant streets, while remembering Sakura's unexpected kindness toward her earlier emotionally. Kai searched crowded marketplaces anxiously for Sakura, struggling understanding emotional conflicts, while accidentally colliding with elderly pedestrians nearby during pursuit. Kai apologized politely toward the frightened elder immediately, offering assistance sincerely, while continuing searching desperately through unfamiliar streets for Sakura. Sakura stood alone beside quiet harbor waters sadly, hiding painful emotions while stared at the water beneath her, crying softly. Sakura remembered her family's teachings about kindness, struggling balancing compassion against dangers, threatening everyone around her constantly. Gray finally discovered Sakura hiding nearby, approaching carefully while noticing tears falling silently from her exhausted expression beside waterfront railings. Kai continued helping strangers kindly throughout crowded streets, carrying elderly citizens safely, despite confusion surrounding Sakura's emotional disappearance. He reflected quietly upon helping others naturally, believing compassion remained important even within dangerous unfamiliar worlds surrounding him. Gray and Sakura quietly listening nearby beside crowded waterfront streets. Today silently, Kai explained helping injured strangers simply felt natural. The grateful elderly woman thanked Kai sincerely before leaving, while Gray observed Sakura watching their conversation carefully from nearby benches. Gray finally acknowledged Kai's kindness respectfully, admitting his actions helped people genuinely despite previously criticizing unnecessary compassion. Suddenly, hidden assassins attacked Gray violently from above, revealing enemies tracked their movements carefully throughout crowded city streets. Gray reacted immediately against incoming attacks, blocking deadly blades skillfully while protecting nearby civilians from sudden ambushes during chaotic combat. Gray blocked another assassin's attack forcefully, suffering poisonous wounds while protecting Kai and Sakura from deadly ambushes. Hidden assassins revealed terrifying poison, capable killing giants instantly, causing Kai and Sakura panic while Gray weakened rapidly during combat. Gray confronted monstrous ghouls directly despite worsening injuries, realizing dangerous enemies specifically targeted at our surviving princess during coordinated attacks. Kai watched helplessly while Gray collapsed gradually from poison, forcing Sakura retreat desperately across crowded streets during continuing enemy pursuit. A ghoul captured Sakura suddenly during chaos, but Kai responded immediately using gunfire against surrounding assassins protecting her desperately. Gray ordered Kai ignore his injuries immediately, remaining behind alone while enemies surrounded nearby streets during desperate ongoing battles. Gray explained both Kai and Sakura possessed separate responsibilities now, demanding Kai protect her, while he confronted assassins alone courageously. A mysterious horned woman appeared suddenly before Kai, radiating overwhelming authority, while observing chaotic battles surrounding frightened Sakura. Sakura's Dharani, Shakuntala, warned Kai misunderstood his role completely, explaining Sakura required both kindness and strength from summoned protectors during conflicts. She questioned whether Kai would accept painful truths ahead, forcing him confront terrifying responsibilities connected toward Sakura's dangerous future. An ancient voice commanded Kai rise immediately, accept harsh realities, and continue fighting within this unfamiliar dangerous world courageously for Sakura. Gray struggled against spreading poison painfully, whispering Kai and Sakura's names while demanding their survival remain his final purpose. Through battle, Kai accepted Gray's desperate request immediately, promising protect Sakura completely while confronting terrifying enemies beside Shakuntala during combat.
Within the shimmering chamber, the priestess revealed the divine power sealed within her being. Kai stood before her, silent but resolute. His eyes carried no hesitation, only the determination to shoulder her curse and protect what remained of their world. A luminous current rose between them. Energy rippled through the air, merging spirit and strength, binding their fates in sacred exchange. The force struck Kai like lightning, overwhelming his mortal frame. Pain and brilliance fused as divine essence consumed his body, rewriting every vein with light. When the radiance faded, the chamber shook. Kai emerged transformed, his form blazing with celestial energy, no longer mere man. The monstrous foe launched its attack, arrows of energy slicing through the air, power surged between them. Sparks lit the battlefield as Kai countered, his movements sharp and unrelenting, the divine essence roaring within him like thunder. The creature faltered, its body cracking under the impact of overwhelming energy. Debris scattered as Kai leaped toward the streets, flames of light trailing his motion. Landing atop a nearby rooftop, he scanned the horizon from below, soldiers spotted his silhouette against the tower. Their leader, Lady Dacrys, studied him cautiously, realizing the so-called creature in their reports might be neither enemy nor man. In the crowded square, agents scoured for the elusive assassin. Amid the noise, Kai's corrupted form pulsed hidden among countless faces. The watchers tensed as his body convulsed. Cracks of light tore through his armor. Like skin, a violent surge threatening to erupt. Energy exploded outward, a blinding shockwave slicing through the air. Those nearby shielded themselves as the tower trembled under the pressure. Panic spread through the streets. Lady Dacrys saw the gathering power and realized the devastation about to follow. She called for everyone to fall back. Her command reached too late. Radiant energy enveloped the crowd. A young mage stepped forward, channeling his strength to erect a protective barrier. The crowd froze as the young mage screamed, struck by unseen force. His light faltered, echoing through the narrow streets. Chaos erupted. The ghoul lunged from the shadows, chasing its prey. Panic spread as it pursued without hesitation. From above, Kai descended in a streak of divine energy, his presence splitting the sky with brilliance. The clash ended in silence. Smoke rose as the creature collapsed, defeated beneath the weight of divine power. Later, the priestess knelt beside her wounded ally, gratitude softening her expression. Their survival had been bought through sacrifice and unwavering resolve. Kai approached the wounded soldier lying against the rubble, his voice low, acknowledging the man's final effort with respect. Gray's strength waned, yet he found comfort seeing Sakura safe. Her tears reflected both sorrow and relief. He met her gaze with quiet pride, expressing gratitude for her compassion that had never faltered through despair. Though his body weakened, his tone remained steady. He urged Sakura to preserve her resolve, even when mercy felt impossible. With fading breath, Gray warned them both kindness could endanger lives if left unchecked. His final words became their unspoken vow. Kakai and Sakura stood frozen as Gray's grim warning echoed through the air. Determination burned in Kai's eyes as he clenched his fist, promising to grow stronger. His voice carried both desperation and resolve, directed toward the fallen knight before him. Gray's fading breath met Kai's words with faint approval. His final glance carried belief, not regret, as his strength slowly slipped away. Ruins trembled as Sakura screamed her brother's name. Dust fell around them, mingling with tears and despair. A life ended, leaving a void nothing could fill. From the shadows, enemies emerged cold and commanding. Soldiers surrounded them, and an elf officer announced their capture. The elven officer's cold gaze met Sakura's defiance. Without hesitation, he declared her a prisoner of the Empire. His tone carried no emotion, only the authority of conquest and certainty of control. Kai staggered forward, unwilling to surrender. His body trembled, but resolve burned brighter than pain. The officer observed calmly, analyzing the fallen warrior. He spoke of the Durrani curse, its power and terrifying potential. As the curse faded, Kai's body weakened. The elf raised his blade, intent on ending it. Sakura's desperate cry shattered the air, her voice trembling between rage and despair. A sudden explosion broke the stillness. Dust scattered across the battlefield, and the officer paused mid-step. From the smoke emerged a spotted beast, its fangs glinting beneath the broken light. Soldiers froze, uncertain whether it was real or illusion. Bullets filled the air, but the creature moved faster than sight with effortless strength. It shielded Kai and vanished through the chaos. Far from the battlefield, silence replaced the echo of gunfire. An abandoned building became their refuge, its walls bearing witness to countless forgotten wars. The leopard's form shimmered, dissolving into that of a young woman with feline features elsewhere. In a realm between worlds, two ethereal figures conversed. One spoke of duty long forsaken, the other questioned the will to return to mortal struggles. In a realm beyond mortal sight, Shaklantira faced the one who once bore divine power. Her heart trembled as she declared her refusal to embrace godhood again. The being before her spoke with calm authority, reminding her that power could not be escaped. Realization settled within Shaklantira's gaze. She understood that the curse she carried would never release her. Moments later, Kai awoke amid ruins, gasping as fragments of a strange vision faded. Pain coursed through his body, yet confusion outweighed the ache. A familiar scent drew his attention. The feline woman from before appeared beside him, offering food with quiet insistence. Morning light filtered into the quiet shelter as Kai tasted the simple meal Nia prepared. While eating, his thoughts drifted towards Sakura. The memory of her capture weighed heavily, yet determination replaced despair. Plans began to form. The fortress in Surya loomed as their next destination. They might reach Sakura before the Empire transferred her deeper into enemy hands. When night fell, uncertainty returned. Kai stared at the twin moons, questioning his own worth. The strangeness of fate and his presence in this world left him uneasy. Alone in silence, he pondered his purpose. Each doubt lingered, Yet resolve grew stronger. He understood answers could only come through action. Within the silence, Kai's resolve hardened. Memories of promises and lost friends ignited the strength buried deep within his heart. He clenched his cloak tightly, determination rising like a flame no longer would doubt control him. The mission to save Sakura became his sole purpose. Standing before Naya, he declared his intent to rescue the captured princess. The words carried conviction, echoing the promise he had made before the chaos began. Naya hesitated, her playful demeanor briefly replaced by concern. She recognized his desperation and the sincerity behind his plea. Finally, a reluctant smile formed on her face. Though uncertain, she agreed to assist him. Kai expressed his gratitude to Naya, acknowledging how lost he felt in this unfamiliar world. Under the fading moons, he accepted his place in this new reality. Resolve replaced hesitation as he vowed to learn, adapt, and stop running from destiny. A week passed, and the Dalani Imperial stronghold stood towering against the cliffs. Its cold stone walls symbolized the power and cruelty of the Empire. Outside the fortress, soldiers maintained their watch among them, and elf woman commanded attention with her sharp gaze and composed authority. Despite their concerns, the officer dismissed defeat. Confidence radiated from her as she prepared her troops for another assault. Night settled over the Dalani encampment as soldiers gathered around fires, their laughter echoing through the cliffs. Within the camp, complaints spread among the ranks. Many grumbled about their new commander, mocking her youth and doubting her abilities to lead them into battle. Their voices carried until the commander herself appeared. She knew morale had crumbled. The soldiers drank to forget, aware that tomorrow's battle might be their last. Yet, her gaze remained firm. There was still duty to uphold. Suddenly, commotion erupted near the perimeter. Guards dragged in a struggling figure Naya caught while scouting the camp. Her defiance flared as she shouted her innocence. The tension in the camp shifted as a new figure appeared, commanding authority with his calm voice. His sudden arrival shocked everyone. Soldiers who once mocked their orders now stood frozen, unsure how to react to the man's overwhelming presence. Whispers spread quickly among the ranks. Tales from Albion spoke of a warrior whose strength and reputation eclipsed all others, a man both feared and revered. Gray acknowledged his new role, taking control of the disorganized troops. History would remember him as Gray the Cursed, the Darani War god. That night, under his command, the camp prepared for the coming battle with renewed conviction. Then Gray Enfield's legend began on the battlefield of Soraya. His command, courage, and resolve would shape the fate of nations. Imprisoned within the cold stone tower, Princess Sakura struggled against her chains, defiant despite exhaustion. The noble sneered at her silence, warning of consequences for such stubborn pride. His words dripped with false admiration, masking cruelty beneath polished arrogance. Alone once more, she whispered silent prayers for her allies. Her thoughts turned to Gray, her loyal protector, and to Kai, the summoned outsider. Far beyond the prison walls, Major Gray Enfield rallied his unit through dense forest. Gray masked his unease beneath calm authority, sensing unseen eyes watching. Doubt flashed through his mind. Plans could already be exposed. Kai studied the gathered soldiers, determination burning behind his eyes. Within a dimly lit room, Kai traced routes across a weathered map beside him. Naya pointed to the port city of Surya, marking their current position. While Kai scribbled notes, Naya explained how Albion and Dala continued fighting across expanding colonies. Kai recalled the moment Dala's invasion began. Albion's alliance with Adar had ignited a global conflict that left countless dead. His jaw tightened, anger building beneath calm calculation. Turning to Naya, Kai reasoned through Albion's mysterious Lemurian company. Comparing it to an ancient colonial power, an overwhelming surge of memories struck Kai without warning. Images from his former life flooded his thoughts, merging past and present in chaotic flashes. Naya noticed his silence, concern flickering across her face. He forced composure, concealing the confusion twisting within, unwilling to reveal the truth yet. Determined to understand this new world, Kai sought answers from Naya. Together, they reviewed maps tracing territories across the vast subcontinent of Mara. The lands unfolded before him, Albion and Dala, industrialized nations warring for dominance over fertile colonies and hidden resources. Realization dawned as parallels formed in his mind. This world mirrored humanity's past, echoing an industrial revolution reborn amidst magic and conquest. An elf officer recalled tales of Major Gray Enfield, a half-elf strategist known for his unmatched skill. When they finally met, suspicion lingered. The uniform was authentic, yet the mask concealed too much. Whispers of his disappearance during Adar's fall only deepened the doubt. Gray deflected questions with calm precision, claiming injuries forced him to wear the mask. His fabricated story held. For now, buying the trust he needed. He revealed his true goal: to free Princess Sakura, still imprisoned within the enemy's fortress. Their journey led them to the cliffs of Dalani Fortress. Kai spotted the stronghold below, heart pounding with determination, knowing Sakura awaited within its stone walls. While scouting the cliffs, Kai observed the unstable terrain and fragile rock formations. Hidden in the foliage, he noticed approaching Lemurian soldiers preparing for battle. Their insignias confirmed their connection to Gray, sparking a risky idea within his mind. Later, with Naya beside him, Kai formulated a dangerous plan. He would assume Gray's identity, using it as a means to approach the fortress undetected. Determination replaced hesitation. If successful, the deception could grant him access to Sakura's location within enemy lines. Despite Naya's fears, Kai stood firm. He accepted the danger, caring only about rescuing Sakura, no matter the cost afterward. Disguised as Gray, Kai rallied the Lemurian soldiers with commanding confidence. Despite differing missions, he urged them toward a single goal: the fall of the enemy fortress. Skepticism spread among the ranks. The elf named Aaron voiced his doubts, questioning the sudden appearance of their masked superior. Under direct questioning, Aaron met Kai's gaze and admitted his distrust. The atmosphere turned tense as silence settled between commander and subordinate. Before further conflict arose, scouts rushed in with grim news. Enemy reinforcements were closing in fast. Kai stepped forward without hesitation, his expression hardening beneath the mask. Taking command, he vowed to face the approaching enemy himself. The troops watched Kai with mixed doubt and admiration as he prepared his next move. Their only choice now was to trust him and see what he intended to do. Through the binoculars, the lieutenant spotted enemy convoys winding through the cliffs, loaded with ammunition and chain guns. Kai studied the rocky overhang above the narrow pass. Calmly, he outlined his strategy. Using the terrain's instability to their advantage from his belt, he revealed several cylindrical objects unfamiliar to his allies. Their confusion deepened when he called the weapon by name dynamite. Days earlier, he had obtained the explosives from an alchemist's shop, understanding their potential. Inside a small workshop filled with glass bottles and strange contraptions, a young alchemist greeted her unexpected visitors with cheerful enthusiasm. Kai stepped forward, politely requesting to meet the master alchemist. The girl adjusted her glasses, replying that she herself held that title, much to his surprise. Though her youthful appearance caused confusion, she quickly reassured them of her expertise. Apologetically, the alchemist explained that the Dalani army had seized nearly every weapon her workshop could produce, leaving her shelves empty of armaments. Desperation edged Kai's voice as he pressed her for alternatives. He needed anything to aid his mission. Inside the quiet laboratory, the girl carefully prepared a strange, shimmering liquid. An instant later, the table erupted with a violent burst of energy. The explosion sent everyone staggering back, smoke filling the air as the experiment spiraled out of control. When the dust cleared, the young man examined the remnants. He realized the liquid's power surpassed gunpowder yet was dangerously unstable. Curiosity overrode caution. Kai tasted a trace from his fingertip, his eyes widening in realization. It was nitroglycerin. The girl watched, astonished by his understanding. Recognizing his foreign knowledge, she named him a stranger from another world, one bearing forbidden power and limitless potential. Celia observed Kai with sharp interest, recalling his fierce battle against a ghoul. His skill and control over foreign power intrigued her deeply. While examining the unstable liquid, Kai claimed he could stabilize it using technology unknown to her world. Her demand surprised him. Instead of money, she wished to study the divine energy within him and learn about his world. After a moment's hesitation, Kai accepted her terms. Celia introduced herself formally, and their agreement was sealed with trust and relief. As they embraced, Celia whispered a warning not to break their pact. Outside, distant figures approached, signaling that their uneasy alliance had already begun to draw unwanted attention. Now on the barren cliffside, a soldier knelt, setting up a line of explosives with steady hands. Every motion carried urgency as he prepared the trap. From a distance, heavy machinery rolled closer, their wheels crushing the earth beneath. The enemy formation advanced right into position. Recognizing the perfect moment, the soldier gave the signal. His voice rang out as everyone nearby dove behind the rocks for safety. Sweat dripped down his face as the fuse hissed. Anxiety tightened his chest while his comrades watched the device spark dangerously. A blinding explosion shattered the silence, throwing debris high into the air. The enemy ranks scattered, overwhelmed by the devastating force of the detonated charge. The detonation tore through the canyon, crushing enemy soldiers beneath collapsing rock. Shockwaves rippled across the battlefield, leaving chaos in their wake. From a distance, the Allied soldiers watched in disbelief. None had ever witnessed an explosion of such magnitude or precision before. Amid the smoke, Kai explained the liquid's unstable nature. Though long considered too volatile, he knew a way to refine it into a usable weapon. Memories of an inventor from his world resurfaced: Alfred Nobel, who transformed nitroglycerin into dynamite. Working beside Celia, he replicated the process. Together they crafted stable explosives, merging science with magic, and quietly changed the course of their war. Kai recalled his past life, where long days at a construction site shaped his understanding of explosives and machinery. Back then, he wasn't strong or social, but his determination led him to study safety manuals and earn certifications few bothered to read. Those seemingly meaningless efforts now proved useful. Reflecting on his past, he realized that even his mistakes had guided him to this moment. With renewed confidence, Kai declared his plan to use the remaining dynamite to capture the enemy fortress. Hope spread among the soldiers. For the first time, their morale rose as belief replaced despair, and tomorrow's battle promised a chance for victory. Night settled quietly over the forest as the lieutenant bathed beneath the dim glow of the moon. The air was still, yet a faint unease lingered beyond the trees. Her thoughts drifted toward their mysterious ally. Gray Enfield, his calm strength and hidden knowledge, had become a source of trust amid chaos. A sudden sound broke her focus. Heart quickening, she scanned the darkness, her earlier calm replaced by sharp caution. The forest no longer felt safe. Figures emerged from the shadows, familiar faces twisted by doubt and desperation. What began as nervous laughter carried an edge of malice. Realizing their intent, she retreated instinctively, clutching her towel as the soldiers cornered the frightened lieutenant. A commanding voice cut through the darkness. Fear quickly replaced arrogance. The men fell silent, realizing the severity of their actions. Kai's words carried the sharp edge of authority, leaving no room for argument or excuse. Relief filled the air once the tension broke. The lieutenant quietly thanked him, wrapping herself in his coat while he prepared for the next day's battle. Watching the shaken soldiers retreat, she suspected their fear would soon fade. He dismissed their loyalty as already broken. To him, discipline mattered more than numbers, and his calm resolve strengthened the camp's fragile morale before dawn. The major arrived just as tensions eased, earning quiet gratitude from his fellow officer for protecting the lieutenant. Trust began to form between them, fragile but genuine, as the night's danger finally subsided under the twin moons. Far away, Sakura remained imprisoned, unaware that Kai was already preparing to rescue her at dawn. Inside the Governor General's palace in Datra, reports of a wiped-out unit reached the commander's desk. Realization dawns that the collapse might have been made the subordinate trembles at the thought, while the officer's reasoning cuts deep. Memories resurface of earlier failures. Regret clouds the officer's mind. He had underestimated his foes. Moments later, foreign troops confront the officer's squad, demanding their withdrawal. Their commander shouts accusations about trespassing Duke Gazuro's land. Without hesitation, the officer pushes past the obstruction, asserting orders granted by Governor General Brad Regan. Fury burns in Duke Gazuro's expression as he rants about Regan's interference. Pride swells within him, convinced his noble blood outshines any governor's authority. The lieutenant stands firm as Gazuro praises the capture. The unconscious girl, bearer of ambrosia, lies before them. Later, within the palace, the lieutenant reports the failure. Regan listens calmly, cigarette glowing in dim light. Concern clouds the subordinate's face as realization strikes. Yet Regan remains composed, reaffirming the mission's purpose. The objective stands unchanged: ambrosia must be retrieved no matter the obstacles ahead. Confidence returns to the subordinate at Regan's assurance. He vows to reclaim what was stolen at Duke Gazuro's estate. 3 women elegantly curtsy before his throne, their smiles concealing nervous restraint. The atmosphere shifts as the massive figure of Gazuro rises, his shadow swallowing the room. Without warning, his fury erupts. His voice booms as he lashes out, striking them in blind rage. The outburst leaves the air trembling, she crying out in fear and pain. Each blow lands with merciless force, his insults piercing deeper than the physical strikes. His shouts condemn them as unworthy, mocking their attempts to act refined, his cruelty unchecked by restraint. Even as subordinates urge caution, Gazuro continues his tantrum. Rage consumes him, resentful of his exile and desperate for recognition. Duke Gazuro laments his exile, pacing in frustration. Once surrounded by the splendor of the capital, he now toils in a desolate frontier, far from the civilization he treasures. An officer approaches cautiously, reminding him of the mission's purpose: the ambrosia. Deep within the dungeon, the captured girl endures her chains. Despite exhaustion, defiance burns in her eyes. Outside the fortress, Allied forces prepare for a rescue. Scouts observe the stronghold, noting the increased guard presence and fortified patrols surrounding the gate. Determination hardens their resolve. No number of soldiers will deter them from reclaiming the ambrosia and freeing their comrade. Night settles over the cliffs as scouts return with their reports. The first group has assembled at the canyon's edge, awaiting the signal to advance toward the fortress gates. Hidden among the rocks, the second unit lies ready. Their rifles glint faintly under the moonlight as they await the command to strike from behind the enemy's defenses. Within the command circle, tension mixes with resolve. Some soldiers express doubt, uncertain of the plan's success. The major outlines the strategy once more, conviction firm in his eyes. Victory, he declares, will belong to them by dawn's first light. Encouraged, the troops rally behind his determination. Kai stood in silence, the weight of command pressing on his shoulders. Before him were people willing to die if he gave the word. His thoughts drifted to a previous life, a dull sales job where empty confidence was currency. He remembered resenting that lesson, watching someone manipulate others without a shred of guilt. Yet, despite the lies, people believed him because he spoke with conviction. In this new world, that same principle held true. Strength wasn't enough. Leadership demanded presence. Locking eyes with his warriors, he raised his voice with certainty. Group 1, begin the operation. With no hesitation, they surged forward. Explosives launched over the fortress walls detonated with violent force, scattering debris and stunning the enemy guards. Shells rained down in waves, striking stone and steel inside. Soldiers panicked at the sudden bombardment. Commanders shouted in confusion. None anticipated a direct assault this early hidden in the trees. Kai observed carefully. The plan was already in motion. Kai's forces had split into 3, each targeting a key flank east, south, and west to surround the fortress. His officers questioned the strategy. A direct breach with dynamite seemed faster, but Kai dismissed it. The cliffs offered a better path. The walls, reinforced and thick, would hold. Kai laid out the scenario. Sudden explosions on one side of the fortress would draw attention. As planned, the enemy responded. Orders echoed through the stone walls as troops rushed toward the eastern side. Gunfire broke out. The eastern team endured return fire, sustaining casualties but held their ground. A scout confirmed the movement. Multiple guards had repositioned to the east. Kai smirked under pressure. The ruse had worked with defenders focused eastward. The western wall stood exposed. Phase 2 was about to begin. Without delay, the second group charged. Bursts of musket fire erupted as they stormed the weakened side, launching their surprise attack at the vulnerable wall. The western assault force emerged from cover, prompting panic from the fortress guards unprepared for a second front. Despite the terrain offering little protection, the western group had been ordered forward once enemy focus shifted eastward. Kai revealed the deeper strategy. The apparent western charge was merely a distraction, meant to mislead again. Inside the fortress, commanders quickly caught on. They recognized the shelling and troop movement as coordinated feints. Reinforcements were dispatched to the west in haste. Kai, observing from afar, noted their shift with calm resolve. The gate stood lightly defended, presenting a rare opportunity. Nia stepped forward, volunteering without hesitation. While soldiers looked away, she advanced undeterred. Kai reminded her of the risks, but accepted her resolve. Holding a small charge, then he watched the narrow path ahead. Nia, now transformed, prepared to infiltrate. Guards at the fortress entrance spotted a leopard approaching. Suspicion rose as they questioned its presence. Recognizing her nature too late, the soldiers opened fire. Nia had already dashed into motion. Nia sprinted through enemy fire, moving with precision and speed. Observers watched in awe at her perfect transformation. Without hesitation, she leapt from cover and tossed the explosive. Kai's team continued monitoring her approach closely. The dynamite detonated inside the gatehouse. Guards fell amidst the blast, clearing the path forward. Nia, now in human form, rushed through the smoke. Reaching the inner mechanism, she grabbed the chains and began lifting the heavy gate by force. The sound of the rising portcullis rang out. Troops cheered as they surged forward. The fortress entrance was finally breached. With a rallying cry, Kai led the charge. His squad surged forward, blades and rifles raised. They stormed through the gate's threshold, inside. The final stage of the plan would determine everything. Concern arose among the officers. A frontal assault meant they would be vulnerable if the enemy regrouped. Kai dismissed hesitation. Victory depended not on numbers, but on reaching the Adarian princess. He hinted at a weapon even stronger than dynamite. Combat erupted. Their forces clashed in close quarters. Amid the chaos, an enemy soldier crept behind Kai. Panic flashed in his comrades' eyes as they shouted a warning. An enemy soldier lunged from behind, but the elven warrior swiftly intercepted, striking him down to protect Kai. She insisted on shielding him despite his protests. Injured and dazed, Kai reluctantly agreed to her support. With urgency, Nia arrived and reported the princess's location. Kai entrusted his allies to hold the line as he broke off. Inside the prison, The princess stirred. Clanking chains and distant chaos hinted that something had changed. Still shackled, she struggled with fading hope. Voices echoed nearby. A moment later, she lifted her head. Heart racing, help had come. Sakura stared in disbelief as the young soldier appeared beyond the iron bars, eyes wide. He had come for her, despite the chaos, despite the danger. Tears welled in her eyes as relief overcame fear. He had arrived breathless, battle-worn but smiling. Trembling, Sakura lowered her head, confusion and emotion swirling. She couldn't understand why he'd risk so much. Her tears flowed freely, no longer from despair. Yelling through the bars, she pleaded with him to leave. This wasn't his fight. He should have been far away, safe from everything. The soldier stood firm, his eyes held conviction. He'd promised Gray he would protect her. Whatever came next, he was ready. Kai's arrival triggered a wave of conflicted emotion. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes as she called him a fool, her voice shaking. Despite her sharp remarks, the mysterious woman acknowledged Kai's effort, unwilling yet compelled. He hesitantly moved closer. With her hands restrained, she remained calm, placing herself entirely in his care. His discomfort grew, but obligation pressed him forward. Their proximity intensified. Kai's nervousness was clear while she remained confident and commanding. Revealing her purpose, the woman presented a choice. Power waited behind her challenge. Now, Kai faced a decision that could change everything. Power surged as Kai responded to her challenge, bound by chains. She endured the ritual, their tension reaching its peak. Explosions shook the gate as enemy fire rained down. The elf warrior charged forward, blade slicing through armored soldiers without hesitation. Outside the walls, reinforcements closed in. The commanding officer, confident in their numbers, ordered a full assault to crush the defenders. Behind the barricade, the elven squad struggled under pressure. Rube shouted an ammo count 10 rounds each. Determined to break through, the warrior fought fiercely. Doubts haunted her. Was the promise of support just another lie? But she remembered his words. He had no reason to deceive her. A sudden cry drew her gaze. Rube collapsed. Wounded, his comrade caught him mid-fall, shielding him from more fire. The enemy captain roared for a full assault. Soldiers stormed forward, rifles raised, overwhelming the defenders' thin line. Seeing the charge, the elven woman shouted urgently for the major. Her face showed both panic and resolve. Suddenly, an enemy soldier appeared before her. His blade was already raised, aiming for a fatal strike. Before she could react, dozens of projectiles rained from above, piercing the attacking unit. Blood scattered amid the chaos. From the smoke emerged a monstrous figure, radiating black energy. Everyone froze. Shock and disbelief spread across the battlefield. The enemy soldiers charged into the narrow corridor, rifles blazing. Gunfire echoed off the stone walls, forcing the defenders to brace. Without flinching, the black-clad figure raised its arm. Energy gathered and burst outward in a violent wave. Shock spread among the attackers. Towering blasts erupted across the fortress, leveling walls and scattering debris through the air. Several soldiers collapsed instantly, struck down by invisible force. The dark warrior leapt forward, clawed hands tearing through ranks. Desperate shots rang out, but they had no effect. With a sweeping motion, the figure unleashed another wave, shredding the front line. The monstrous figure surged up the wall, cleaving soldiers aside with raw force. Shock spread among the defenders watching below. Moments later, a regal woman appeared amid the aftermath, introduced by a feline girl. Her name was Sakura Shakuntira Adanira. Confusion filled the elven warrior's mind. The princess didn't match expectations. She imagined someone modest, not this imposing beauty. With a calm tone, Sakura confirmed the monster was her servant. She warned not to approach, as the creature had lost reason. Amid Sakura's composure, the warrior snapped back to urgency. The Lemurian squad regrouped, seizing the moment to counterattack, and the chaos news of the princess's escape sent shockwaves through the fortress. The enraged noble bellowed in disbelief, demanding answers. Reports confirmed the presence of a god-cursed entity on the battlefield. The commander watched nervously from the window. Furious, the noble pieced it together. The enemy had stolen his ambrosia to create a cursed human weapon. Outside, the black-armored figure rampaged through artillery fire. Energy coursed through its body as it overwhelmed the defenses with brutal force. Entire walls crumbled under the creature's attacks. The noble, watching the destruction unfold, denounced the creature's savage tactics as uncivilized and revolting. A thunderous cannon blast tore through the stronghold. Inside, the noble recoiled in terror, staring down the barrel. Debris filled the lavish chamber. Statues toppled, walls cracked, and fear gripped the once confident ruler. Anger surged. He ranted about heritage and refinement, condemning the savage who desecrated everything he stood for. His rage turned desperate. Across the courtyard, soldiers fired frantically. Confusion and panic spread as they questioned what kind of monster they faced. Without pause, the black figure crushed resistance. Lightning followed each strike. Meanwhile, the Lemurian squad regrouped and pressed forward through the chaos. The armored figure burst through the gate only to pause at the sound of something massive approaching. A towering golem emerged with a thunderous stomp. The enemy commander rode atop its shoulder, eyes full of fury. Elsewhere, Sakura identified the creature as a god-forged weapon, one of the last remaining from an ancient era. Fueled by anger, the noble declared war on all who opposed him. The golem raised its arms, ready to strike. A black warrior lunged, landing a sharp blow, but the attack failed. The golem retaliated, launching him across the field with overwhelming force. The mechanical giant erupted with laughter, its voice echoing through the battlefield, despite acknowledging the enemy's skill. Without warning, it struck with devastating force, sending the white-haired warrior crashing through stone. Dust settled just long enough for the soldiers to see their comrade fall. One shouted out, calling him Major, while others raised their rifles and opened fire in rapid succession. Rounds pinged off the armored behemoth without effect. Unmoved, it raised its hand. A devastating blast ripped outward, launching debris and men alike into the air. The soldiers were flung back, their formation shattered instantly by the sheer power of the counterattack. Gunfire echoed from the fortress walls, but the towering enemy remained unfazed, scoffing at their attempts to resist. With a crushing blow, the wall shattered beneath its fist. Amid the falling debris, the commander issued a final call to his troops, telling them to prepare for the end. Dust settled around broken bodies. As the machine raised its arm again, energy whirred and flared. The commander stood still, stunned by the sheer force descending from above. Silence followed the impact. The woman stared in disbelief. Someone had shielded them. Realization struck as she cried out, seeing Gray's battered body. The white-haired warrior launched into motion again, evading attacks and unleashing a furious barrage against the armored giant. Despite the relentless assault, the golem barely flinched. Observers watched in awe as the warrior refused to give up. A sharp-eyed onlooker saw the pattern. Every strike targeted a single point in the golem's torso. He wasn't flailing wildly. He was wearing the armor down. Command rang out across the ranks. Soldiers synchronized their fire, aiming precisely where the warrior had been focusing his strikes. A burst of gunfire struck true, drawing a smirk from a distant observer. Though the damage was shallow, it marked a breakthrough. Power surged through the warrior's strike as he brought his weapon down onto the golem's core from the distance. An observer watched intently. The impact triggered a mechanical reaction. The golem's body began to crack, and a blast of energy launched it backward with violent force. Both combatants plunged into the water below. While the attack seemed clever, the golem mocked the effort, declaring the tactic useless even while submerged. Suddenly, the air trembled. An unfamiliar vibration pulsed through the battlefield, causing confusion. Hidden within the water, a device had been planted. It emitted waves resonating with the golem's natural frequency, a technique known as ultrasonic crushing. As the machine trembled under the effect of the resonating waves, its structure began to crack. A final violent descent broke through the weakened core. Energy erupted across the battlefield, splitting the golem's armored chest apart. Debris scattered in all directions. The enemy stared in disbelief as the blow ended everything. Silence followed the destruction. Survivors stood motionless while Kai rose from the water. The battle had ended, but no words could capture what they'd witnessed. From the shadows, a divine presence appeared. Her voice calmed the storm within him as she raised her hand. The burden he carried vanished. The divine figure laid her hand gently on Kai's head, calming the storm within him. Nearby, an ally watched in stunned silence. Orders rang out across the battlefield. With the enemy commander defeated, remaining forces surrendered without further resistance. Cheers erupted from the soldiers, flags were raised, and prisoners freed. Victory belonged to those who endured. Celebration spread through the ranks. With disbelief and pride, they acknowledged the impossible had been achieved together. At the heart of it all, Kai rested quietly. Beside him, the woman smiled softly, offering silent gratitude for everything he had done. Kai slowly awakened in an unfamiliar room, disoriented and unsure of how he had arrived there. A woman greeted him with calm professionalism, explaining his recovery and the successful capture of the enemy fortress. Still shaken, he immediately asked about Sakura and his unit. She reassured him of their safety, then left him to meet a visitor. While preparing himself, Kai reflected on his new title from the balcony. He quietly took in the peace that followed war. Overlooking the vast garden, he recalled Gray's final task. A sense of quiet relief settled in. Sakura was safe, and his promise had been fulfilled. Marabito awoke in an unfamiliar room, confused and disoriented, unsure of how he arrived. A woman explained everything. After capturing the Dalani fortress, he was transported to Kaiser for recovery. Concerned for his companions, he asked about Sakura and his unit. Assured of their safety, he was told someone awaited him. Gazing out the window, Marabito realized his identity had spread. The uniform before him confirmed his role was now official. From the balcony, he reflected on his journey. Gray's intentions became clear. This was Sakura's intended destination. He accepted the weight of his promise, gratitude mixed with resolve, knowing he had done what he set out to do. Luca laid out the stakes with cold precision, leaving Marabito stunned by the consequences of refusal and silence. Inside the Grand Chamber, a soldier hesitated before revealing the impossible name Gray Enfield. Shock rippled through the room. One officer insisted Gray had perished at Surya, swearing to it. The wounded elf clarified that the enemy now referred to their leader as Major Gray. Later, Kai Watari stood outside. Tense, the noble elf extended a challenge, urging Kai to make a decision. Tension escalated. Kai drew his weapon with trembling hands. Across from him, the elf faced him calmly. Memories of past humiliation flooded in, surrounded by figures of authority. Kai remembered how power had always cornered him. Kai clenched his fist, determined. He acknowledged the trap but refused to accept defeat without leverage. He stared down the elf and declared his terms despite the odds. He demanded conditions, first standing firm. He exposed the elf's dependence. They both knew Kai was the only viable option. He began with his first demand: full access to knowledge. This world's secrets had to be revealed. Training was next. Kai insisted on proper instruction, no longer willing to bluff through danger and duty. After a warm rinse, the young woman stood still as Nydia, her cheerful assistant, finished washing her back. Grateful, yet bashful, she thanked her gently. Nydia beamed with pride, insisting she be called simply Naya. Now proudly embracing her new role, lightening the mood, Naya assured her sincerity despite past mischief. Her words built trust, finally earning a warm response and acceptance. Suddenly the mood shifted. Another woman burst into the room, unaware it was already occupied. Realizing her mistake, she immediately apologized, surprised to see the princess present. Caught off guard by the unexpected entrance, the intruder panicked and tried to maintain composure. She gently dismissed the formalities, inviting the hesitant girl to join. A long journey had wearied them all, and this moment offered rare calm. Curiosity shifted the topic to ancient powers. A deity's name surfaced, mysterious, divine, and still largely unknown to them. Excitement sparked as one girl pieced the story together, realizing the Major's transformation had divine roots. Embarrassment followed a poorly phrased question about the nature of that power transfer. Quickly, she apologized, unsure if she had crossed a line. Laughter replaced tension. The elf praised Gray's bravery, recalling his strength with admiration. Her words surprised the other, who still doubted her own understanding of courage. The elf girl looked down, admitting her early failures in leadership. Her voice then rose, recalling the moment the Major arrived and changed everything. In vivid memory, she described how his sudden appearance brought hope. His tactics and calm felt almost divine, as if blessed by gods of war themselves. Naya eagerly confirmed his brilliance, explaining how he orchestrated the plan that led to their victory. Admiration filled the room. One woman openly envied Sakura, believing such dedication could only come from deep affection. But Sakura reacted quickly, flustered and defensive. She denied any special bond, leaning forward with urgency, trying to correct the misunderstanding before it spread further. The elf girl reacted strongly, denying any closeness between her and the Major. Her voice trembled as she tried to dispel the misunderstanding. Realizing her error, the other woman softened her expression. She apologized, excusing herself with quiet dignity, leaving the group to reflect in silence. Before leaving entirely, she turned back and delivered unexpected news. The Major had regained consciousness earlier that day, startled by the update. The girls rushed through the halls. Upon arriving, they found Kai standing near the window. Sakura approached first, relieved to see him unharmed. Kai acknowledged her presence with gratitude, thanking her for her support and the role she played in saving lives. She spoke with emotion, recalling the despair she felt while imprisoned. She had nearly given up hope until the sound of familiar voices reached her. Kai responded calmly, downplaying her gratitude. His vow to a fallen hero had driven his every action, leaving no room for praise. Attention then turned to Lygia. Surprised yet composed, she acknowledged his return and expressed relief at his condition. He informed her of a change in structure. Her squad would now serve directly under him, and she accepted the responsibility with pride. A new role awaited her, promoted to captain. Lygia saluted with determination, promising to carry out her duties without fail under his command. Kai surprised Sakura by announcing his departure. She turned toward him in shock, struggling to process his decision to part ways. He explained his reasoning, insisting that keeping her safe and Kaiser fulfilled his promise. Bringing her along would only endanger her, trying to soften the truth. He distanced himself further with harsh words. Calling her a burden, he masked his concern with cold logic. Sakura couldn't hold back her frustration. His dismissive tone struck deep, and she slapped him before rushing away, tears in her eyes. Alone beneath the moonlight, she vented her anger aloud. Her voice echoed through the garden only to be interrupted by a distant sound. Late at night, a soft melody echoed through the palace courtyard, drawn by curiosity. A horned woman stood silently, captivated by the distant sound. On a bench beneath the moonlight, a young elf strummed his lyre with delicate precision, focused and alone. Recognition stirred as she identified him not just a musician, but Luca Rochelle Albion, royal son and one of 6 claimants to the throne. Relaxed and unfazed, Luca paused his performance, claiming his music was still imperfect. She approached, startled by his casual tone. He addressed her by name, Princess Sakura of Aur, and questioned her presence. She hesitated, caught off guard, then admitted she had only followed the sound. Luca asked Princess Sakura about her future, gently pressing her to reveal her aspirations or plans. He reminded her of the asylum she'd been granted, even offering a mansion or proposing marriage instead. With calm resolve, he confessed his ambition to defeat his kin and become king of Albion. Sakura struggled to respond, overwhelmed by his boldness. Luca urged her to consider her current position carefully. Embarrassed and confused, she flailed in protest, questioning whether his offer was sincere or mere teasing. Luca explained the truth behind the act. Kai had impersonated Gray and sought redemption through servitude. In return, Kai demanded one condition. Sakura's safety must be ensured without compromise, for as long as necessary. With fierce resolve, Kai swore to fulfill his promise to Major Gray, no matter the cost or danger. Luca, recognizing Kai's hidden strength beneath his timid surface, offered marriage to Sakura as part of the agreement. Still, he gave her time to decide later. As Sakura asked about his lyre, Luca dismissed it coldly. She picked it up herself, drawn to the melody he left behind. While holding the lyre, Sakura reflected on Kai's summoning. Despite his fears, he had been chosen. Confusion swept over her as her thoughts spiraled. She questioned what decision would lead her forward, still seated by the water. She recalled her purpose, memory stirred, and clarity slowly returned to her. As she played softly, Sakura noticed how foreign everything felt. The scents, the sky, none like Adar. Gazing at the twin moons above, she asked herself what future truly awaited her beyond exile. During a formal briefing, Sakura rose abruptly, drawing everyone's attention as she stepped forward with determination. She announced her intent to address Luca's marriage proposal, and with composure, offered a graceful refusal. All eyes turned to her as she shifted focus to Gray, calling his name with a serious tone. Sakura reminded him of the oath he swore to protect her until she found safety in Adar, declaring his promise unfulfilled. Then she demanded his help to reclaim her homeland and restore its lost honor. Sakura stood firm before Gray, vowing to stay by his side until her kingdom was restored. Her bold declaration stunned the room. Luca, maintaining his composure, accepted her rejection graciously and granted permission for her to accompany Gray's unit. The conversation turned to the next mission. Luca hinted that it involved a nation with old ties to Adar Garandoa. A group reacted in surprise upon hearing the name. Garandoa was known as the Kingdom of Dwarves, and the objective involved its royal princess. He revealed more. The princess was believed to possess ambrosia, and Gray's task was to win her favor as her chosen champion. Garandoa, the jagged and formidable dwarven stronghold, loomed under dark skies, its sharp peaks piercing the horizon. A messenger rushed through the cliffs with urgent news. Outsiders had arrived and were approaching the mountain pass. The report revealed the group was led by a man named Gray, advancing on behalf of the Lemurian Company. Rumors of Princess Sakura's presence stirred alarm. The dwarven warlord, skeptical and furious, dismissed it as another deceit. His judgment was swift, just like past deceivers. These intruders would fall before his wrath and mighty hammer. Kai Watari had spent his days drifting between part-time jobs, disconnected and without ambition. Gray Enfield, a respected officer commanding a military unit, with a mask on his face and orders in hand, he now had structure, identity, and a role to fulfill. The world he entered felt both foreign and familiar, an empire straddling magic and technology. Entrusted with a critical diplomatic mission, he was tasked with meeting a dwarven princess to secure a political alliance on behalf of Albion's prince. His journey would begin by sea, then continue by land, heading north toward Garandoa, the strongest known kingdom of the dwarves. Dwarves were renowned for their unmatched craftsmanship, mastering metal, stone, and warfare with equal precision and pride. While preparing for the mission, Kai absent-mindedly used a pen, a small tool from his former world, though he'd lost most of his belongings when summoned. This pen remained a silent relic of Earth. Its presence, however, raised suspicion. Ryu scolded him, warning it marked him as a merebito, not a company officer. Despite understanding the local language, Kai struggled with writing, his hand reverting to Japanese instinctively. His dual identity brought risks. A massive steam locomotive emerged through the smoke. It would carry them from Jasoga to Garandoa. Kai's team stood in awe. Ren, especially, marveled at the intricate craftsmanship of the dwarf made train Ren. Once a steward from Kaiser admired the mechanical elegance. Each joint and seam spoke of mastery. Their curiosity deepened upon learning a dwarven proverb, how women shape the finest designs with artistry and care. Yet dwarven customs were strict. Women rarely appeared in public, their faces hidden behind ceremonial veils. The team speculated on what dwarf women might look like, imagining exaggerated versions based on dwarf men. A humorous mental image left Kai unsettled. He grew anxious about the upcoming meeting. Suggestions to bring more men were dismissed. Kai preferred a small group to avoid misinterpretation. Though calm on the surface, his comrades knew Princess Sakura disapproved of him going alone. Despite his doubts, Kai's past deeds had earned him a nickname, Grey the War God among his unit. Within the dwarven capital, royal guards assured their veiled princess of unwavering loyalty from the king's command. Acknowledging their dedication, the princess responded with composed gratitude, while remaining hidden behind ceremonial cloth. She quietly uttered the name, Major Grey. Already aware of his title as the War God upon arrival, Kai and his team were awestruck by the underground city's architecture and brilliant crystal-lit halls. Before they could admire further, heavily armored dwarves confronted them. Demanding to know who was Grey Enfield, Kai formally introduced himself to King Havel, but the monarch responded with hostility and ordered them to leave. Suspecting their motives, the king accused Kai of coming to seize his sister and her ambrosia. Kai denied the claim, stating that his true aim was not the princess, but Garandoa itself. The dwarf king, already agitated, raised his weapon and prepared to strike without further negotiation. A violent blow shattered the floor. The king furiously demanded to know if Kai had come to conquer. Kakai stood before the throne representing Albion, proposing a political alliance with the dwarven realm Garandoa. The mood quickly shifted. Tension rose as the dwarf leader accused Kai of bringing soldiers past the border unannounced. The dwarf's patience wore thin. He made his stance clear: negotiations were over. Whatever Kai had come to gain would not be granted. Dismissive and resolute, he made it known that Albion would leave empty-handed. Kai, undeterred, reported that no train was scheduled for return. The dwarven commander, growing agitated, barked a warning. As a compromise, the dwarf leader offered temporary hospitality. Kai's group would remain as guests until midday tomorrow. If they refused to comply, the dwarven king issued a grim warning. Any soldier found spying would be executed under their law. Their accommodations stunned the group. Despite the hostility, they were given lavish rooms, a silent display of dwarf pride. Discussions turned to the king's refusal. The team concluded that Garandoa didn't need allies. Dwarves were powerful, independent warriors, and an alliance risked exposing their treasured technologies to foreign hands. Even so, not all hope was lost. Dwarves preferred trade over warfare. Approaching them as merchants instead of military envoys might create a new path. Urgency escalated with rumors that Dala showed interest in Garandoa. Kai's group realized time was slipping. Kai proposed delaying decisions until morning. His companions protested, but the door had already closed. Reminding everyone of the midday deadline, Kai kept his composure. Despite the ticking clock, he joked that panic could wait until morning, hiding his unease behind a smile. Meanwhile, another group braved a blizzard beyond the mountain range. Soldiers pressed forward toward Garandoa, their leader wary of the approaching boundary, and what lay beyond. Suspicion lingered in Gil's mind. The armored vehicle unsettled him, though he dismissed it aloud. Heavy treads roared through snow as the wagon advanced elsewhere. Kai stared at the ceiling, thoughts scattered, realizing his strategy was still incomplete by morning's approach. Kai struggled to form a concrete strategy. Despite numerous thoughts, doubts weighed heavily. Time passed, but a solid plan continued to evade him completely. He considered using the Dala threat as leverage, yet he doubted the dwarves would accept help or acknowledge any external risk as valid. A knock interrupted his restless thoughts. Ren appeared at the door, quietly requesting a moment. To his shock, her appearance was bold and unexpected. She moved confidently, without hesitation, shifting the atmosphere from tense diplomacy to something more personal. She introduced herself as Doronia, sister to the dwarf king. Kai, caught off guard, now faced a new challenge he hadn't prepared for, political or otherwise. Caught completely off guard, Kai tried to maintain distance. The situation escalated quickly, his protests overwhelmed by her determined presence. Doronia leaned in with urgency, misreading his intent. Kai, trapped under her forwardness, struggled to respond while keeping composed. Her plea shifted the tone. Rather than seduction, she voiced desperation and earnest request to escape her confined role in Garandoa. Kai hesitated. Her closeness intensified, not just physically but emotionally. The lines between diplomacy and personal stakes blurred in an instant. Overwhelmed, he tried to explain. His mission had a purpose, but this encounter had taken an unforeseen turn, one neither of them fully understood. Doronia panicked over her failed approach. Kai, flustered but composed, urged her to breathe and reconsider the misunderstanding surrounding her efforts. Removing the veil proved too much for her. Cultural weight and personal doubt collided, leaving both of them suddenly aware of the line they had neared. Despite the awkward tension, her quiet question revealed vulnerability. She finally unveiled her face, meeting his gaze without reservation. Her sincerity left Kai stunned, unable to deny the quiet admiration forming within him. That peace shattered in an instant. The door burst open, and Doronia's brother stormed in, misreading the scene entirely, and unleashing his fury without warning. The king burst into the room, furious and protective, demanding to know if his sister had been harmed. Kai scrambled to explain. The king, seeing his sister exposed, exploded in anger, calling Kai a deceiver unfit to be near royalty. His fury intensified upon learning Doronia had unveiled her face. The act, sacred in dwarf culture, left Kai at the center of a cultural crisis. Tradition demanded recompense. The king, unwavering, declared the unveiling a defilement and insisted the only proper outcome was compensation through binding commitment. According to dwarven law, any outsider who witnessed a noblewoman's unveiled face must take her as his bride, with no room for refusal. The king rejected Kai's worth, citing his lack of strength and honor. Death was declared the only acceptable outcome under dwarven law. Kai's allies panicked. As the king confirmed his decision, the mountain air felt heavier. Hope began slipping away. A formal execution order was drafted. The king signed with pride, confident in the righteousness of the punishment, as Kai tried to stall with a bold remark. Mocking the king's prized fountain pen, Kai revealed something new. An ordinary ballpoint pen from his own world. The unfamiliar object sparked curiosity. Though cheap in design, the pen represented innovation, catching the dwarves' attention and buying Kai the moment he desperately needed. King Havel, astonished by the unknown pen's lightness and unfamiliar material, closely examined the strange tool as the dwarves investigated further. They discovered a tiny metal ball at the pen's tip. It allowed ink to flow smoothly onto the paper. Without hesitation, the inventor turned to King Havel and formally challenged him to a contest. His proposal was bold, a competition where both could present any creation of their choosing. Yet the challenger stood firm. He promised to reveal technology beyond Havel's comprehension, aiming to shatter expectations. In the vast factory, the rhythmic clanging echoed as molten metal flowed into molds. Workers forged parts tirelessly, shaping ore into powerful engines under flickering light. With the gods gone and magic fading, their craft became simpler, driven by hands instead of prayers. Amid the machinery, the old engineer lectured about science's constancy. Its precision never swayed like magic's uncertainty. Curious eyes watched him with growing respect. Before them stood a colossal structure, its frame gleaming with metal pride. The engineer's voice carried both pride and regret as he unveiled their greatest work and imperfect triumph. Steam hissed, revealing the titanic creation known as the Fortress Engine, embodiment of human will and failure alike. Kai examined the armor closely, recalling his experience in metalwork. Even basic weapons couldn't pierce it. He admired the craftsmanship. Questioning King Havel's claim of failure, the king began explaining its origin. Rengir's request launched the project, and with unlimited funds, creativity bloomed until Dala crushed Rengir unexpectedly. The machine's mass required multiple engines to move. Its design led to breakthroughs but remained incomplete. Standing before Kai, Havel challenged him. The Fortress Engine was both a triumph and a tragedy. Kai realized Havel's intent was to intimidate them. Determined not to falter, he maintained his stance. With confidence, he questioned Havel's motives. The king reacted with anger, but Kai remained composed and unfazed. Instead of choosing something simple, Kai declared his intent to build an engine more than just a pen. He outlined his ambition clearly, The engine would surpass the current model in both speed and strength. Yahello, though surprised, accepted the challenge. Kai stated his terms. He needed space, supplies, and a skilled team. A towering dwarven engine loomed before them, sparking an intense negotiation. Kai, calm and focused, allowed his opponent to set the terms. The conditions were harsh: build a working engine from scratch, or face punishment. Doubt hung heavy, but Kai's expression never wavered. The scale of the dwarven creation stunned everyone. Its complexity and grandeur raised doubts among Kai's allies. Questions erupted. Could Kai really compete with a masterpiece crafted by dwarves? Still, his confidence never faltered. Encouraged by Ren's unwavering loyalty, Kai regained focus. Ideas began to form, uncertain, but enough to spark hope. Kai outlined the next phase of his plan. To make it succeed, he needed Ren's help. A mission was issued: travel to Jisoga and return with a crucial individual. Surprised but attentive, Ren asked the obvious question, who? Kai hesitated, clearly burdened by the weight of his decision. Far away, within the grand halls of the dwarves' crystal palace, whispers of discontent stirred. Political speculation grew. What if Kai failed? Would it trigger conflict? Would the Long Ear's death on dwarf soil be used as justification for war? A shadowed figure calmly dismissed the threat. He saw through the plan. Armed men sent across a volatile border were easily lost. Kai introduced the dwarves to the gathered team, acknowledging their resentment. He understood the tension, but emphasized purpose-building. Skepticism hung thick. The dwarves refused blind orders for them. Creation required vision, not commands. One leader finally agreed with conviction, not obedience. Kai, unwavering, clarified the task: replicate the existing steam engine piece by piece, but do not assemble. His words stirred protest. They questioned his role. Why should they build if he only supervised? Kai countered with bold intent. Trust him, and he would reveal a future worth building for. Moved by Kai's resolve, the dwarves rallied. One praised Kai's pen invention, admitting that true skill earns respect. Kai faced the dwarven leader with calm defiance. He offered to contribute however he could, despite not being a builder. As the train carried Ren through snowy mountains, Kai placed his faith in him without hesitation. Sleep crept in as Ren struggled to stay alert. The train's warmth made the ride deceptively comfortable. Searching for clarity, Ren splashed water on his face. He grumbled at the overheated coaches, unaware of the shadow behind him. A cloaked stranger entered silently. An ominous scent reached Ren too late. Poison filled the air. The cloaked figure struck with a blade, catching him off guard in a flash of steel. Ren countered the assassin's poisoned needle with a desperate strike, managing to delay the attacker's next move. Thrown from the speeding train, the enemy vanished into the snowy cliffs as Ren barely regained his footing. Wind howled around him as regret filled his thoughts. 10 days later, the forge echoed with progress. Kai studied the near-complete parts alongside the dwarves. Pressure mounted as the deadline loomed. Doubts resurfaced. Had he promised too much? Tension eased slightly, though not yet ready. Kai pleaded for more time. He still held something to reveal, and he wasn't finished fighting for his vision. Pressure mounted in the workshop. Dwarves demanded progress, and concerns grew over Ren's delayed return. Tension flared. A veiled messenger approached Kai with an urgent summons. A secret meeting was requested by Princess Dorania. Hesitation gave way to strategy. Despite the outfit's unusual design, Kai agreed it was necessary to stay unnoticed. Doubt lingered, but Kai stood firm with Ren missing and time against them. This opportunity couldn't be ignored. Inside the palace's hidden bath chamber, Princess Doronia waited. Her demeanor hinted at seriousness behind the intimacy of the setting. In a private chamber, the elder voiced his doubts about Kai to him. The effort already seemed lost. Though sorrow was visible on her face, the princess was told to let go. Yet inwardly, she reflected on the weight of her gift ambrosia alone in the bath. She confronted her thoughts. Many had come seeking power through her, never truly seeing her as a person. Her eyes wandered as she dried off, lingering on uncertainty. The place she stood was her own, yet she felt exposed not from nudity. Outside, a presence arrived, cloaked and decisive. Kai stepped into the moonlit chamber, unseen by most, but drawn to what lay ahead. Startled by the sudden presence, the princess panicked. Embarrassed, she begged Kai to turn away while she covered herself. Moments later, dressed and composed, she faced him again. Her hands trembled as she prepared to speak. Overwhelmed by guilt, she collapsed in front of him. Her apology came before any explanation, leaving Kai stunned. As she gathered herself, the truth spilled out. Communication had been impossible. The man Kai sent had vanished, and fear was growing behind the palace walls. He asked for clarity. She hesitated but pointed him toward the inner shrine, the place where answers, And perhaps threats waited. Generations of Jade Hall women had covertly shaped the kingdom's fate. Now, their influence threatened everything. Despite appearances, King Havel's authority wavered. Dwarven tradition demanded a married heir, yet he had refused for a reason. Upon discovering his sister's ambrosia, Havel vowed not to wed until she found safety in marriage. Tears welled as the princess confessed. Her mere existence endangered her brother's reign, and guilt overwhelmed her. Kai finally understood her desperation that night wasn't seduction. It was sacrifice. If she became his, Havel would be free. Doronia grew flustered, recalling her bold actions, hiding her embarrassment behind her delicate veil. Determined to mend the situation, she offered to plead with her brother, hoping for forgiveness. Gray, reflecting on his own role, quietly accepted his share of the blame. Despite the risk, he promised to help her once he regained his freedom. Offering his support without hesitation, surprised by his sincerity, Doronia could only respond with a stunned expression. Her emotions overwhelming her. Their bond strengthened in that moment. She asked for his promise, and he simply replied with her name, no titles. Trust formed between them, replacing fear with resolve. Gray stood in the empty factory, questioning the value of their effort. Doubts clouded his resolve. Suddenly, he walked through a guarded door. The soldiers tensed, unsure of his next move. Outside, King Havel confronted him with fury. The dwarves had run out of patience and time, standing his ground. Gray heard the grim verdict: his timeline was insufficient, and defeat seemed inevitable. The king's accusations grew sharper. Promises of new technology had raised false hopes. For Havel, deception and craftsmanship was unforgivable. Gray panicked as the judgment loomed over him. Dwarves stood ready to cast him into the furnace, unmoved by his desperate plea. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the hall. A powerful voice challenged King Havel, accusing him of breaking sacred laws. The hall fell silent as Princess Sakura of Adar entered with authority. Her presence stunned the crowd and halted the execution. With a confident smile, she stepped beside Gray. This time, she had arrived just in time to save him. Snow drifted across Garandoa's western border, a cold and desolate region marked by jagged peaks and silent winds. Stretching across the rocky terrain, the outer wall stood as the first and last defense. A few scattered guards manned the battlements, peering through binoculars while cannons remained still. Untested inside the Dalani invasion camp. Tension stirred. Scouts returned with critical news. The wall's defenses were minimal. Commander Gil, confident and composed, saw the opportunity clearly. The risky maneuver of leading his forces over the treacherous Nord Mountains had paid off. As preparations began, Gil silenced dissent. While the soldiers recovered, he would take command of the assault. Princess Sakura's arrival brought relief to the tense gathering. Kai and his companions welcomed her warmly, grateful for her timely support during the critical moment. As the conversation shifted, they revealed that Ren had been pushed from a train during the journey. The dwarf elder demanded answers. Kai recalled Doronia's warning that the Jade Halls had targeted Ren. Despite the harsh conditions, Ren had survived the ordeal. He credited his endurance to his canine heritage and luck, though the fall left him with a broken arm. Recognizing the effort, Kai embraced Ren. The young warrior's resilience had earned not only survival but also Kai's respect. Celia arrived as promised, pledging support while reminding Kai of their agreement. Beside them, with his allies gathered, Kai felt ready. Surrounded by Princess Sakura, Celia, and others, he declared his intent to finally begin his mission in earnest. Suddenly, panic erupted in the royal chamber. Urgent messengers burst in, announcing a crisis. The western border had come under direct assault from Dalani forces. The king reacted with fury, demanding clarification. Shock spread across the room as the magnitude of the breach became clear. Scouts reported the worst. The enemy had crossed the Nord Mountains and already broken through the outer wall. Kai reaffirmed his loyalty to King Havel, choosing to honor their agreement despite the unfolding invasion. With resolve, the king promised to confront the western threat personally. His parting words left a sharp warning: Kai's success or failure would determine his fate. Accepting the stakes, Kai planned to proceed using the sacred power granted by an ally. Though doubts surfaced about her usefulness, he remained confident in their strategy. He revealed the key: electricity. The unfamiliar term stirred confusion, but Kai explained how lightning could become a weapon or tool. To prove his point, Kai activated a machine. As light surged, the dwarves watched in stunned silence, murmuring at the new technology now before them. Despite some hesitation, the dwarf elder acknowledged the plan's potential. Kai believed their combined skills could make it work, and Princess Sakura gave her silent approval. Unexpectedly, the topic shifted. One of the women questioned Kai about his previous meeting with Princess Doronia. The conversation took a sharp turn. Misunderstanding escalated quickly. Accusations flew as Kai was confronted about supposedly marrying Doronia, sparking confusion and frustration. Sakura began listing the women around Kai: Ligia, Nia, Celia, each with strong ties or feelings toward him. The implications left Kai cornered. Feigning innocence, Kai tried to deflect. However, Sakura remained unconvinced, noting just how popular and in demand he seemed. Kai tried to explain his actions, insisting that he only followed Prince Luca's command to protect everyone and honor his promise to Gray. Sakura, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted back. She rejected the notion that she was naive and resented being treated that way. Before the argument could escalate, Shakuntira intervened. Speaking on Sakura's behalf, she declared that the princess would no longer listen to Kai. He, visibly deflated, confessed his lack of understanding. He admitted his foolishness in matters of the heart, something no knowledge could prepare him for. Shakuntira offered clarity. Reason alone wouldn't reach Sakura. To mend things, Kai had to speak to her heart, not her mind. Kai struggled to grasp the meaning behind expressing true feelings, unsure how to respond. Gradually, he began to open up, admitting his faults. Kai voiced regret, acknowledged neglect, and expressed a desire to stand with Sakura for their shared future. Moved by his sincerity, the woman before him offered an affectionate reward. Though the moment grew personal, she reminded him to share those same heartfelt words with Sakura. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Explosions thundered as cannons roared across Garandoa's inner wall. The enemy's assault had begun in full force. From the command post, commanders observed the bombardment. With the invaders pinned, their defenses held for now, but the true battle was far from overconfident in their might. The commanders of Garandoa launched a heavy bombardment, confident Dala would soon fall. Suddenly, the tide shifted. Explosions erupted behind their lines, and confusion spread. Shells were coming from an unknown direction. The commanders stared in disbelief. A steel-clad cannon platform, powered by technology they did not comprehend, moved independently. Desperate, Garandoa's forces fired everything at the advancing machine. Cannonballs struck its armor, but none could pierce its shell. The enemy had brought something entirely new. For the first time in history, a tank had entered the battlefield, and Garandoa realized too late. Urgency fills the air as the princess demands entry, but the guards warn the engineers are busy. Suddenly, a nurse bursts in, panic in her voice. The enemy has breached the second wall. The king's location is under imminent threat. Gray listens intently to the description. As the woman mentions the machine's features, realization dawns. It sounds like a tank. Piecing together the clues, Gray deduces that the world's current technology is ripe for such an invention. Meanwhile, the inner castle wall collapses under relentless assault. Explosions ring out as enemy forces storm the defenses, dragging the kingdom toward the brink. A violent blast shook the defenders as armored warriors clashed at the breach. The bearded commander barked orders, demanding they hold position or risk a total collapse. Outside the towering gates, enemy forces amassed. The defenders' cries echoed, refusing to yield even as pressure mounted. A massive war machine rolled forward, its treads tearing the earth. Shock spread through the soldiers as its cannon ignited, blasting the front line apart. One fighter was hurled violently through debris. Their leader cursed the lack of working war trains that might have countered the assault. With a mechanical growl, the tank advanced. Its next shell struck hard, flinging stone and metal as defenders braced for impact. Steel roared against stone as an enormous fortress rolled forward on tracks. Shock filled the defenders' eyes. That colossal structure, thought immobile, was actually moving. To their disbelief, one engine alone pushed the entire fortress. Recognition dawned. Kai stood at the helm, defiant. He had built an engine powerful enough himself. With unwavering confidence, he stood beside his ally. Below deck, workers shoveled furiously, keeping the pressure rising. The first princess leapt forward, rallying soldiers. Her cry rang out, igniting hearts before the coming clash. With a powerful strike, the princess charged into the fray, sending armored enemies flying backward. Her attacks landed with crushing force. Even seasoned warriors stared in disbelief at her overwhelming strength. As the dust settled, she was reunited with her brother. Relief showed in their silent exchange. Kai was questioned about the impossible feat. Calmly, he revealed the secret, an unfamiliar technique called welding. Before a stunned audience, he explained arc welding, comparing it to harnessing lightning's immense power momentarily. Kai demonstrated how intense heat could fuse iron along a seam. The dwarves listened closely as he described the precision required to align the metal plates. To direct lightning with controls, specialized welding rods were necessary. Celia had already crafted rods to exact standards, enabling the process to move forward without delay. The dwarves readied the tools in silence. All eyes turned toward the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the one who would initiate the weld. Lightning crackled around Kai as he stepped forward, body glowing with immense power. Though her divine curse had once been a symbol of destruction, it now fueled creation. A command was given. Kai, cloaked in lightning, stepped forward to begin the welding process with purpose. Molten sparks burst as the iron began to melt under his control. Metal filled the seams perfectly. Progress advanced swiftly. The dwarven overseer beamed with pride, noting the engine's completion would arrive in moments. Before welding, trains were constructed using rivets. Now, welding allowed stronger, faster assembly with greater structural integrity. Dwarves adapted quickly. With generations of craftsmanship behind them, they mastered welding, building engines fit for extreme pressure. The newly forged engine stood completed, boasting power far beyond any riveted design from the past. As soldiers prepared to fire, Kai recalled his humble part-time job where he had first learned welding. Cannons unleashed a barrage. Explosions tore through metal armor, disabling the enemy tank in a fiery blast. Victory was confirmed. Cheers erupted as the armored threat collapsed. Kai and his allies stood relieved, but ready, with morale high. The group pressed forward. Kai declared they'd see how the enemy fought without their machine. The wreckage of the destroyed tank left the enemy stunned. Their entire battle plan collapsed with it. From the shadows, a new figure stepped forward. With the machine defeated, he declared it was their time to strike. Shizuna silently prepared, responding without hesitation as a new phase of conflict began. Kai raised his weapon high, leading the charge with unwavering resolve. Behind him, dwarves and warriors surged forward into the smoke. Filled battlefield, clashing steel and cries echoed as the dwarves overwhelmed the front lines. The enemy's tank, once a symbol of power, now lay in ruins. Observing from the rear, Dr. Volanto appeared unfazed. His calm expression concealed calculated intent. A war-train's sudden attack had shattered the prototype within seconds. Shock rippled through the command ranks, unable to explain the mysterious weapon's origin or method. The doctor's curiosity only deepened. Without warning, massive projectiles rained from above. A boulder struck the earth with deadly force, scattering soldiers. A towering figure emerged on the cliff, casting a long shadow over the battlefield. Kai recognized the stance instantly. Gilgara had arrived. Cloaked in menace and precision, commanders shouted in desperation, urging Gil to act. Their pleas echoed hollow as he reminded them of past commands to stay silent and obey. Refusing money, Gil demanded something greater, full claim to Grandoa's ambrosia. With a cold nod, the deal was struck. Shizuna, his loyal companion, called him to action. Amid explosions and cannon fire, Gil stood before King Havel and Major Gray. He dismissed their gratitude, claiming the moment to demonstrate his work. Major Gray and King Havel exchanged a knowing glance, readying their next push. Doronea stepped forward, eager to join the front line, but her brother stopped her with firm resolve. He reminded her of his duty as both king and sibling. Despite her strength, this battle was no place for her. An outsider's request to intervene was quickly rejected. The king invoked tradition and commanded her to remain behind, safe from harm, with a thunderous cry. Havel rallied his warriors. He called for unyielding advance until the enemy's leader was brought down. Doronea remained behind, her expression heavy. The enemy, however, sensed something was off. Events were unfolding far too smoothly. The Dalahani force had crossed a deadly winter mountain range to reach Grandoa. Kai and the others considered it odd for such a grueling journey to end in one simple defeat. Doubts spread among the soldiers. Aaron speculated their enemies had gambled everything on a single failed weapon, but unease lingered. Suddenly, an unnatural blizzard engulfed the battlefield. Warriors were caught off guard as freezing winds and slashing strikes tore through the line. From the swirling snow, a lone swordsman emerged with deadly intent. His precise movements sent panic through the ranks as dwarves fell. In a swift and brutal assault, the mysterious warrior cut down opponents with ease. The mysterious warrior sliced through the battlefield with precision and power. His presence triggered immediate recognition among the commanders. Shock spread quickly. He wasn't just any fighter. The soldiers realized they were facing a Hasa's mercenary, a deadly assassin for hire. Calmly, he clarified his purpose. Bound only by contract, he had no grudge against the dwarves. The mission was business, not vengeance. Despite the explanation, the front line ordered a barrage. Bullets filled the air as the mercenary surged forward with unshaken resolve. With calculated grace, he activated his shields and deflected the storm of gunfire. Chaos followed as he resumed his attack, unstoppable. A powerful aura surrounded the Hasa's warrior as a new figure stepped forward, an unfamiliar girl. Legends told of a people with ice in their veins. She stood calmly, channeling cold as if it were a natural extension of herself, not magic, but instinct. Observing from above, orders were issued to bombard the area. Disrupting the new fighters was now the top priority. Inside the war train, engineers struggled with visibility. Commands were shouted to move forward, reposition, and prepare for shelling support. Despite their efforts, systems began to fail. The temperature dropped rapidly as the Winter Princess unleashed her power, freezing the battlefield in moments. The train's engines screeched and seized as ice spread rapidly across its surface. Kai and Aaron could only watch in disbelief. Above the chaos, the Winter Princess floated in full control, draining all warmth from the surrounding environment. From afar, a curious observer marveled at her abilities but noted how the machine's presence shifted attention away from her. Meanwhile, frontline officers mistook the frozen rivets for dwarven innovation. Encouraged by the confusion, they ordered an aggressive push, thinking the enemy was in retreat. But the advance was short-lived. One of the dwarves launched a counterattack, fiercely rejecting the notion they could be driven like cattle. Doronia watched helplessly as her brother charged forward recklessly. The Hassas warrior, unfazed by the ice, advanced through magical barriers with unshaken determination. With a furious roar, the dwarf king brought his weapon down. The impact sent a shockwave across the field, but his enemy remained composed. Kai observed the clash, noting the dwarf's hammer could shatter Shizuna's strongest ice. As their weapons collided, cannons erupted from the fortress wall. Soldiers scrambled, aiming fire at the western section of the defenses, now crumbling under pressure. The wall shook violently. Still locked in battle, the Hassas warned his opponent ignore him and death would follow. Doronia launched a fierce strike, interrupting the king's command with a clash that shattered the standoff. Though warned and questioned, she declared her defiance clearly, choosing a path against royal blood. Her voice trembled with resolve as she honored past guidance but embraced her own decision. Without hesitation, she drove her weapon into the ground, rejecting dependence to carve her fate. Witnesses stood stunned, her identity now exposed, and the truth of her power became undeniable. As Shizuna arrived calling out for Kai, gunfire erupted and the battlefield plunged into chaos. Major Gray stepped forward, issuing orders with clarity, confirming his identity to an astonished enemy. With conviction, Gray declared his allegiance as a Lemurian company officer, challenging Kai's authority directly. Before Gray could act, Havel intervened with a furious charge, forcing Doronia and Kai into a fierce melee. In a swift and selfless act, Gray shielded Doronia from a fatal shot, taking the bullet himself. Riflemen opened fire as the enemy charged forward, their formation struggling to halt the advancing threat. With Gray injured but alive, a new crisis erupted. The last defensive wall collapsed under pressure. Doronia stepped forward, armor shifting, revealing the cost of the decision she was about to make. Despite concern from those around her, she stood firm, choosing to act with full awareness and resolve, knowing the dangers of Ambrosia's power. She asked Gray to accept it, risking madness for strength. With solemn resolve, Doronia invoked Ifrit, the ancient spirit of fire, entrusting Gray with her inner flame. As the ritual commenced, sacred energy passed between them, igniting a transformation through intense physical and spiritual strain. Power surged violently around Gray's body, crackling with flame as he staggered forward, barely containing the force within. Now clad in blazing armor and surrounded by destruction, Gray re-emerged as a vessel of divine fire. His first strike shattered the battlefield, unleashing a furious assault that overwhelmed all in its fiery path. Kai held Shizuna tightly as soldiers panicked at the sight of the transformed being. Gunfire erupted. The hail of bullets struck the fire-clad warrior, but the assault only fueled the burning force within. With terrifying precision, Gray summoned an enormous sphere of fire, its heat rippling across the battlefield. The blazing orb crashed into enemy lines with overwhelming force, engulfing everything in a blinding inferno. As silence fell, the scorched earth revealed Gray's burning form standing alone, leaving allies stunned in awe facing defeat. The enemy leaders acknowledged their failure. With no hope left, they opted for destruction. Rather than retreat, Dr. Volanto hinted at deploying a hidden weapon, one capable of mass devastation. Delighted by chaos, the doctor revealed his intent to release poison gas, science's answer to divine wrath. Gray unleashed a devastating surge of power, the ground trembling beneath his divine curse. Flames engulfed the enemy ranks, leaving their formation shattered and smoldering. The enemy, refusing defeat, rose from the ruin, channeling dark energy around his blade. Blades collided, sending waves of fire and force rippling across the battlefield. Sparks burst like meteors as their power intertwined. Spectators could scarcely believe the sight of a mortal swordsman holding his ground against a godlike foe. As the duel raged, enemy soldiers seized the chance to strike. Blades were raised toward glacis, their cries echoing through smoke and flame. The battlefield erupted once more as soldiers formed a protective ring around glacis. Gunfire thundered, shields locked, and determination filled their eyes. Encouraged by their bravery, Glacis steadied herself, her heart trembling but resolute. Warriors clashed nearby, blades striking with fierce rhythm. Elsewhere, chaos reigned among the opposing ranks. Commanders debated their next move as heavy artillery was readied for deployment. The air grew tense when one officer hesitated, uncertain if they should retreat or press forward. Arguments flared as another officer protested, fearing for their troops trapped near the gas lines. Even as moral conflict clouded their ranks, the commanders stood unwavering. Explosions tore through the battlefield as artillery shells rained down without warning. Soldiers scattered for cover, confusion spreading among the ranks. Smoke began to blanket the ground, thick and unnatural. Warriors stumbled, their helmets clattering as they coughed violently. Men collapsed one after another, gasping for air that no longer gave life. Horror spread as the truth emerged. The air itself was deadly. The commander realized the horror too late, shouting orders. He warned his troops to stay back from the spreading fumes, his voice breaking through chaos. Far behind the lines, enemy officers observed calmly. Satisfaction filled their faces as they watched the gas consume all. The poisonous cloud spread across the battlefield, consuming everything in its path. Confusion turned to horror as soldiers realized their allies were targets too. Through the choking mist, the knight caught sight of Shizuna staggering toward him. Her weakened form trembled, voice faint as she warned him to stay back. Desperation hardened his resolve. Drawing his blade, he turned from despair to defiance. Explosions roared again, shaking the ground beneath his feet. Standing firm, he faced the encroaching destruction without hesitation, ready to endure whatever followed. Far ahead, fortress gates rumbled open. Survivors fled towards safety while the defenders shouted for haste. The cannons were readied once more, their barrels glinting under the dim light. A strategist issued commands with precision, ignoring the growing concern among his allies. For him, the battlefield became an experiment, a chance to test his creation in confinement. His confidence drowned out the shouts urging retreat. Gray stood amid the chaos, towering flames surrounding his armor. Amid collapsing walls and falling debris, a desperate plea rose from behind the walls. The woman called upon the guardian spirit, begging it to protect their people from destruction. Power erupted from the earth as light consumed the horizon. Energy surged upward, shaking the fortress and silencing every sound. A massive surge of molten fire erupted from the earth, engulfing the field in blinding heat. Inside the fortress, terror spread as a wall of magma rose higher than the gates. Gray rushed forward, shielding Shizuna within his arms, determined to protect her from the inferno. The searing flames swept outward, consuming the poisonous smoke that lingered over the battlefield. Visibility returned, revealing Gray standing firm against the roaring wall of fire. Despite exhaustion, he seized the chance to escape. Using the brief pause, he carried Shizuna towards safety, guided by sheer will. Far away, the scientists watched the spectacle unfold. Realization struck them, their deadly gas faltered before the heat. As the poisonous flames spread, the remaining soldiers realized their defeat. While his subordinates panicked, he escaped without hesitation. Those left behind were consumed by fire, cursing his betrayal as the ground around them melted away. When the smoke cleared, the battlefield lay in ruins. Gray stood battered but alive, surrounded by allies who ran toward him in relief. Cheers erupted within the fortress. Warriors raised their weapons high, celebrating the end of the assault. The victory brought renewed pride to the kingdom. In the grand hall, Gray knelt before the king. His courage was rewarded with a noble title, marking the dawn of a new chapter for Garandoa. Though uncertain about the implications, Enfield receives unexpected praise and recognition from a proud king. During the formal ceremony, a veiled woman bestows the title of Earl upon Enfield. As winner of the challenge, he's granted the right to request anything within royal power, and one final reward remains. Anticipation fills the room, soldiers whisper excitedly, imagining grand rewards. The princess stares at him expectantly, awaiting his decision behind the scenes. Leaders discuss the true purpose. A royal marriage between Albion and Garandoa could seal lasting peace. Contrary to expectations, Enfield calmly requests a workshop. The room freezes. No one anticipated such a humble, honest wish. Before the throne, Enfield formally requests a workshop, offering access to new technologies in return. Impressed yet cautious, King Havel questions the unusual proposal. Enfield confirms his intent with unwavering resolve. With the alliance secured, Enfield takes a quiet moment to reflect in the hot spring. The successful negotiations weigh heavily on him, but hope for the future remains clear. His relaxation is interrupted by a cheerful voice. A girl appears unexpectedly, assuring him she arranged everything for his comfort. From behind the steam, a girl with horns and a towel steps forward. She stares back, caught just as off guard by the unexpected encounter, startled by the accidental intrusion. Kai covers his face while the girl, flustered and furious, demands an explanation. In the awkward silence, she reveals that their encounter was likely orchestrated to ensure a private conversation. She admits expecting Kai to accept a political marriage, surprised he chose otherwise. Calmly, Kai explains that he simply didn't want to. To him, receiving a person as a reward felt deeply wrong. His true purpose remained unchanged: to help her reclaim her homeland, not to gain titles or power. He recalls the one who protected them, Gray, and how his promise to him still drives his actions. For Kai, loyalty outweighs all expectations of duty or reward. Sakura, flushed and hesitant, leans forward with conflicted emotions. Kai looks up, surprised by her vulnerable expression. Doronia bursts in unexpectedly. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, her carefree presence contrasts Sakura's embarrassment, and confusion rises as she justifies her entrance with casual boldness. Despite overhearing the earlier exchange, Doronia directly addresses Kai with sincerity. She expresses a heartfelt request. Even if marriage isn't an option, she wants to follow him, hoping for a place at his side beyond Garandoa's walls. Her proposal extends to Sakura as well. She suggests the two of them journey together, united by affection and the desire to see the world beyond their homeland. Chaos erupts as Doronia playfully pulls Sakura closer, teasing her about hidden feelings. Kai, overwhelmed, tries to halt the rising tension in the bath. Despite Sakura's flustered protests, the situation escalates. The two girls begin wrestling in the water, causing confusion and leaving Kai completely out of depth. Their energetic exchange continues while Kai sinks lower into the water, barely able to process the unexpected turn. The next day, preparations for departure begin. Inside the busy terminal, a friend sends them off with assurance that the workshop will be well cared for in their absence. At the station, Doronia confirms her permission to join the journey, with King Havel's blessing and spirits high. A sudden call interrupts the group as Legia rushes toward them, delivering urgent news with visible concern. She wastes no time, informing them of a new assignment directly from Prince Luca. Leave is denied. They're to depart immediately without delay or preparation. Their destination is revealed, the Tarry-Eyed Sea, specifically Naraya Isle. Her tone is firm and unwavering, showing how critical the mission is. Shock spreads among the party. The name Naraya alone stirs dread, and the mention of a labyrinth deepens the tension. Clearly, this isn't a simple expedition. As they reach the coast, a distant island emerges on the horizon. A lone figure sits by the shore, waiting. A group of explorers approaches the shore, seeking guidance to the hidden path leading to Naraya. Without turning, the girl delivers her message. Her tone holds weight, suggesting she knows far more than she reveals. The men hesitate, unsure whether to heed her warning or press forward. With calm certainty, she faces them fully. Her words cut through the silence. The labyrinth they seek will bring death. Across the Tarry-Eyed Sea, the elf girl approached Naraya Isle by boat, eyes fixed on the distant spire rising from jagged cliffs. Without hesitation, she dove into the water, her expression sharp with resolve. The blade strapped to her leg glinted in the light. Beneath the waves, she moved swiftly through the coral reef, weaving between schools of fish with silent precision. Spotting her target, she grasped a large shell with one hand while her other readied a short blade. A sudden motion behind her broke the stillness. Hidden among the rocks, a monstrous sea creature stirred. Her gaze shifted immediately, narrowing at the threat now blocking her ascent. Back at her boat, the elf girl sorted through her catch, collecting shellfish and strange black sea stars. On shore, she returned to the bustling dock, only to be forced aside by guards escorting government cargo. The convoy passed through a fortified gate watched by heavily armed soldiers. She silently observed the secured entrance. Inside the market, a reptilian overseer barked orders at the workers, urging speed before the fish spoiled. Carrying her harvest, Shira presented it to the merchant, who praised her selection and southern route choice. The merchant handed over payment with a smirk, praising Shira for avoiding the dangerous northern coast. Chaos erupted nearby as workers fumbled a basket, drawing harsh reprimands. Shira observed silently, unimpressed by the disorder. Without warning, the merchant mentioned a new adventuring group seeking a guide and claimed he recommended her. Shira immediately refused the offer, recalling those who ventured into the labyrinth and never returned. Behind her back, quiet whispers passed between the merchant and an assistant. They knew the truth. Shira wasn't just skilled, She was a Nereid, one born of the sea. Locals whispered in awe as they admired Shira's harvest, amazed she gathered it unaided from the seafloor. At the same time, the merchant nervously explained to a group of armed visitors that Shira had declined. The group didn't take it lightly. A heavy presence entered the market, their arrival causing visible tension, despite her attempts to stay unnoticed. One of them recognized her. He confronted her directly, calling her the famed labyrinth guide. She rejected the request without hesitation, stating she no longer took such jobs. But they weren't easily deterred, claiming they'd reach the temple's end with or without her. Shira rejected the offer again, warning them of the labyrinth's true danger. Death awaited those who entered. Enraged by her defiance, the group's leader shouted insults and demanded respect, claiming superiority as professionals. He closed the distance, threatening her life and mocking her status, implying she was just another forgotten slave. Eyes locked on him, Shira stood her ground. She declared her truth: she was not a slave. Unshaken by intimidation, she issued a warning of her own. If they forced her, they would regret it. A masked man suddenly stepped in, criticizing the adventurers for ganging up on a lone girl. At his side, a fierce woman struck with precision, disarming the aggressor and asserting her presence. She wasn't alone. 3 more allies joined her, each armed and visibly ready to fight if needed. One of the larger thugs tried to retaliate, slamming his weapon into the ground in warning. Before he could act further, another woman appeared and effortlessly seized control, humiliating the brute with ease. The defeated intruders fled into the forest, shouting threats behind them. Kai stood silently as tension faded. Once the danger had passed, their companions regrouped. A beastman voiced his concern about how close the ambush had come. Blame shifted quickly. One of the smaller allies was revealed to have leaked information. Kai introduced the group as performers, masking their true identities. The lizardmen expressed gratitude for their help and explained the troop activity in the area. Talks turned to entering the city. The lizardmen acknowledged the difficulties but offered to assist. Kai responded with surprise. Negotiations over the referral fee became tense. The lizardmen proposed 30%, prompting haggling from Kai. Unexpectedly, the elf girl lost her balance. As she stumbled, Kai reached out instinctively to catch her. In the scramble, Kai accidentally grabbed her chest, both froze in shock, eyes wide and bodies tense. Kai quickly apologized, visibly distressed and waving his hands in denial. She turned away, hiding her flustered face. Though startled, a faint smile formed as her expression softened. Not everyone found the situation amusing. The rest of the group stood in deadpan silence, unimpressed. One girl delivered a cold verdict: Kai deserved nothing less than to drop dead. The group observed the coast as the elf girl walked ahead. Her tribe, the Nereids, once belonged to a proud sea folk lineage, but the present told a darker tale. 70 years earlier, the Dala Empire had colonized Naraya. As their train moved forward, the team gathered for briefing after hearing the Nereid history. One member questioned their true objective. Their mission was clear: uncover the mysterious source of the island's profits. The local lord had been fueling Dala's growth with suspicious success. They suspected kerosene, but the numbers didn't add up. Something else powered this operation, something hidden. During a moment of reflection, one soldier commented bluntly on the change in mission tone. Though embarrassed, others admitted the sentiment was true. Relief spread through the ranks, even as they reacted to the phrasing with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Attention soon returned to the task. One operative recalled Prince Luca's final message, an urgent warning about the true identity of the Dala Lord overseeing Naraya Isle. Their journey brought them to the edge of the Nereid village. The elf girl looked ahead with a quiet mix of emotion and memory. Restrictions were clear. Dalani law confined the Nereids to this deteriorating settlement, surrounded by waste and decay. Returning to the village, Shira was met with familiar faces. Elderly residents greeted her warmly, but the absence of others raised concern. The letter he left revealed his burden. He had gone to the Dalani plant, hoping labor would erase their crushing debt. Memories returned as the elder explained. Years earlier, her mother fell gravely ill. Desperate to save her, the family borrowed heavily. Despite the debt, the medicine failed. Shira supported them alone. But eventually, her father also succumbed to the same illness. Now, with the sea tainted and fishing yields low, survival demanded sacrifice. Villagers knew the truth. Those sent to the Dalani plant rarely came back. The group was caught off guard as a hostile band surrounded them. Reinforcements had arrived, far more than the earlier trio they encountered. Threats followed quickly. The attackers mocked their earlier ambush and boasted of superior preparation. Kai remained calm as the enemy declared the Nereid tribe finished. They vowed to destroy the village, believing resistance was futile. Defensive strategies were discussed. while melee weapons posed little threat. The mention of fire arrows created concern. Sakura was moved by his resolve, understanding the village's plight. She agreed to support him without hesitation, her heart steeled by purpose. As she stood before him, her thoughts reflected quiet growth. Fear no longer ruled her presence. A moment of resolve followed. Sakura, though blushing, exposed herself with determination. Her choice stunned those around her. A powerful woman appeared, acknowledging Sakura's change. She offered her body and power, binding the contract with ominous words. Kai accepted without hesitation. Energy surged as he drew close, embracing the ritual that connected their fates. Lightning burst forth with violent force from that union. Something immense awakened, crackling, monstrous, and filled with godlike intensity. Panic erupted among the attackers as the overwhelming force surged through the area. None understood the power they had provoked. As the dust settled, Shira confronted Kai. She realized their group had come for reasons far beyond performance. Their true mission targeted Dala. Hearing the truth, she pleaded to join them. Her voice held determination born from loss and resolve. The others looked on, silent but moved. Soon after, the group advanced. With assistance from allies, they secured passage through guarded gates without issue. Their destination lay ahead. Inside the carriage, the group prepared for what was to come. Shira urged everyone to remain alert. Kai echoed the warning. They now knew their true enemy. The group learned the truth. Naraya's lord was bred Regan, a ruthless figure feared across the region. In the lively trade district of Naraya Isle, nightfall brought music, drinks, and endless chatter. Inside, a group of women entered the grand hall, stunned by the sheer size and energy. All eyes turned toward them as they moved through the crowd. Plans were quickly made to entertain the tavern's guests. Dancing and music were proposed, with Sakura to perform on the lyre. Lygia, clearly uncomfortable, protested the revealing outfit she was handed. Despite her noble upbringing and training in the arts, she found the costume beneath her standards. While the others encouraged her with cheer, Lygia stood firm in embarrassment. To her, the act wasn't a performance. It was humiliation masked as tradition. Kai burst into the room with food, unaware of the tension inside. Inside, the girls had begun undressing for their upcoming performance. Their startled reactions turned to panic as they realized someone had seen them. Chaos erupted instantly. Shouted protests and thrown objects overwhelmed the boy, who struggled to keep his balance while defending himself from their scolding. After the clash, one of the women forcefully escorted him out. The doors slammed shut behind him, sealing the embarrassment with a sharp command to stay away. Standing outside in silence, the boy covered his face in frustration. He stared out toward the northern part of the island. Arriving at the island's core, Kai and his group were surprised by the camp's lively atmosphere at a local tavern. Kai gathered intel from the workers. They discovered the camp focused on oil refining, but mentions of the mysterious Nereids remained elusive. Later that evening, the girls finished preparing for their planned performance. One by one, the dancers stepped forward in ornate costumes. Kai, stunned by the transformation, offered genuine praise for their appearance, leaving them flustered yet proud. Encouragement spread among the group. Though nervous, the girls beamed with renewed confidence, believing they could capture the crowd's attention with grace and charm. As preparations wrapped up, Kai reminded the group of their plan. While the girls performed on stage, he and Shira would sneak off to investigate the area unnoticed. With determination, one of the performers vowed to captivate the crowd and cover their absence. Music soon filled the venue as the girls began their performance. Their lively rhythm and synchronized movements quickly drew the audience's attention. The dancers moved with confidence and energy, dazzling the crowd. Cheers erupted as the guests were swept away by the unexpected show of elegance and flair. On stage, the performance bloomed into a full spectacle of beauty and grace. The audience was enthralled, completely unaware that elsewhere, cheers erupted across the tavern as the dancers performed under bright lights. The crowd's energy intensified, stomping feet in rhythm with the music. Outside, news of the show spread quickly. Curious onlookers rushed in, drawn by the promise of beautiful performers. Inside, some rowdy spectators began shouting inappropriate demands. One dancer naively misinterpreted the call, offering to comply before being stopped by her shocked companions. Elsewhere, Kai and Shira continued their covert movement. Loud cheers from the tavern echoed behind them as they remained focused on their mission. Questions arose between them. Shira, suspicious of Kai's popularity, pressed him about his connection to the girls. Kai hushed Shira as they hid in the shadows. She froze, surprised by his closeness, but didn't resist. Nearby guards chatted about the dancers at the tavern, unaware of Kai and Shira's presence. Their distraction allowed the pair to slip deeper into the camp unnoticed. Frustration simmered in Shira's voice as she accused Kai of manipulating the girls' feelings for tactical gain. He offered no defense together. They reached a cliffside view of the facility. Smoke rose from towers, and the scale of the operation became clear. Looking down, they identified an oil well and refinery. The rumors were true. This island hid a massive industrial base. Kai explained the refinery process with ease, drawing from old job memories. Shira listened, surprised by his unexpected knowledge. Despite the insights, something remained wrong. The Nereids were still missing, and Shira's voice cracked as she remembered her missing father and village. A guarded facility came into view. Its fortified walls and constant patrols suggested it might hold answers or captives. Cautiously, they prepared to move closer. Kai pointed out the heavy security, and both knew they had to act carefully. Just before advancing, they spotted something in the water. A group of figures emerged, women swimming toward boats under armed guard under cover of darkness. Exhausted divers emerged from the sea, their breaths ragged from effort. Close to the boats, they tirelessly haul baskets filled with mysterious, spiny clams. These are the infamous black keels, a species visible only in complete darkness due to their faint glow. According to Shira's account, the black keels mutated from ordinary clams only after the Dala Empire established a factory on the island. Despite their visibility at night, the clams offer no real value. Their pearls are jagged, their flesh toxic, inedible, and unsellable. Back at the shore, a weakened diver collapses from exhaustion. Without hesitation, a Dala soldier strikes him brutally. Kai restrained his ally just as they were about to break cover in anger. Struck by the scene of cruelty, the elf prepared to intervene. But Kai warned against it. Tears welled in the elf's eyes, overwhelmed by helplessness. Kai urged them to stay calm, to think. As emotions cooled, Kai asked about the elf's father. The answer was somber. He was too ill to dive anymore. They reached the facility's rear. Kai pointed to the structure and revealed hidden supplies. Entry, he claimed, would soon be possible. Grinning darkly, Kai lifted a bottle soaked in oil with a swift motion. He hurled it skyward. Flames erupted near the factory, drawing the guards into a frenzy. As confusion spread, Kai and his allies slipped through the perimeter, unnoticed in the chaos. Inside the building, they moved cautiously. A distant noise startled them, but the hallway ahead remained empty and dimly lit. Kai explained the explosive thrown earlier, a Molotov cocktail. While foreign to his companion, it served its purpose perfectly. Igniting panic outside, the two advanced deeper into the facility. There, they found containers filled with black keels. Speculation began as Kai observed the lab equipment. The harvested clams weren't discarded, they were being processed. Behind iron bars, desperate voices echoed. An emaciated hand reached out, trembling, begging for something unseen. Inside the cell, prisoners clawed toward the light, shouting pleas for blood. Their minds seemed broken, consumed by an unbearable craving. The air thickened with madness, faces twisted in agony and obsession. Kai realized this wasn't fear, it was addiction. Something horrific had changed these people. A guard stormed in, demanding silence. From behind him, a suited figure emerged, calmly observing the chaos. He dismissed the scene as expected. Lighting a cigarette, the man declared the experiment worthless. Whatever they had hoped to produce from these captives, it had failed. In a shadowed room, the advisor presented his report to the sharply dressed elf. Kai, watching from afar, his body stiffened. Beside him, the elf girl asked what was wrong, but Kai's focus was locked on the door ahead. Memories flooded back. Bread Regan, once a commoner, had climbed unnaturally fast through Dala's brutal ranks. Now he ruled Narala Isle and was known to have orchestrated the assassination. Of gray resentment boiled behind Kai's eyes. Rumors confirmed what he feared. Regan's rise was soaked in blood and treachery. Back in the lab, Regan proudly showcased his product, nearly pure mermaid's blood. His expression remained calm, but his ambition was clear. Ordered by Regan, the lab assistants prepared to showcase a new test subject. Kai and his companion remained hidden nearby, eyes fixed on the unfolding horror. The captive was revealed pale, frail, and familiar. Recognition struck immediately. It was her father, now reduced to a test subject for blood experiments. Panic overtook her as she learned he'd already been injected twice. Despite Kai's effort to restrain her, she struggled in anguish. Regan stood indifferent. To him, their suffering meant nothing. He spoke coldly of conquest and utility, dismissing the man's worth to mere experimentation. Grief overwhelmed her. Kai watched helplessly, unable to act. No magic, no aid, no allies remained. Regan declared the world now belonged to mortals, split between those who act and those who suffer. Before the next injection could be delivered, a sudden explosion filled the room with smoke. Chaos erupted, halting the experiment. A figure emerged through the flames. His presence was unmistakable. Kai stood tall and revealed his true identity, Gray Enfield, the one they thought was gone. With fierce resolve, he confronted Regan. Nothing, not even death, would stop him from taking revenge. A lifeless body lay sprawled across the bloodied floor in Kaiser. Victim of an unknown toxin, the words mermaid's blood echoed ominously, hinting at a substance far more dangerous than mere legend. Prince Luca knelt beside the corpse, eyes narrowing in recognition. His subordinate questioned whether the drug was truly responsible for the grotesque death. Nearby, chained and snarling, a beastly figure sat restrained. Torn limbs scattered the scene, victims of their own frenzied desperation. News had arrived from the homeland. Mermaid's blood had surfaced even there. Luca processed the grim reality together. They reached a grim conclusion. Narail was the drug's source, and Bread Regan was financing it. Prince Luca and his advisor returned to the office, urgency clear in their voices. A counterattack needed planning. With the source of Dala's sudden rise exposed, they questioned whether to recall Kai from Naraya Isle. Elsewhere, Kai confronted enemies with sudden flames erupting around him. Startled onlookers watched as he invoked a dark power, declaring it the mark of his unholy curse. Smoke curled and heat swelled as Kai issued his threat. If his demands weren't met, the blaze would consume everything. Leaving behind only ashes and ruined, tensions reached their peak, as Shira cried out for her father, demanding the release of their people. Chaos erupted as captors panicked, and a familiar voice answered her desperate plea. In the shadows, Regan stepped forward with disdain. Rather than fear, he showed resentment not toward his enemy's threats, but the betrayal of his own emotions. Suspicion grew in her mind. If he had truly known Gray, he would have reacted differently. Doubt lingered, but certainty prevailed. Kai raised a magical scroll, his voice steady and threatening. Those before him hesitated, fear overtaking defiance. He warned them of the consequences. Without hesitation, Regan drew his gun, his words cut through the tension as the chamber clicked into place and the shot rang out. A victim collapsed, blood soaking the floor. Kai's rage erupted while Shira screamed in horror. The man mocked them, declaring Gray's name with disdain, gripping the scroll. Kai demanded submission. His threat met only scorn. Regan laughed at the notion of magic, mocking the very power Kai held. Regan revealed the truth behind Kai's weapon. He identified it as technology from another world, Maribito's science. The mention of Gray's imposter raised suspicions. Standing still, Regan noted Kai's hesitation. Despite having the chance to act, Kai held back, prompting only disappointment. Uninterested in further conflict, Regan dismissed the threat. His cold words echoed just before a powerful blast reduced part of the building to rubble. The explosion shook the ground. Shira shielded the girl in her arms as Kai fell, dazed by the blast's force. Panic spread fast. Soldiers shouted warnings. Flames approached the underground tanks filled with oil if they ignited. The entire island risked annihilation. Kai realized too late that oil tanks lay beneath the building. Igniting the structure now risked catastrophic explosion. Regan, calm and composed, mocked Kai's failure. He declared the time for vengeance over and doubted Kai's ability to escape his own trap. While flames closed in, Shira cradled her injured father. Desperation filled her voice as she begged him to stay conscious. Options ran thin. Kai assessed the risk. Breaking windows might save them. But if the tanks ignited, the facility and all the imprisoned Nereids would be lost. Tears welled in Shira's eyes. Her plead wasn't only for her father. She begged Kai to help them all before it was too late. Clutching the bundle tightly, Kai sprinted toward the danger. Flames surged nearby, but there was no turning back. He had to try something before everything collapsed. A massive blast erupted from the structure. Contrary to expectations, the fire began to weaken. Confusion spread among the soldiers as smoke thinned and sparks faded. Though one believed it might be magic, Regan dismissed the idea. Whatever Kai used wasn't sorcery yet. It impressed him enough to take notice for the first time. Outside, Kai staggered through the forest carrying an injured body. Shira followed behind. They had survived the blast, using a device designed to snuff flames. A powerful extinguishing blast silenced the flames, leaving the forest smoldering. Amidst the aftermath, 3 survivors emerged. Shira clutched her father's fading body, his strength nearly gone. Grief surged as he apologized, regretting the burden he felt he had become. With his remaining breath, he grasped her hand. His voice trembled as he redirected her path not home, but toward the labyrinth. Shira's eyes met his in confusion, but he pressed on. He asked about her mother's stories, urging her to remember them, revealing that those tales were more than fantasy. Tears welled as the truth struck. Her mother's stories were real. Her father, exhausted and broken, chose to rest. The father, weakened and fading, clung to his final strength to reassure Shira. He believed she would survive, live on, and one day bring salvation to their suffering people. Despite the pain, certainty filled his voice. Shira reached for him, heart heavy with grief. He looked at her with warmth, calling her his child one last time. His hand fell limp, eyes closing peacefully as Shira embraced his lifeless form. Elsewhere, unrest brewed. Soldiers stormed in, their boots pounding the ground with urgency. Orders rang out, demanding a wide search of the area. Shira and her companion fled across rocky cliffs. Pursuers shouted threats, determined to kill on sight. Before them lay a roaring vortex, its currents pulling fiercely toward a distant fortress. The path ahead was treacherous, but it was the only way forward. Enemies blocked their escape, trapped between soldiers and the vortex. They were ordered to surrender and prepare for judgment. Kai proposed a plan. He would draw enemy fire while Shira leapt into the vortex. Her survival meant hope with resolve. Kai faced the advancing soldiers, memories of failure weighed on him, yet he stood firm. Amid gunfire, Kai moved without hesitation. Though he called himself a loser, helping Shira and the others had given him meaning. Kai, standing beside Shira, finally found a reason to be proud. He urged her onward, asking for the chance to do something meaningful before his courage faded. Shira looked at him with pained understanding. Despite her emotions, she recognized the weight of his resolve. Gunfire erupted without warning. Soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets as Kai prepared for the final move. Together, Shira and Kai leapt into the abyss. Her body twisted in the air, arms wrapped around him as they plunged toward the vortex below. From above, the soldiers continued firing, refusing to let up. Panic filled their voices as their targets disappeared into the depths. As soldiers confirmed the two had vanished into the vortex. Doubt lingered, but no orders were given to follow. Survival was deemed impossible. Far below, the whirlpool dragged debris and bodies into ancient ruins. The twisting currents crashed against the jagged walls of a forgotten structure. Within the depths, Kai and Shira broke through the waters. Their limp forms drifted toward an ancient stone floor. Shira awoke, gasping. Panic struck as she saw Kai unconscious nearby. She pulled him up, her voice trembling. He wasn't breathing. Torn between fear and urgency, she made a decision. Her flushed face steadied as she leaned in. Determined to act despite the awkwardness, Shira leaned over Kai, performing chest compressions and rescue breaths. Relief washed over her as Kai began to breathe, but his body trembled. The cold was severe, and she realized he wouldn't last long without warmth. She hesitated, understanding the situation. Her clothes clung soaked to her skin, and her hands trembled as she prepared herself for what must be done. With quiet resolve, Shira removed the last barrier between them. But necessity, she positioned herself beside Kai, determined to share her body heat. In the stillness of the ruined chamber, she held him close. Skin against skin, she focused only on survival, his, and perhaps their shared future. Shira watched Kai's resting face, memories of his boldness flashing back. Now, silent and vulnerable, he seemed entirely different. While asleep, the usual bravado was gone. She observed him with quiet wonder, caught between amusement and a rising warmth. She sat in reflection, gently embracing him beneath the faded ruins. Outside, light crept over the distant waves, marking the end of a long night. Kai stirred and found himself startled. Confusion crossed his face as he realized their closeness and her state. His reaction was instant, a mixture of shock and disbelief. Wrapped together beneath a blanket, silence lingered. She averted her eyes while he struggled for words. A sharp sound echoed across the cliffs, followed by a cry of rage. Shira's eyes filled with tears, her thoughts spinning as past and present clashed. Still undressed, she confirmed their location. Her discovery within the vortex had led them to the labyrinth, just as the old tales hinted. While gathering her clothes, she recalled a childhood moment. Her mother's stories, once seen as bedtime legends, had been more than imagination. Vivid memories resurfaced. Her mother spoke of ancient ties, claiming to be descended from powerful sea-born bloodlines. Time passed and the belief faded. Her father dismissed it all as fantasy. Yet now, faced with reality-matching myth, Shira questioned everything. Shira stood frozen as memories flooded back. Her father's dying words claimed the ancient tales were true. He pondered aloud, reflecting on the story. If one bore the Lord's blood and conquered the labyrinth, they could awaken a lost kingdom beneath the sea. Kai looked her in the eyes, certain her father hadn't spoken out of delusion. He believed in the weight of those words. With urgency and hope, Kai insisted that Shira might be the key to saving her people. Her lineage, her identity, they mattered more than she'd believed. A determined nod sealed her resolve. Together, they turned toward the labyrinth's depths, ready to uncover the truth. Determined to face the unknown, Kai and Shira stood united before the ruined gate, ready to enter the labyrinth's depths. At Bread Regan's mansion on Naraya Isle, a report was delivered in hushed tones within the office. Officials debated his fate, though survival through the vortex seemed impossible. Regan sat silently, deep in thought. The name Gray Enfield lingered on his lips. Without lifting his eyes from the papers, he issued a firm command to resume the search in the vortex. Dacris, overwhelmed, insisted he witnessed Enfield's death firsthand. Yet doubts grew. Could the figure at Surya Fortress truly be him or an impostor mimicking his form? Uncertainty gave way to speculation. Dacris admitted the human race's susceptibility to transformation. Speculation turned into grim consensus. The man claiming to be Gray Enfield was likely an impostor, with no one daring to challenge the name. Staring out the window, the commander's gaze locked onto the distant silhouette of the labyrinth. Forced by desperation, Kai and Shira plunged into the second level of the labyrinth. Legend spoke of a treasure hidden within. One said to hold the key to saving the Nereids. Without warning, a grotesque slime emerged from the shadows, its eye fixated on the intruders. The creature lashed out violently. In a blur of motion, Kai barely dodged the attack as Shira shouted. A dagger thudded into the ground. The battle had begun. Shira launched into action, slashing through the gelatinous creature without hesitation. Each strike dissolved more of the enemy. Once the threat was neutralized, she checked on Kai, who had remained still during the attack. He reassured her with visible relief. As they regrouped, Kai admitted his inexperience coming from another world. Combat was foreign to him. Despite this, he trained when possible. Shiras expressed surprise, recalling a time when he had shown courage, yet Kai remained unsure about his fighting potential. A sudden rush of memories or fantasies clouded Kai's mind. Surrounded by alluring women from his past encounters, his focus wavered, overwhelmed by the vivid mental intrusion. Kai clumsily attempted to explain a strange magical trait, flustered by his own words. He admitted his strength relied heavily on allies like Sakura and Doronia. Without them, combat was difficult. She promised to protect him the best she could. Encouraged, Kai revealed a magical compass gifted by dwarves, hoping it might aid them. When he handed it over, Shira tested it. The device spun erratically, calmly. She stated the compass wouldn't function in this place. The labyrinth's strange energy rendered all tools unreliable. Kai looked at the broken needle, realizing they were truly on their own. Navigation would depend on wit, not magic. Kai listened in awe as Shira confidently explained she had explored up to the 8th floor. Her experience gave him renewed confidence, and he praised her as a capable guide. Caution followed when she warned of something powerful lurking on the 9th floor, though she could bypass most monsters. The two pressed onward, choosing to face the unknown. Shira navigated each path with certainty, using shortcuts and knowledge of every corridor. They avoided dangerous beasts and found supplies stashed by Shira leftovers from less fortunate adventurers. Meals were far from ideal, but always available. Even with tough dried fish and bland potatoes, Kai appreciated the sustenance. While resting inside the labyrinth, Kai expressed concern about those he left behind. Shira reassured him that the others were strong enough to handle themselves. Outside, suspicions grew. A local admitted to helping the group enter town, but their sudden disappearance during a fire raised eyebrows. The situation became tense. A masked enforcer warned the informant that his support of strangers could jeopardize future dealings on the island. Meanwhile, Shira and Kai reached the 7th floor. Shira's knowledge of the path ahead kept them alert, but something unexpected waited deeper inside. As they stepped forward, towering crustacean. Like monsters emerged, confused by their bizarre forms, Kai hesitated. Shira analyzed the scene, recognizing signs of a deadly swarm. Despite the danger, she asked for Kai's knife, certain she knew how to handle the creatures. With calm precision, she created a sharp, rhythmic sound. The enemy flinched, unsettled by the unexpected noise. The high-pitched resonance stunned the crab like monsters. As they screeched in discomfort, the pair found a moment of control within the chaos. She explained the knife's unusual material and its acoustic effect on the beasts. Meanwhile, Kai scavenged abandoned supplies, pausing to honor the fallen before using what remained. Later, Shira surprised Kai by preparing food using the defeated crabs. Though hesitant, he found her enthusiasm difficult to resist. Kai suggested they cook the creature before eating. Shira hadn't considered it, but the smell confirmed something had to change. Taking the lead, Kai prepared a pot. Years of cooking on his own had made him resourceful. After letting the broth simmer, he tasted it cautiously. The flavor surprised him. It was simple, but satisfying. Bit by bit, he added the dough, then mixed in herbs and crab meat. With care, he monitored the heat and let the soup develop flavor. Finally, the hot meal was served. Though made from old ingredients and monstrous creatures, it offered warmth and comfort, Even Shira looked impressed as she took her first sip. Shira took a careful sip of the soup, her face lighting up with surprise and warmth. As she clutched the bowl, Shira's voice trembled with gratitude. She remembered her father's final moments and the failed rescue of her people. Holding back tears, she whispered her thanks, finally able to express what his presence meant to her. A sudden explosion shattered the moment dust and rubble shook the ground beneath them. Shira instantly stood alert. Enemy forces could be near. Meanwhile, on the 5th level of the labyrinth, Princess Doronia stood victorious. Behind her, a pile of slain beasts confirmed her unmatched strength. Princess Doronia stood at the front, declaring the group's advance. Her presence alone commanded attention and respect. As they followed, Shakuntira revealed her deep knowledge of ancient structures, explaining the logic behind their design, despite the looming danger. She explained how even traps could be anticipated through pattern recognition and experience. Far below on the 9th level, Kai and his companion descended into darkness, torches barely illuminating their path. Shira scanned the area cautiously, sensing overwhelming power. She realized the floor housed only one creature undisturbed and deadly. While moving deeper through the darkness, Shira analyzed the pattern behind each monster's behavior, uncovering subtle clues. Hope sparked between them. If they could understand this floor's secret, perhaps they could survive again. Suddenly, an enormous shadow loomed ahead. The creature's mouth gaped, larger than anything they had encountered before. Without hesitation, Shira lunged forward. Her body shielded Kai from the massive claw tearing through the air. Her body lay broken beneath rubble. Kai stared wide-eyed, helpless, while the monster's roar echoed through the chamber. The massive shark-like creature emerged from the shadows, its claws tearing through the ground in pursuit. Hidden nearby, another survivor noticed the beast's reaction to the flame. He calculated a quick plan. If it chased light, then tossing the torch could mislead it. Without hesitation, the man hurled the torch aside. The creature lunged, crashing through the earth where the fire landed. Confusion spread as realization dawned the creature wasn't following light. Panic surged as they dodged another impact. Running through pitch darkness, he questioned everything. The shark beast thrived without sight. He stumbled to the floor, scattering debris and empty cans across cracked tiles. As he tried to move, his foot caught on rubble, halting him. Drawing a blade, he narrowed his thoughts. A glance at his compass revealed erratic spinning. The magnetic field deep underground was far stronger than above. That anomaly sparked a new theory. Suddenly, the creature reacted. It swung violently, smashing through walls with its massive jaws positioned above the monster. He struck decisively. Rubble flew in every direction as his momentum carried him downward. With a final plunge, his weapon tore into the beast, wounded and reeling. The monster fell back. It was a gamble, but it worked. A violent explosion tore through the beast's body, scattering flesh and debris across the shattered floor. Dragging himself away, he recalled something he once heard about sharks' an organ that could detect slight movements in water. That organ, the ampullae of Lorenzini, could sense electrical impulses. Knowledge from an old job surfaced. An electrician once told him how iron exposed to magnetic fields long enough becomes magnetized. That memory proved crucial. Realization dawned. Armor and weapons inside the labyrinth acted like lures. Instead of protection, they led victims straight into the predator's jaws. Kai cradled the wounded girl in his arms, her voice faint but filled with relief. Blood soaked her side. Panic surged in Kai's mind as he struggled to think. Shira, slipping fast, apologized for her weakness. Far away, political forces stirred. An elven noble dismissed ancient danger as relics, declaring the rise of science. A female officer stood aboard the warship, vowing loyalty. The great siege cannon loomed behind her as she prepared to carry out the command to erase the past. At the labyrinth's threshold, Kai reached the final gate with Shira together. They stood before its glow, ready to face what lay deeper. Kai stepped into the radiant chamber, his eyes narrowing at the vast pool ahead. In the center stood a colossal statue, looming silently over the glistening waters. Before the towering sea god's figure, Kai halted. The trident bearing guardian radiated ancient power, and the closer he came. With the girl in his arms, he gazed up, recognizing the relic from old tales. Her words confirmed it. The gemstone embedded in the trident must be the long-lost treasure of the Azure Sea. She whispered that they had finally reached their destination. Steadying her, Kai prepared to claim the prize. Suddenly, the waters erupted. Shapeless beings rose from the pool, twisting into hostile forms, ready to attack. Kai dropped beside the unconscious girl, breathing heavily. The grotesque enemies loomed, and he tightened his grip on the knife. Determined, he stood again and faced the charging monsters. Survival wasn't a question. He had to defend her. Blades clashed with liquid bodies. Kai's strikes tore through their forms, scattering them momentarily. One by one, the enemies dissolved under his relentless assault. Relief washed over him as he thought it was over. Then a faint pulse rippled through the pool. To his horror, the fallen creatures began reforming. Regeneration had begun. Kai stepped back, eyes wide, as his hard-won victory slipped away. Kai braced himself as enemies closed in from both sides. His vision blurred, limbs exhausted, and options fading. Suddenly, a group of female warriors burst into the chamber, their weapons drawn and eyes wide with urgency. The lead knight explained they came after hearing Kai had entered the labyrinth. Without hesitation, they joined the fray. Steel clashed against liquid bodies as the women launched coordinated strikes. They urged Kai to step back and let them handle the enemy. Despite their strength, the creatures continued multiplying. One warrior shouted in alarm the enemies weren't just many, they were regenerating endlessly. A commanding voice called out to Kai, urging him to ascend the statue and claim the treasure. Shocked, he hesitated, unsure of the sudden shift in responsibility. Behind him, the girl's life waned. The treasure wasn't just a relic, it was her only hope. Resolved, Kai sprinted forward. Enemies moved to block his path, but his allies threw themselves into the fight. Holding the line, swords and arrows cut through regenerating foes. Despite the chaos, the warrior women coordinated perfectly. He climbed quickly, reaching for the glowing pendant suspended at the top. But danger still lurked. One last enemy lunged just as his fingers touched the chain. As Kai reached for the treasure, an enemy's attack struck his shoulder. Blood spilled, but he didn't stop. Falling from the statue, he landed hard on the ground. As he rose, his eyes locked on the object in his hand. A small vial filled with glowing liquid realization dawned. The vial wasn't just sacred, it could save Sira. Trembling, he prepared to administer it. Cradling her close, Kai gently pressed the vial to her lips. Rain poured down as he pleaded silently for it to work. The others watched breathlessly. Moments passed. Finally, Sira's lips parted slightly. A faint breath escaped and hope returned to their faces. Sira stirred weakly in Kai's arms. Her eyes opened slightly as color returned to her face. Relief flooded him. Nearby, a warrior woman held Sira close, willing her to wake. A sudden light burst from her chest, drawing gasps. The glowing radiance spread across the chamber. Watching the transformation, the once hostile spirits recognized the light and knelt in reverence. With the battle ended, the spirits silently retreated. Kai sat quietly on the walkway, holding Sira surrounded by calm, rippling water. At last, a stone staircase emerged from the wall. One of the women explained it must be a passage to the surface, an unspoken parting gift. Kai stood among his companions, grateful for their support. Their arrival had turned the tide. Encouraging words from the horned woman acknowledged his efforts without divine aid. He responded with a quiet, genuine smile, relief finally reaching his face after the long ordeal. Questions arose about the treasure's true nature. She revealed the truth. It was mermaid's blood, not just any potion, but something authentic. Legends spoke of it curing all ailments and extending life. The source of Blade's wealth had been this substance revered for centuries. What Sira drank contained royal Nereides' blood, the essence of their guardian deity. As the truth settled, tremors shook the chamber. A strange sensation overcame the girl with cat-like features. Kai noticed it too. Something was wrong. In the harbor, cannon fire erupted. Under a commanding officer's orders, the fleet launched shells toward the distant cliffs. Among the officers stood a man in a long coat, observing with calm authority. Though the aim was poor, the firepower impressed him. He gave orders to cease fire after a few more rounds and prepare troops for deployment. Intelligence suggested infiltrators were hiding on the island. Within the ruins, Kai and his group moved urgently. If the enemy commander's hunch was correct, they would be discovered. The officer asked which unit would be deployed. His superior already had someone in mind, experienced and prepared for resistance. Meanwhile, Kai and his allies moved through the ruins. The cannon fire ceased, raising suspicion. The girl volunteered to scout ahead. Sira suddenly stirred awake and slid off Kai's back. Her sudden energy surprised everyone, but she insisted she felt fine. The group gathered to reassess the situation. Sira, confused by the surroundings, listened as Kai urged calm outside. Enemy ships surrounded Dala's vessel from the shoreline. One of the girls spotted the danger. Inside the ship, a woman stood by the window, quietly watching the tension unfold. From her hidden vantage, the girl spotted enemy ships lowering their ramps, preparing for a full-scale landing. Their arrival was swift armored beasts disembarked as part of the experimental enhancement unit bred for brute force. Overlooking the battlefield, the commander ordered the artillery to resume, adjusting fire to support the advancing troops. Though the elf officer warned that continued shelling could endanger key targets, The commander dismissed the concern coldly. Standing firm, the commander condemned the old god's unpredictable power and longed for a world shaped by science. The officer tried to stop the commander, reminding him that disobeying the Elder Council's command was treason. Unfazed, the commander brushed aside the warning. Reluctantly, the officer obeyed and gave the order to commence bombardment. Elsewhere, Sarah quietly thanked her savior. Her survival, linked to a mystical blood, carried implications yet unknown. Suddenly, word arrived Darla's troops had landed. The group realized they may need to unleash their divine power. Their companions, in full armor, confirmed the urgency. Both warriors stepped forward, ready to act without hesitation. Two armored women presented themselves boldly before the group, challenging the onlooker to make a swift decision. Before a response could be given, the ground shook violently. A voice rang out, warning everyone to take cover as a barrage of artillery shattered the ceiling above them. Chunks of stone collapsed all around. Kai shielded one of his companions as the floor crumbled. Once the dust settled, the true threat emerged. A battalion of armored giants advanced through the ruins, forcing the warriors to regroup. Beneath the wreckage, one of the elf girls slowly regained consciousness. Isolated and dazed, she struggled to understand where she had fallen trapped. Yet alive, cracks split the stone as water burst through the ceiling. The blast damage had ruptured an underground reservoir, sending waves crashing into the ruin. The elf girl stumbled through rising currents, frantically searching for Kai. Though they had fallen together, only silence met her voice. A shadow moved beneath the water's surface. She caught a glimpse of Kai drifting unconscious as something surged toward him. Stretching out her hand, she fought against the powerful current. Fingers nearly touched, but the force threatened to tear them apart. With unwavering resolve, she pushed forward. Her eyes locked onto him. She would not let him die. Beneath the crashing waves, she pulled Kai close, holding him tightly as his body floated limp. Their lips met underwater, an urgent act to share breath and keep him conscious. Light swirled around them, his eyes opened in confusion, catching the glow of her hair flowing like ribbon through the current. Her transformation completed, no longer just a girl, she now appeared with a radiant tail, embracing him with a calm expression. Their eyes locked. Even in the silence of the deep, he sensed her thoughts clearly and reached back with clarity of his own. She slowly uncovered herself, revealing a source of power hidden within. The moment called for trust, not hesitation. She leaned in with intention, offering a ritual act of power. He hesitated, then accepted the connection between them. Magic surged as their bodies drew closer. Within the swirling water, the shared moment awakened something deeper in both. Kai was dragged into an overwhelming current, his consciousness slipping beneath turbulent waves of energy and heat. In the depths of that haze, he found himself drawn to a woman radiating a powerful aura. Her presence enveloped him, awakening a strange. Their forms intertwined within the swirling magic, suspended in a space beyond reality. Power surged through their link, forming a bond neither of them could fully understand. As he drifted between sensation and awareness, her warmth stood out amid the cold void. A current of unfamiliar sweetness passed through him, anchoring his senses to her alone. Meanwhile, the battlefield raged on. A dark-haired warrior fought against armored beasts, unaware of the transformation occurring elsewhere. A wave of dread swept over the warrior as the enemy's strength surged beyond all reason. Even the seasoned elf commander paused. Without hesitation, the black-haired knight lunged forward, her weapon crashing down with raw force. Sparks flew, yet the monstrous soldier barely flinched. Despite suffering a shattered arm, the creature rose unfazed. Alarm spread. This wasn't just brute strength, fearless and unrelenting. The enemy pressed on, ignoring wounds and death itself. The knight struck again, but the wave of enemies continued to advance without hesitation or mercy. Surrounded and outnumbered, the party regrouped on a crumbling platform. Just as the ground shook, one soldier shouted water was rising. With the enemy closing in, the group debated retreat. Concern filled the air as Sakura's condition weakened from overexertion. Kai struggled with doubt. To flee meant abandoning his gear. To stay meant facing monsters empty-handed. The battle intensified. One ally was struck down violently, her armor torn, her body thrown hard against the rubble. Suddenly, a thunderous force crashed through the battlefield. Water surged upward, bursting from below as if summoned by a hidden force. From the torrent rose a powerful being wreathed in water and fury. Its form shimmered with divine energy. The embodiment of the ocean's wrath had awakened, and its arrival would turn the tide. Kai's transformation sent shock through the group. His figure radiated immense power, no longer human in form. With unmatched force, he faced the enemy head on. Waves of energy erupted from both arms, halting the advance of the armored horde. The transformed warrior tore through enemy lines, scattering soldiers like debris. Each motion carved destruction across the battlefield. Elsewhere, Shira emerged, dripping with water and mystery. Her presence confirmed suspicions she had invoked divine power, inherited from an ancient bloodline. As Kai stood alone at the center, power swirling around him, the others begged him to stop. Shira urgently pleaded to halt the destruction. The labyrinth, essential to their mission, could not be lost. With the immediate threat neutralized, the group regrouped. One warrior collapsed, but her injuries were not fatal. Relief spread among the others. Before departing, Shira offered thanks to the divine guardian. Her voice carried quiet reverence as she acknowledged the support that had guided them. A new destination awaited rising from the water. Shira addressed the group with calm determination and asked them to follow. The mission was far from over. On a distant ship, scouts noticed something strange. Despite having sent a large number of elite soldiers, none were visible on the shoreline. News of fallen soldiers poured in. The commanders realized the labyrinth defenders had successfully repelled the assault. Their attention shifted to the central dome. Scouts confirmed unidentified figures entering its perimeter, likely enemies. Recognizing the threat, the dark-haired officer issued a harsh order. If capture was no longer viable, destruction was the only choice. Fleet wide artillery preparations commenced. Cannons were loaded, aim adjusted. The central dome became the new target of annihilation. Without hesitation, the command was given. A thunderous volley erupted across the shoreline, firepower roaring toward the island's heart. Incoming shells screamed through the air, sending the group scrambling for cover. Panic spread as impact loomed. Mid-flight, the projectiles froze unnaturally. A silent wall halted their momentum before they could land. From the sea, a monstrous wave surged forth, unnatural and towering. Crew members shouted as the tsunami approached fast from the 11 o'clock direction. Rising within the torrent, the armored figure reappeared. It was the same warrior who wielded divine water, now cloaked in swirling vortexes of raw energy. Chaos broke out as the figure leapt onto the enemy ship. Sailors scrambled, some shouting to shoot, others frozen in fear. An unknown warrior descended into battle, slashing through enemy lines with rapid fluid movements. Soldiers scrambled. Chaos erupted as the ground collapsed beneath them. The enemy force was overwhelmed by sheer pressure, harnessing rotating streams of water. The figure focused its strength. The force grew more concentrated. A mechanical device spun at its core, unleashing water at a pressure sharp enough to pierce steel. Soaring high, the warrior aimed downward. The blast carved through iron plating, leaving devastation in its wake. From high above, the warrior plummeted between tightly packed buildings, unleashing a force that split the earth. Far off on a distant ship, an officer watched the chaos unfold. Flames and smoke rose as a battleship crumbled, swallowed by the destructive blast. Within a sacred hall, she stepped toward an ancient throne. Her companions halted, keeping a watchful distance as the chamber trembled faintly. Without hesitation, she climbed the platform alone. The moment she sat, the floor illuminated. Waves of light surged around the group, forcing everyone back as energy erupted outward. Her body shimmered as magical streams wrapped around her arm. Something old and powerful had just awakened inside her. Shira stood calmly, conjuring a glowing sphere of water. Her power shimmered, drawing admiration from the maid beside her. Raising the orb above her head, she focused deeply. The island beneath them shook, startling her allies as waves surged unnaturally. Elsewhere, chaos erupted again. A new surge shattered another warship. The seventh to fall, commanders shouted in disbelief as water surged violently from the island's direction. From the deck, soldiers looked on in awe. The island itself had begun to rise from the sea, its long, loose form re-emerging. Shira, eyes closed in concentration, remembered the truth. The island had once ruled the Talyard Sea as the capital of the Oceanic Empire. As the island fully emerged, its towering structure revealed a hidden dome long buried beneath the sea. Generations had passed, but the chosen heir of Nereides was finally standing before it. Panic erupted aboard the fleet. One soldier screamed as the sea churned unnaturally. Rising from the ocean floor, an ancient city reformed around them. Buildings once lost to time returned. The glowing dome at the center drew suspicion. Officers concluded it must be the source controlling the upheaval. Orders were issued to alert the remaining artillery ships. Without retreat, the fleet prepared for counterattack. Weapons locked on target, the commander demanded a direct strike on the dome to halt the chaos. The first artillery strike missed its target. Rubble scattered across the structure, but the glowing dome remained intact. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged from the waters. The fleet reeled as the threat revealed itself. Both sides recognized the confrontation was inevitable. Weapons raised, the commanding officer stepped forward as one soldier prepared to fire. Before anyone could react, a devastating attack struck the gunner directly. Blood sprayed as her body collapsed. The dark figure raised its arm, emitting divine energy. Across the sea, the floating city trembled under its power. Two figures stood before the glowing dome. One once believed divine power should vanish, but the labyrinth changed his mind. With eyes full of resolve, the officer declared that all such power must be eradicated without exception. A sudden counterattack launched from the divine warrior, catching everyone off guard. The battlefield shifted instantly. A gun was raised in defiance. Despite the mythic strength wielded by the enemy, science struck back. The divine warrior faltered, visibly shaken. The officer stared ahead with unwavering belief. He placed his faith not in gods, but in humanity's own strength. The enemy collapsed, weakened by both bullets and conviction. Urgency filled the air as orders were given to prepare the survivors for a final strike. Time was running out with determination. The commander demanded they end it now. Artillery crews confirmed the ninth ship was ready to fire. Cannons roared from the distance. Shock spread among the fleet as an unfamiliar flag appeared on the horizon. Sailing at full speed, a heavily armed warship emerged. At its helm stood a confident young leader from the Albion forces, ready to shift the battle. An elven officer stood frozen as a massive battleship, the newly launched Holt House, approached. The sea horizon filled with silhouettes. More ships followed 10, then 20 until over 30 vessels emerged, forming a vast armada ready for engagement. Realizing the hopeless odds, the commander clenched his jaw. Retreating meant abandoning the island, but staying risked encirclement. From the deck, the enemy commander watched in silence. Hatred simmered beneath calm eyes as he etched the name Ryuka Rochelle into memory. Eventually, the enemy warships began to pull away. The fleet from Yahello retreated, leaving the defenders with temporary relief, yet the tension remained. The next confrontation was inevitable. Rather than pursue the retreating fleet, the commander ordered immediate occupation of Nalea Island to secure a foothold. Despite missing the chance to showcase Holt House's full power, the elven officer remained composed. Without hesitation, the muscular officer discarded his uniform and leapt into action himself. Choosing strength over ceremony, resurfacing from the water, he grinned defiantly. He reminded others to address him properly. Rank came before titles. Observers noted his pirate-like energy hadn't faded. A commotion drew their attention. A floating ruin had emerged, and a group of mysterious women stood at its center. Kai, bruised and exhausted, received a rare nod of approval. Despite being overwhelmed, he had completed his task. With a weary smile, he reported the mission's difficulties to Ryuka. Each moment had brought new challenges, but he endured. Responsibility for Nalea Island's future was now partially his. Ryuka ordered detailed reports on everything, no matter how minor. Suddenly, stone columns pierced through the sea. An ancient ruin, long buried beneath the waves, began to emerge before their eyes. From the water's surface, a grand city rose, towering structures stretched into the sky, carved with time-worn elegance. As seabirds scattered overhead, both Ryuka and Kai stood stunned. Stunned by the overwhelming sight of the risen ruins, Kai struggled to find words. Ryuka calmly awaited a reaction. Suddenly, Kai collapsed from exhaustion. His armor had taken severe damage. Carried away by strong arms, he lost consciousness as orders were given for urgent medical care. Time passed. In a peaceful villa far from the chaos, Kai lay unconscious beside a sleeping Sakura. Outside, the forest remained quiet. Waking slowly, Kai spotted Sakura resting near him. Her peaceful expression calmed him. He murmured her name, still weak, but aware again of his surroundings. Sakura awoke at the sound of his voice. Relief filled her face. Others rushed in, all concerned. Kai apologized for causing worry. Grateful, he expressed relief at seeing everyone safe and smiling. Inside the villa, he discussed the rising structure with Ryuka. The weapon they observed seemed undeniably advanced. Ryuka explained it likely belonged to a Merebito summoned from an era far beyond even Kai's own. The nature of Merebito summoning was revealed random across time and nation. Not bound to a single era, summons could originate from the distant past or far future. Though fascinated, Ryuka acknowledged their limitations. The weapon's origin was too advanced. Kai listened in silence as Ryuka warned that knowledge from other worlds could bring both blessings and ruin. A sharp gaze met him. Ryuka questioned whether Kai would become salvation or a threat. Kai had no answer. Before he could respond, someone burst into the room, shouting his name. The heavy tension was broken. Shira stood at the doorway, eyes wide with emotion. Seeing Kai alive left her overwhelmed with relief. Tears spilled as she rushed to him. Kai, embarrassed, assured her he was fine. Slowly, Shira smiled, comforted by his voice and presence. She arrived late to visit, apologizing for the delay. She mentioned hearing about becoming Queen of Nerea. Ryuka responded calmly, stating that his decisions were based on what benefited both himself and Albion. Gratitude wasn't necessary. Together, Kai and Shira entered the restored ruins. He was amazed by the structures that had once been submerged beneath the sea. Kai tried to credit Shira for the victory. She denied it, saying his presence gave her the strength to keep going. Eventually, Nerea Island came under the control of the Moraga fleet led by Ryuka. Dallas soldiers and affiliates were either arrested or expelled. The imprisoned people of Nereides were finally liberated, their chains broken and suffering brought to an end. With the floating labyrinth as proof of her power, Shira was crowned as Queen of Nereides. The once forgotten ruins were transformed into a symbol of her rule and the beginning of a new future. They declared the formation of the Nereides Kingdom, an independent nation. However, to ensure peace, an agreement was made. Nereides would temporarily remain under the protection of the Albion Kingdom. Looking out at the reborn capital, Kai and Shira admired the city bathed in sunlight. Without hesitation, Shira grabbed Kai's hand and urged him forward. Descending deep beneath the labyrinth city, Kai and his allies reached its lowest level, shrouded in mystery. Shira emerged from the water unafraid and vulnerable. She approached Kai without hesitation, calmly reassuring him as he stood frozen by the sight. Without words, Shira turned and entered the water, her body now partially transformed. Though hesitant, Kai stepped forward, discarding his jacket and entering the water. Shira waited patiently, her gaze steady as she gestured to something deeper still. Underwater, the two swam side by side. Shira held him close, guiding him toward a secret she had yet to reveal, one waiting beneath the surface. Shira led Kai into the depths of the water, guiding him toward an ancient chamber. A vast fleet of ancient warships lay dormant, suspended in a secret underground dock. Kai and Shira hovered above in awe, overwhelmed by the scale of what had been concealed for so long. Once used by the Nereid Empire to rule the seas, the ships had slumbered for ages. Shira revealed their purpose and connection to divine power. Seated together afterward, Shira explained that not even the current rulers may know of this armada's existence. She vowed that when the time came, both she and the ships would fight by Kai's side. Sitting side by side, Shira told Kai she would remain on the island waiting for his return. She admitted wanting to stay by his side, just as others had, but her role as queen demanded she protect the people of the island. Despite her responsibilities, she asked Kai not to forget her. Becoming queen didn't change her feelings. Shira revealed that the spirits of her ancestors had instructed her to create an heir, and that there was no one else she trusted to be the father. Embarrassed, she clarified she wasn't asking him to be king, but if she were to have a child. By the shoreline, Shira reaffirmed her choice. There was no one else she trusted more than Kai. Soon after, the people of Nereides gathered around Kai and Shira, expressing gratitude for their salvation. Joy returned to the island after years of hardship beneath the sea's surface. Shira knelt before Kai, pledging the eternal loyalty of her people to him, recognizing his role in their liberation. With sincerity, she asked him to consider the island his home. Kai, though modest, accepted their feelings and gave his response with a quiet smile. Standing before the crowd, Kai raised his voice and soared high, declaring glory to the kingdom of Nereides. As the ship named Holt Hearth prepared to set sail, Shira smiled gently, watching Kai depart with the people's trust behind him. On deck, Kai stood quietly, gazing at the fading coastline. His companions sensed his mood and offered quiet support as he held back his emotions. Reflecting on his past, Kai admitted how deeply it moved him to be truly needed in this new world unlike the one he came from. He confessed it felt like a dream to be appreciated by so many. Sakura, listening closely, teased him lightly, making the mood easier to bear. With sincerity, Sakura stepped closer and expressed her gratitude. Aboard the ship, the elven commander questioned their next course. The silver-haired man replied he would disembark and return to Karsel first, then entrust them with their new mission. Their destination was clear, the borderlands of the east, where the nation of Yashima awaited. Deep within Yashima, inside a sacred temple, cloaked figures gathered. A returning warrior named Gilgala knelt and reported alongside the Ice Princess. Shizuna Gilgala admitted his defeat and accepted responsibility. Though his failure brought shame, he was grateful to have survived. Yet he knew punishment awaited. Without hesitation, the high priestess delivered her decree: there would be no forgiveness. The group sailed through the North Talier Sea, en route to Carcel with only 3 days remaining. One detail stood out: there were no paddle wheels. Despite that, smoke billowed from the funnels, confirming the presence of a steam engine. Realization dawned as Kai exclaimed the answer. Screw propulsion. A massive spinning propeller below the ship churned the water, with high speed and force. Dais explained the propeller's mechanics, likening it to feathered blades cutting through water. Regia, slightly embarrassed, brushed off his interruption as uninvited. Yet insightful, he concluded that even the dwarves of Garlandia seemed unaware of such technology. Kai discovered that the advanced technology behind the screw-propelled ship originated from the Yamino Kingdom's newest model. Surprisingly, a region once deemed undeveloped had rapidly advanced over the past 50 years, outpacing expectations. Reports mentioned even more without divine reliance. The Oni people had begun developing long-range communication using electricity. Hearing this, Kai reacted with shock. Such a breakthrough in electrical communication was precisely what they needed most. Despite sharing the concept with engineers and dwarves, execution had never succeeded. Now, the mission's goal became clear: uncover and secure this powerful technology before others could exploit it. A new order was issued: investigate the Yamino Kingdom and uncover the source of its technology. If possible, seize it. Kakai's squad received deployment orders under the guise of responding to a request for military guidance. Before departing, a critical detail emerged: Kai had a personal connection to the region, one tied to a specific organization. The name struck him cold: Hasas, a deadly assassin group with roots deep in Yamino. Memories of past encounters flooded his mind. Alone in his quarters, Kai reflected on the near-death scars left by his first clash with them. Surviving 2 assassination attempts, he knew this mission carried more than duty, it was personal. Kai recalled the moment he survived a fatal attack, spared only because of his divine enhancement. Lying in bed, he contemplated the title Morebito, those summoned from another world like himself. Despite this progress, remnants of unexplainable powers such as divine magic still held sway across the land. Regia knocked on his door during his reflection, caught off guard. Kai tried to compose himself as she asked if she could enter. He hesitated, flustered by the timing. Realizing he was mid-change, Regia panicked and apologized while Kai quickly covered up. Awkward tension filled the air, but the situation diffused as Kai refocused on the mission. Regia expressed uncertainty about whether she should join the upcoming military mission. Clearly conflicted, flustered, Regia quickly denied any objections and exited in a hurry, leaving Kai confused by her sudden withdrawal. Despite her internal struggle, Regia ran through the corridors, convincing herself it was her duty. Her determination wavered only when she ran into Dias. Unexpectedly, when Dias attempted to speak, Regia immediately cut him off, shouting that she had no intention of talking to him. Her voice carried both anger and embarrassment. Kai, still processing everything from his doorway, overheard the scene. While the others dispersed, he remained silent, reflecting on the complicated dynamics forming among the team. The ship made port in Carcel, where Ryuka disembarked in her place. A new group, including Auron, boarded to join the mission. With preparations complete, the warship Bolthas set sail again, now bound directly for the Yamino Kingdom. Elsewhere, a high-ranking officer inquired about the state of the battlefront. Tension filled the air as updates were delivered. Reports confirmed that resistance from the civilians persisted, but the officer dismissed it as secondary. His focus was entirely on one target: an elusive man who had fled north. Convinced of a new strategy, he proposed observing how Remlian forces handled the situation. Approval followed swiftly, signaling the start of a calculated power move. As their ship neared Yamano's coast, the freezing air intensified through the mist. The mountainous terrain of their destination emerged into view, signaling the final approach. Despite the dense fog, Dias assured their landing could proceed smoothly thanks to their skilled navigators. Kai insisted that Dias lead the operation. Dias, however, challenged him to prove his worth under the name Grey Enfield, his close friend, by taking full command this time. Nervously accepting the responsibility, Kai ordered preparations for landing inside the ship. The women prepared for the mission, uniforms were readied, and everyone acknowledged the seriousness of what awaited them. Once they stepped ashore in Yameno, Sakura stood composed as a ritual request unfolded. In an effort to blend in, one of the women hesitantly began removing her garments. Within the glow of magical energy, 2 women joined hands in solemn preparation. Their closeness wasn't casual, it marked a pact. Observing their sincerity, another woman acknowledged the truth. Their commitment to their companion wasn't just for show. Startled by the teasing, she tried to explain herself, her words faltering. Her concern for the mission quickly resurfaced, helping her regain focus. The group arrived ashore, now fully assembled and properly dressed. Greeted by a local officer, they prepared to receive their next orders. An officer explained the next step of their journey. A long-distance relocation was necessary, and horse-drawn wagons had been prepared for their transport. As the soldiers gathered around the wagons, subtle tensions began to rise. One recruit's mere presence triggered a disdainful glance. The confrontation escalated. One soldier lashed out verbally, drawing his weapon at the lizardman recruit before matters worsened. A commanding voice cut through. A female officer stepped in, appealing for calm and requesting leniency. At a short distance, two seasoned officers observed the scene unfold. Though they'd heard reports of internal division, witnessing it firsthand left them concerned about what lay ahead. In Yashima, long-standing social hierarchies placed Oni at the top. Discrimination against other races remained deeply rooted. As the group approached the next location, the architecture evoked a strange familiarity. The buildings held an Eastern aesthetic that felt distant yet oddly nostalgic to one of the soldiers. Their journey continued by train. The unit transferred onto a rail line that would take them deeper into unknown territory. After hours of travel, the snow-covered northern region came into view. This isolated sector marked the edge of the Yashima Empire's contested border. From a high ridge, two cloaked observers watched silently. Below, the military encampment buzzed with activity. The snow-covered base stood still as the group arrived. A sharp gust carried scraps of cloth across the air. Greeting them formally, the commanding officer revealed his name and expressed measured respect. Orders were quickly given to begin orientation. As instructions flowed, the officer's attention shifted to the accompanying female soldiers. His remarks hinted at disapproval, interpreting their presence as unconventional. Remaining composed, the white-haired commander defended his team. He made it clear they weren't ordinary followers, but capable subordinates worthy of respect. In private, another officer whispered concerns. Women and non-human soldiers weren't welcome in traditional ranks. Confronted with prejudice, one of the women raised her voice in protest. The atmosphere turned tense. Nearby soldiers whispered insults under their breath, mocking her heritage. Their arrogance revealed how deeply rooted their disdain for elves remained, careless of who might be listening. Suddenly, darkness struck. A hidden assailant emerged from the shadows, eliminating the mocking soldiers in swift, silent attacks. Unseen by the camp, two cloaked figures advanced through the trees. They observed without emotion, confirming the operation was proceeding as planned. Elsewhere in the forest, fallen bodies lay undisturbed. The enemy had already infiltrated. Soldiers who had just ridiculed others would never report to the front lines again. Kai addressed the officer, reminding him they were summoned for training purposes. The request for combat readiness came as a surprise. The commanding officer downplayed the threat, calling it a minor disturbance. He insisted that real combat experience would better prepare the unit, subtly challenging their competence. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A loud crash broke the conversation as shouts echoed across the base. Guards cried out an intruder had breached the perimeter. A lone figure clashed with soldiers in the dark. Her presence was unexpected, and her power overwhelming. Arrows flew and swords were drawn, but the assault was swift and ruthless. In seconds, several guards were overwhelmed. Kai launched himself into the fray, twin swords flashing as he tore through enemy lines with precision, with a sharp command. He ordered Shizuna to advance. As she moved, soldiers scrambled to regroup, unaware of the coordinated assault about to fall upon them. From a distance, Kai observed through the window. Though their numbers were limited, he questioned why no one from command was leading on the ground. The officer dismissed concerns, claiming his men would act honorably without direct orders. Still, Kai remained unconvinced and prepared to take responsibility for the front. Line coordination himself turning to leave, he reaffirmed his role as a commander. His duty was to lead. With determination in his voice, Kai split off from his ally, instructing Dias to assess the situation. While one gathered intel, the other raced toward the front line to regroup with the squad and the princesses. A lone figure descended silently from the rooftop. Her presence was ominous and her entry precise, landing without a word near the base's inner building. On arrival, Kai was met with the aftermath of slaughtered soldiers. From the shadows, a familiar figure emerged. Kai's eyes widened as he recognized the man standing before him, Gilgala, a name he hadn't expected to hear again. Amid the smoke and destruction, Kai appeared before a hostile swordsman from the Albion forces. Kai's sudden arrival inside enemy territory raised suspicion. The opposing officer, gripping his weapon, demanded answers, questioning the lone warrior's objective for infiltrating their base so recklessly. Alarms rang out as soldiers flooded the courtyard. Shouts confirmed Kai's identity as an intruder. Before blades could clash, a woman launched herself between them, deflecting the attack with sharp precision. More allies emerged. Two women rushed to Kai's side, ignoring his command to stay back. As an axe-wielding enemy charged forward, they readied themselves for the incoming strike, united in battle. She stepped forward, shielding Kai from the enemy's attack. Steel clashed violently, forcing the assailant back. In a solemn moment, one of the girls revealed the truth of her power. Kai, although hesitant, accepted the ritual. Energy surged as he touched the cursed seal, triggering a powerful transformation. Witnesses watched in disbelief, unsure if this act was salvation or madness. Explosive light erupted from Kai's body. A colossal form cloaked in divine flame emerged, his strength awakened by the forbidden rite. Far from the battlefield, officials discussed the disturbance. Though the intruder had yet to be captured, they knew it was only a matter of time before the truth reached them. While the battle raged outside, a soldier returned to the room and caught one of the women off guard. Holding a blade to her throat, he demanded answers. Outside, Kai, now empowered by divine force, unleashed a furious assault against the enemy commander. The commanding officer mocked Kai's progress, unaware that the real objective was an assassination. Soldiers loyal to the captured woman demanded the enemy's surrender. Their rage escalated, pushing them to action. However, the man refused, denying any form of submission to assassins. Tensions erupted as the soldiers charged forward. The situation spiraled out of control, ending in a chaotic clash. Kai launched forward with blinding speed, crashing into enemy ranks. His blade carved a path through those who stood in his way, forcing the soldiers to scatter in panic. A sudden impact silenced the battlefield. All eyes turned as one of the girls collapsed unexpectedly, clutching her chest. From the shadows, an imposing figure emerged carrying the unconscious Sakura. His appearance stunned both sides. Explosions tore through the ground. From within the smoke, Kai's cursed form returned, radiating divine fire. One of the girls stepped in, shouting a command. She warned that if they attacked again, there would be no mercy. Her voice rang with resolve and urgency. The cursed figure stood beside Kai, its flames intensifying. Facing him, the enemy realized this battle would escalate. Back at headquarters, Albion officers analyzed the chaos. Suspicion grew that their plans had been compromised by an outsider's transformation. Orders were issued swiftly. One assassin had been captured, and commanders demanded to extract information about Kai using any means. Somewhere distant, the girl stirred from unconsciousness in a rocky cave. Alert now, she spotted a familiar silhouette quietly watching the flames from across the fire. Kai calmly addressed her. She recognized him and began recounting past events, questioning his identity and his role in the attacks on Adar. The man sitting by the fire revealed shocking information. The enemy known as Grey was an imposter, a powerful decoy pretending to be someone feared across nations. With the ambush failed, he blamed the girl's group for ruining their advantage. His voice carried frustration, but also cold acceptance. To recover, he insisted on extracting information by any means. As he drove a dagger into the ground, his words hinted at a darker strategy involving captured allies. When warned that pushing further might endanger one of the girls, he showed no concern. This mission, he claimed, was unlike the others. Neither he nor Shizuna expected to survive. He declared the Hass's creed. If necessary, they would die for their comrades. The girl looked stunned, realizing the depth of their resolve. Elsewhere, a senior officer explained that Hasses, though known as a mercenary group, was more like a religious commune rooted in ancient beliefs. The exiles of Yashima had forsaken their kingdom's royal religion, instead worshipping a god of eternal snow to survive the harsh lands. Even before diplomacy failed, Hasses dispatched soldiers and assassins worldwide. Their underground network had long operated beyond borders. This desolate northern territory had once been abandoned, but Yashima's modernization and centralization efforts disrupted the fragile balance. Kai approached nervously, requesting help from a woman known for her cold demeanor. She opened the door cautiously. Inside, a sudden announcement broke the silence. Kobaki had taken someone for interrogation. The room filled with tension as Kai realized who had been captured. Bound in chains, the Ice Princess hung above the flames. Observers confirmed the rumors. Her power weakened drastically in extreme heat. Sweat dripped from her face as the heat intensified. Her strength faded, and her body trembled, barely holding on in the blistering air. Despite the pain, she refused to speak. Her captors yelled, demanding information. But threats and strikes failed to break her will. Blazing heat and pain pressed in as Shizuna endured the interrogator's demands, refusing to reveal Kai's location. Furious, the torturer accused her of lying, insisting he could spot deception after decades of breaking prisoners. Despite the agony, her thoughts clung to her memories. In the darkness, she recalled Kai's promise. Elsewhere, Kai remained hidden. A companion questioned his silence, but he believed Shizuna would never betray him. Calmly, then Kai affirmed her strength. To him, Shizuna wasn't just brave, she was the kind who never yields. Kai stood speechless as the elf woman erupted, her voice trembling with frustration. She called him a complete idiot. Without hesitation, she reminded him that Shizna was someone important, someone he trusted deeply, and couldn't abandon. Tears gathered as she insisted death wasn't noble. Once gone, Shizna would never return. Though Kai tried to argue, his words revealed despair. He believed everything was already lost and couldn't be undone. Yet she met his gaze with determination. In her eyes, no time was too late to save someone who mattered. Smoke and heat surrounded the prison cell as the girl hung restrained, her body marked by violence. Her tattered clothing revealed wounds, but she remained silent. Despite the torment, her spirit held firm. A branding iron was pulled from the flames, glowing with cruel purpose. The interrogator spoke coldly, convinced her resolve would break once flesh met fire. Eyes fluttering, breath shallow. She knew her body could no longer hold on. Even in those final moments, her thoughts turned to the one she couldn't protect. Screaming, the officer demanded the location of the escapee. She gave no reply. Her silence, unbroken to the end, echoed louder than any confession. Bursting through the doors, Kai shouted with urgency, halting the torture. His presence alone shocked the enemy commander. A black-haired woman stood firm, eyes blazing with faith. She believed Kai would never abandon Shizuna. Her voice softened as she explained Kai's nature. He would risk everything, even his life, to save others. Determined, she asked to be exchanged for Shizuna, confident Kai would answer any demand to protect them. Meanwhile, in a distant room, a furious officer slammed his fist, questioning their intentions with growing alarm. A military officer confronted Kai, accusing him of interfering in a sanctioned interrogation. His words burned with authority. Kai, unfazed, reminded the man that he held both the right and duty to intervene. In a formal chamber, Kai stood before officials, citing orders from the crown that empowered his mission. He explained that the woman in custody was part of a military program and must be retrieved under Albion's code. Objections were not tolerated. Suddenly, a girl burst into the room, revealing a message found on the barracks wall. It confirmed a request from Harthus to exchange hostages with their own soldier. Kai, alongside his allies, formally agreed to the proposed conditions. Their tone was calm but firm. Aragishi, visibly displeased, responded coldly. Though reluctant, he permitted them to proceed as they wished. Far across the ocean, a mysterious figure stood on a tank, staring toward the land of Yashimano, perched atop the rocky cliff. He wondered what kind of technology awaited him on the island. Grinning with anticipation, the man adjusted his hat and laughed, unable to contain his growing excitement. At the edge of a snowy ravine, commanders surveyed a narrow bridge chosen for the prisoner exchange. Within the nearby encampment, a soldier noticed the sudden agitation of the horses. Snowfall thickened as tension spread among the ranks, signaling the start of a delicate operation. Guards emerged from the wagon, escorting restrained captives. The lead officer acknowledged the effort as both sides prepared for the transfer. One of the escorts approached a young woman checking on her condition. She responded calmly, hiding the unease behind steady eyes. As rifles aimed toward her, the captor unlocked her chains. He warned her to stay still. Kai gave a subtle smile as the girl studied him with curiosity. His demeanor remained relaxed, even as she questioned his strangeness with cautious eyes. Suddenly, her expression changed. A presence approached from the distance, snow swirling violently around the group. Tension returned instantly. Across the snowy field, another team appeared, approaching the bridge slowly. Their arrival signaled the beginning of the prisoner exchange. From opposite ends of the narrow suspension bridge, representatives from both factions stood face to face. Kai stepped forward, breaking the silence. He denied any illusion of goodwill, emphasizing the practical nature of their actions. Kai calmly explained that even in war, rules were essential. He believed structure could limit chaos. With a skeptical tone, the warrior labeled Kai as strange. Kai responded lightheartedly, noting others had said the same. The girl quietly watched the exchange unfold beside him. Talks shifted to the exchange procedure. The enemy demanded their captive first, but Kai refused. Observers from the cliff confirmed movement. The hostage began walking across the bridge under the snowstorm. All eyes remained locked on the fragile structure and those upon it. Suddenly, Kai noticed something strange beneath the bridge. A mechanism was revealed: explosives. Kai realized the trap and shouted a warning. The tension peaked as he reached towards Sakura, trying to get her back. In a blinding instant, the explosives beneath the bridge detonated. The resulting shockwave and debris stunned both sides into silence. Wooden planks shattered midair as several people were violently thrown into the ravine. Gravity claimed them with no time to react. Kai barely clung to the edge, eyes locked on Sakura falling below. Her scream echoed as rubble collapsed around them. From the cliffs, allies and enemies alike, watched in disbelief. Accusations erupted, blaming the sabotage and fearing diplomatic fallout. The enemy commander dismissed responsibility, claiming they acted within their own laws, just as the others had. He accused Kai of breaking forbidden rules by invoking divine magic, justifying the lethal retaliation. Shocked by the accusations, one girl rushed forward, determined to search for Kai despite the risks. Anather tried to stop her, warning that worsening weather and nightfall would make the search even more dangerous. Emotions flared, but the group held back. Though all wanted to search, they prioritized Princess Sakura's safety instead. Sakura collapsed from the cold, her strength fading rapidly. One companion rushed to support her, urging immediate retreat before her condition worsened beyond recovery. Before the group moved, someone suggested a nearby shelter. It was a natural hot spring hidden but accessible, offering warmth and relief amidst the harsh weather. Inside the steamy cavern, the girls entered the water to warm their chilled bodies. Tension lingered as the group processed recent revelations. Not everyone had been aware of the forbidden nature of the enchantment involved in Kai's actions. Frustrations surfaced over withheld information. While adjusting her glasses, one member recalled historical events where misuse of similar magic had endangered entire nations. While gathered in the warmth of the hot spring, the group exchanged serious concerns. They began connecting the rumor to recent political decisions. Some suspected this hidden presence might explain why the opposing side sought to suppress the conflict so quickly. The harsh weather outside showed no signs of easing. Any attempt to organize a search for Kai remained stalled. One girl stepped forward, revealing her spiritual connection. As a chosen vessel, she felt sure Kai was alive. Her certainty gave others a small sense of hope. When pressed for reassurance, she remained calm. Though visibly unsettled, she smiled softly and affirmed her belief. Rather than dwelling on uncertainty, Sakura urged the group to focus on completing the mission left in Kai's care. Orders were issued for a swift return to base. Despite the urgency, one companion remained curious about how Sakura sensed Kai's safety with such certainty. She admitted it was a spontaneous act, one fueled by imagining Kai's presence at the cliff. Encouraged by Sakura's faith, her friend expressed admiration. She realized that giving hope and strength to others was also part of her role as Kai's chosen supporter. Together, they promised to believe in his survival. Reassurance turned into shared hope as they smiled. Kai and his companions shivered beside a small fire, the cold wind cutting through their soaked clothes. Memories of a recent encounter surfaced as they waited of a girl who had suddenly revived in the snow, bringing unexpected aid. Moments earlier, icy waters had dragged Kai down. A woman rushed to his side, calling desperately. With one final push, Kai had pulled someone to safety, breath ragged, strength nearly spent. He owed her now. In the forest nearby, she gathered wood in silence. Twice now. She had been saved first on the battlefield, then again during this ordeal. To her, Kai was someone who honored every debt. Steam rose in the cold air as Kai sat beside his companion, tension hanging between them. He decided to return to the village to gather new orders. The last plan had failed. Recalling an earlier promise, Kai demanded repayment of an owed favor passage to the enemy stronghold. Elsewhere, distant commanders discussed their failed pursuit. Reports confirmed that their search had been abandoned. In the shadows, one man gave a silent order to reconnect with hidden allies. A new scheme began. Inside a dimly lit room, officers gathered to discuss strange developments in Yashima. Reports suggested an unexplained leap in technology. One officer voiced doubt, questioning whether such advancements even existed. Suspicion grew as they examined rooftops, marked by odd structures. Elsewhere, a secret operator worked tirelessly among radios and wires, transmitting signals hidden from plain sight. His expression hardened as he received coded responses outside. Another soldier noticed the antennas and wondered about their true purpose. Meanwhile, Kai arrived at Haas's village. Observing its peculiar entrance, he muttered about the people's recklessness, unaware of what awaited within. Kai climbed the long staircase leading to Haas's village's temple, warned that trespassers were rarely allowed to live. Before tension could rise, a messenger rushed down the path, announcing that the high priestess had agreed to meet. Relief briefly crossed Kai's face, though he knew it was another reckless gamble that barely paid off. As they walked through the dim corridor, Kai reflected on the fragile balance of their plan and its risks. He suspected Haas held a hidden asset, an escaped engineer named Clark, possibly used as leverage in secret negotiations. If true, this meeting could shift the fate of nations. Kai entered the grand hall, flames flickering along the pillars. As a young girl greeted him from a throne, he quickly realized this childlike figure was the high priestess of Haas, a revelation that left him momentarily stunned. With graceful composure, she addressed him, her tone both amused and commanding. while the guards watched in silence. The priestess questioned his identity and purpose, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through deception. Kai's confidence wavered. Composing himself, he acknowledged her authority, admitting his misjudgment while concealing his intentions. The meeting had only just begun. Kai revealed his true name, Watari Kai, a man summoned from a distant nation called Japan. He explained his status as an outsider, using another's name to survive while maintaining genuine credentials and authority. The high priestess listened intently, testing his resolve and questioning his motives for seeking Hasa's cooperation. Her advisors doubted his intentions, skeptical that anyone would risk everything to protect them. Kai, however, remained composed. He declared his proposal: the Lemurian company would stand with Hasa's. In return, they would hire his entire force. The tense air filled the hall as Kai declared Hasa as their ally, turning potential enemies into partners. The high priestess studied him carefully, her expression calm but calculating, demanding to know what reward he offered. In response, Kai spoke firmly, vowing to protect the northern lands and even her life if necessary. His boldness drew surprise before laughter broke the silence. The priestess, amused, found his audacity unexpectedly entertaining. Once her laughter faded, her tone turned serious again. She agreed to his offer on one undisclosed condition. Kai stood before the high priestess, realizing her demand carried a hidden purpose far beyond diplomacy. Her playful tone masked authority as she hinted that his role involved more than negotiation or strategy. Revealing herself as the divine vessel, she claimed to be the very deity he was asked to serve. With calm determination, she declared her condition: Kai must become her weapon, fighting under her divine command. Inside the dimly lit chamber, a noble woman smiled confidently. Her gaze sharp and deliberate. Kai and his companions stood before her. Uneasy under her presence, she concluded their discussion abruptly, signaling the end of negotiations. Outside, soldiers assembled under strict command. The sound of armor clashing echoed through the courtyard. Later, Kai sat in the steaming spring, reflecting on the encounter. The weight of her conditions lingered heavily on his mind. His mentor pointed toward the northern city marked in bold. It was Shirobetsu, the largest settlement beyond official borders. Kai studied the northern map, realizing the growing tension between nations. Resources hidden beneath the land attracted powerful interests in the war room. Kai listened to reports about Altai, once a peaceful nomadic nation. Over the past decade, it had transformed under new rule. What was once forgotten territory now became a critical point of contention. Political pressure and resource control shifted swiftly, pulling every nation into the struggle. Later, while soaking in the springs, he reflected on their mission's limits. They were tasked only to gather information about ancient technology, not interfere in politics. Determined to proceed carefully, Kai decided to locate the elusive Marabido. Steam filled the air as Kai turned and froze. Several priestesses entered the bath, their calm gazes fixed on him. One of the priestesses stepped forward, introducing herself with composed grace. She explained their duty to assist him during his stay. Despite his polite refusals, the attendants persisted, concerned about appearing disrespectful to their mistress. Bound by courtesy, he endured the closeness as the priestess maintained a strict sense of ritual service. Later, the group moved to the dining hall, where a grand meal awaited. The earlier tensions slowly faded as conversation shifted to calmer topics, marking the end of an awkward evening. Kai shared a meal with the priestess, who explained the village's simple yet self-sufficient life. Tasting the soup, he recognized a familiar flavor from his own world. The discovery startled him, stirring memories long buried. The priestess smiled, curious about his homeland. She found his descriptions fascinating, eager to learn more about the customs beyond her realm. When offered wine, Kai hesitated but eventually agreed. The conversation deepened as the drink loosened their words, turning formal talks into candid sharing. Hours passed before they realized how comfortable their company had become. Another round was poured, and the evening carried on with a calm sense of connection and trust. A young attendant entered the room, holding a tray with care. Her cheerful tone broke the quiet atmosphere as she announced the arrival of more wine. As she stepped closer, her foot caught on the floor mat. The tray slipped from her grasp, and panic filled her face. The bottle struck the table, splashing liquid across the group. Startled cries followed, and the room filled with awkward silence. Apologies filled the air as the attendant bowed repeatedly. The priestess sighed in mild exasperation, assuring Kai that the girl meant no harm. Still embarrassed, the attendant returned with another bottle to make amends. Kai accepted the gesture calmly, easing the tension during the evening banquet. Laughter filled the hall as Grace struggled to stay conscious from the drinks. Concerned yet composed, the priestess gently guided his unsteady steps away from the crowd. The room ahead was dimly lit, prepared in silence. A quiet smile crossed her face as she laid him down, her intent concealed beneath calm gestures. Under the moonlight, her expression hardened. She whispered a vow of possession, her hand hovering above the sleeping warrior, slowly leaning closer. She tested his stillness, her determination unwavering. Every motion carried both calculation and restraint. Yet hesitation struck. The weight of her own actions mirrored in her eyes, and she faltered. Then Kai regained composure, revealing his awareness of the situation. The woman's attempt to deceive him met calm defiance instead. He recalled the earlier banquet, realizing her subtle manipulation among the servants. Every gesture had been deliberate. Under the dim light, the woman disclosed her true nature, a being feared and revered in distant lands. Kai listened without fear, understanding her motives clearly. She sought alliance and power, not mere temptation or dominance. Their intentions laid bare, both abandoned deception. Kai proposed direct cooperation, and she accepted without hesitation, sealing uneasy respect. Under the pale light, Kai and the woman sat in silence. Mutual respect replaced earlier tension. Her confident smile revealed satisfaction. Testing Kai had proven his worth, and he sensed her cautious approval. Morning came, and Kai followed a servant through the corridors toward a meeting arranged for him. Inside, a sudden crash startled them. Books scattered as a man tumbled from behind a desk. The man straightened awkwardly, embarrassed by his clumsiness. Despite the mess, his gentle demeanor calmed those around him. Kai met a man who introduced himself with confidence and curiosity. His demeanor hinted at a different origin. The stranger's reaction was sudden and intense upon learning Kai's background, his disbelief echoing through the room. Revelation struck. The man came from a war, torn past, celebrating freedom, as if reliving a victory long lost. Calming down, he explained his previous life as a technician drafted into communication service during a great conflict. Together, they examined complex machinery. Kai realized the man's knowledge from another era could reshape the world anew. A man faced the girl with gentle determination, his hand trembling slightly as he spoke of her happiness. Memories of her suffering haunted him, remembering how she endured cruelty despite her pure and kind nature. When chaos erupted, he seized the moment, taking her hand and fleeing through the snow toward freedom. In the dim shelter they found, their eyes met again, a quiet bond forming between weary survivors. Later, studying maps and orders, he prepared for the next step, determined to protect her from pursuit. Kai studied the strange command, confusion clouding his thoughts as he realized the machine's purpose was far beyond ordinary engineering. Elsewhere, military officers received urgent reports of a new weapons deployment, their mechanical forces already moving toward the front with precision. An officer demanded the capture of the mysterious inventor responsible for the communication device, fearing its potential to disrupt their control. Driven by greed, the commander sought to obtain every piece of knowledge the inventor possessed, his ambition spreading through the ranks. At night, the Empire's ships prepared for war, orders dispatched to Araji's division to begin the operation without delay. At the northern base, commanders barked orders as soldiers hurried to load supplies and prepare their weapons. The atmosphere grew tense when new instructions arrived, prompting confusion among officers who gathered to question Araji about the sudden mobilization. He declared their next target without hesitation: the settlement of Shirobetsu, a place filled with innocent civilians unaware of the threat. None of the elven officers stepped forward, refusing to remain behind and demanding inclusion in the upcoming operation. With determination, she requested to observe the army's tactics firsthand, hoping to learn their methods and understand their power. Ligia defended her decision to follow the mission, believing in her superior's judgment and the cause they served. Her conviction surprised her comrade, whose teasing response carried unexpected warmth, lightening the tension before the coming conflict. The Yashima army began its march, a vast force advancing across the snowy plains toward the unsuspecting settlement. Artillery fire erupted as explosions tore through the village, engulfing structures and scattering defenders amid blinding snow and smoke. Amid the chaos, hidden resistance forces revealed themselves, countering the invasion with precise strikes and disciplined formations.
A noble woman watched Kai closely, studying his reaction, while he struggled to understand her intentions. After observing his discomfort, she decided their dealings were finished, and left him with a new objective. Later, Kai relaxed in a hot spring and reflected on a possible way to overcome the strange condition troubling her. Meanwhile, the group gathered around a map and reviewed the northern region, identifying their current base and the imperial city. Attention then shifted to a nearby trade city, as its location and prosperity made it an important target for their next move. During the briefing, the the group learned that the Yashimano government was rapidly working to unite the country while leaving certain regions untouched. A closer look at the map revealed valuable resources in the north, drawing attention to a large gathering across the strait. The leaders explained that the Altai tribes, once peaceful traders, had grown increasingly militant under a single banner. Despite appearing insignificant, the Northern Territory had become the focus of major powers across the world. While soaking in the hot spring, Kai reflected on their mission and realized that careless actions could easily spark a larger conflict. Resting in the hot spring, Kai considered finding the Marabito and resolving the situation before it grew worse. A sudden realization interrupted his thoughts, leaving him flustered as he prepared to leave the bath. Soon afterward, he was invited to a meal and noticed an impressive spread, despite the village's modest lifestyle. As they ate together, the villagers explained how hunting and fishing provided enough food to support everyone. One taste of the soup brought back memories of his homeland, and Kai quickly recognized a familiar flavor he had missed for a long time. Curiosity led Kai to ask about the familiar seasoning, wondering if another person from his world had been there before. A village woman revealed that she had long wanted to speak with him, seeing him as someone different from the people around her. To continue the discussion, she offered him a drink, while Kai hesitated and worried about making a poor impression. Moments later, the gathering became livelier as the drinks flowed, and the hosts quickly requested another pot. Without delay, a young attendant hurried over to serve more, keeping the cheerful atmosphere going. As the celebration continued, a young servant eagerly helped with the chores, despite being told to rest. Suddenly, she lost control of a tray and spilled its contents onto the group, leaving everyone drenched and stunned. Embarrassment quickly overwhelmed her, and she repeatedly apologized while the others tried to calm the situation. Rather than getting upset, Kai reassured the girl that accidents happened and encouraged her to keep trying. Before long, the feast resumed. But the drinks finally caught up with Kai, causing him to grow sleepy and collapse against his host. Late that night, Kai lay asleep in his room after the exhausting feast and heavy drinking. Meanwhile, a woman quietly entered and approached his bedside, while he remained completely unaware. With a determined expression, she moved closer and attempted to take advantage of his vulnerable state. As her plan continued, confidence filled her actions, while the unconscious Kai offered no resistance. Suddenly, an unexpected interruption shattered the moment, forcing her to stop and confront the consequences of her behavior. Instead of being unconscious, Kai revealed that he had only pretended to be drunk and had been aware of the situation all along. Memories of the feast helped explain his suspicion, as the earlier commotion had given him a chance to stay alert. The woman then introduced herself as Ima, a Marabito from the west, and acknowledged Kai's sharp instincts. Without hesitation, she admitted that her original goal had been to control him and use his knowledge for her own side. After their honesty cleared the tension, Kai requested a meeting with the hidden Marabito, and Ima agreed to arrange it. Kai decided to trust Ima, believing cooperation would be more useful than suspicion. A satisfied smile crossed her face as she accepted his decision and promised to place her faith in him as well. Early the next day, a young attendant hurried through the building and led Kai toward the person he had come to meet. Rushing inside without paying attention, he crashed into a room and sent books and furniture tumbling across the floor. Amid the mess, a startled man emerged unharmed, explaining that the accident happened because he had not been watching where he was going. After meeting the mysterious man, Kai discovered that he was another Marabito and began asking about his origins. The conversation quickly turned serious when the man asked about events from Earth and tried to compare their timelines. Shock spread across his face as Kai explained how history had unfolded differently from what he remembered. Relief soon replaced his confusion when he learned that the devastating war he feared had eventually come to an end. Once calm returned, the man introduced himself as an American engineer who had been brought to this world during the war. Inside his workshop, the engineer showed Kai a nearly completed radio and explained how older technology could still be recreated in this world. Soon afterward, he revealed that his decision to join the Hasas had been driven by his desire to protect Kiki. Painful memories resurfaced as he described the abuse Kiki had suffered under the Yashimano soldiers and his inability to ignore it. When an opportunity appeared, he took Kiki with him and escaped north, eventually finding refuge among the Hasas. As the story ended, Kai connected the details together and realized just how much effort the engineer had invested in building the radios. While reviewing the radio network, the engineer explained how the devices had been distributed across several key locations and credited an inventor named Arajishi for the system. Digging through old notes, he revealed that Arajishi had gone beyond communication technology and created something far more ambitious. Far away, military leaders tested a powerful new weapon while receiving reports from distant forces through radio transmissions, recognizing the value of instant communication. One commander concluded that the inventor behind the network had become a critical target. Determination filled his mind as he vowed to uncover every secret Arajishi possessed and claim that knowledge for himself. Under the cover of night, military officers finalized new orders and prepared another dispatch for Arajishi. Across the northern compound, soldiers rushed to gather supplies, inspect weapons, and organize their units for deployment, watching the activity from a distance. Several observers realized that a major operation was about to begin. Soon afterward, a commander demanded confirmation of the timetable and pressed for a clear answer. The response left no room for doubt, as the army announced its advance to the northern front and its plan to launch an assault against the Hasas within 3 days. As preparations for the campaign intensified, a determined officer insisted on joining the mission, despite being given the option to stay behind. Confident in her abilities, she argued that her experience against the Yashimano army would be valuable on the battlefield. Rather than rejecting her request, the colonel listened carefully and noticed how much she had matured over the years. A brief moment of respect passed between them before the army continued its advance through the harsh northern terrain. Without warning, a powerful blast erupted ahead of the marching force, cutting across the battlefield and signaling the beginning of the conflict. The battle began with a thunderous attack, as explosions tore through the battlefield and threw the advancing soldiers into confusion. Reaching the front line, the army discovered that the Hasas had already prepared defensive positions and were waiting for them. From a distant vantage point, commanders observed the enemy formation and noted how disciplined and organized it appeared. Suddenly, a lone figure emerged from the swirling snow and walked steadily toward the battlefield. Shock spread through the onlookers as they recognized the approaching person, while several soldiers could hardly believe what they were seeing. Amid the chaos of battle, a lone figure stepped onto the battlefield and stood between the opposing forces. Recognition spread through the ranks as the soldiers realized the newcomer was Kai, whose sudden appearance stunned both allies and enemies alike. Amid tense battle lines, Gray Enfield introduced himself as an officer of Albion's Lemurian company before approaching opposing forces. Advancing alone, Gray declared he represented Hasas and the northern people while requesting negotiations instead of immediate warfare today. Nearby Yashimano soldiers observed Gray calmly as survivors gathered behind him awaiting parley before either army attacked again first. Impressed by his proposal, Kobaki accepted respectful discussions, believing peaceful negotiations could prevent unnecessary bloodshed between both armies today. Kobaki ordered Gray escorted forward, recognizing experienced warriors deserved direct audience before crucial diplomatic talks officially began together. Before leaving camp, Kobaki joined Gray Enfield while ordering Colonel Dias to remain behind and protect everyone during negotiations. Facing Major Enfield, Clark appeared beside Hasa's representatives as Kobaki questioned why another unexpected companion had joined the important meeting. Suspicion increased after Kobaki recognized Clark's steam radio. Realizing someone had supplied advanced technology beyond ordinary battlefield equipment before. Remembering previous encounters, Kobaki identified the mysterious vehicle as a Dala steam tank, once displayed by the Third Army. Smiling confidently, Clark accused Kobaki of secretly cooperating with Dala, forcing everyone nearby to question his true allegiance and motives. Clark denied every accusation, claiming Kobaki secretly preserved steam tank schematics while demanding proof before accepting any charges against him. Remaining composed, Clark proposed revealing radio technology if Kobaki stopped attacking Hasas and agreed to negotiate without further delays first. After listening carefully, Kobaki demanded clear conditions, as Clark requested troop withdrawal, peace with Dala, and reopening northern trade routes. Suddenly, everyone paused when a distant rumbling echoed across the battlefield, drawing anxious attention toward the dark horizon beyond them. Before Kobaki answered Clark's proposal, the strange roar intensified, forcing nearby soldiers to search the sky with growing concern together. Gray rejected Kobaki's answer, believing empty threats changed nothing while declaring their meeting had already reached its inevitable conclusion together. Without hesitation, Kobaki admitted Gray's assumption was correct before raising his hand and signaling hidden forces to begin moving forward. Shock covered Gray's face after distant figures appeared across the battlefield. Realizing the long-awaited reinforcements had finally arrived there, massive flying airships emerged above the battlefield, stunning every soldier as enormous shadows swallowed the ground beneath their advancing formation. Panic spread through the hidden Hassas enclave when two gigantic airships approached, leaving everyone questioning the impossible monsters crossing the sky. Fear spread across Gray's face after recognizing Dala airships, realizing terrifying enemy reinforcements had entered the battlefield without warning today. Meanwhile, Kobaki admired the floating vessels, praising Dala's scientific achievements while comparing their incredible power to blessings from the gods. Desperate to protect everyone, Gray urged Kobaki to witness Dala's true intentions before the invasion destroyed everything surrounding their armies completely. Moments later, dark objects fell from the airships as terrified soldiers realized devastating bombs were dropping toward the battlefield below. Explosions erupted across the ground, sending fire and debris everywhere, while frightened survivors struggled to escape the relentless aerial bombardment alive. Bombs rained across defensive positions as Gray realized trenches and sandbags offered little protection against relentless attacks from above anymore. Searching for answers, Gray considered using cannons, but quickly realized their range could never reach the overwhelming enemy airships overhead. Inside the airship, a Dala officer admired their technological superiority while celebrating victories achieved through overwhelming military innovation and power together. High above the battlefield, enormous airships continued flying proudly as their crew mocked helpless soldiers trapped beneath constant aerial bombardment below. Confident commanders declared their airships untouchable, dismissing enemy resistance because ordinary weapons could never threaten their unstoppable flying fortress anymore. Watching burning skies, Gray realized Dala's airships resembled impossible legends, while Kobaki abandoned everyone through shocking betrayal and ambition. Concern spread among Hassas warriors, as Colonel Dias urged immediate retreat, because civilians remained trapped inside the vulnerable town ahead. Explosions consumed homes across the settlement, while relentless bombing reduced buildings into blazing ruins, before terrified survivors could escape safely. Horrified by the destruction, Gray shouted desperately as innocent townspeople became helpless victims beneath the devastating aerial assault from above. Amid shattered streets, wounded survivors refused surrender, despite overwhelming despair, enduring unimaginable losses, while flames surrounded their broken homeland. Furious beyond restraint, Gray condemned the enemy's cruelty after hearing innocent civilians should perish simply because they refused surrender. Raising his voice, Kobaki urged Yashimano soldiers to abandon the Republic and follow him if they wished to survive together. Soon, Dala armored vehicles rolled across the battlefield, while Gray recognized organized troops advancing behind powerful war machines. Without hesitation, declaring absolute victory, Kobaki promised loyal followers prosperity under Lord Aragishi, after every remaining opponent became crushed beneath their advancing forces. Despite mounting despair, Colonel Diaz inspired determined defenders as Yashimano soldiers charged forward, refusing to surrender their homeland without resistance. Colonel Diaz warned everyone that Yashimano troops had betrayed Albion, urging an immediate retreat before Dala completely surrounded their remaining forces. Surveying the ruined battlefield, Kobaki praised Major Gray's determination before demanding Mabuto as compensation for their failed negotiations and resistance. Drawing his sword, Kobaki ordered Gray to surrender Mabuto, while questioning whether further resistance still held any purpose whatsoever. Refusing without hesitation, Gray rejected Kobaki's demand, forcing the traitorous commander to launch a deadly sword attack against him first. Gil-Garai intercepted Kobaki's strike, declaring the battle belonged to him while protecting Gray from the enemy's sudden assault. Ignoring despair, Gray encouraged everyone to keep fighting because Hassas still survived, despite their town falling into enemy hands already. Grabbing Gil-Garai firmly, Gray reminded him Hassas had overcome countless hardships before urging everyone to stand together once more. Facing exhausted survivors, Gray inspired the northern people to endure another trial, insisting their determination would never break under pressure. As enemy soldiers advanced, Gray entrusted Shizuna with an important task before charging ahead to confront the invading forces himself. Leaving with unwavering resolve, Gray ordered Shizuna to inform everyone that surviving together would become the path toward their ultimate victory. Enemy commander ordered every soldier to eliminate the escaping group, while Shizuna protected Kai's companions and retreated together. Shizuna unleashed an enormous water torrent across the battlefield, sweeping enemy soldiers away, while creating confusion covering everyone's escape. Thick water and dust concealed every movement, allowing Kai's group to disappear completely before confused pursuers realized everyone escaped. Receiving reports about the disappearance, the commander learned Kai's party escaped through underground passages, leaving frustrated soldiers searching elsewhere. Despite annoyance, the commander ordered surrounding forces to encircle the escape route, believing frozen ground prevented further tunneling ahead. Enemy scouts confirmed Kai's group vanished underground, prompting the commander to dispatch tracking squads before the fugitives escaped beyond reach. The commander remained confident Dala would never suffer defeat, believing one essential condition guaranteed complete victory, despite temporary setbacks ahead. After the fierce bombardment ended, numerous civilians survived among the ruins, leaving nearby soldiers awaiting further orders from their commander. Rejecting immediate executions, the commander spared every survivor because he intended using them later for another important purpose within his strategy. Meanwhile, Shizuna directed everyone to rescue wounded refugees, while Kai's exhausted companions gathered survivors inside the underground shelter. Kai realized enemy forces would eventually discover the hidden refuge, making another dangerous escape necessary, despite everyone's growing exhaustion and injuries. Clark assured Kai the underground shelter remained secure, convincing everyone the enemy would avoid attacking while they stayed hidden there. Concerned for every survivor, Kai entrusted Shizuna with protecting the refugees before leaving to investigate the dangerous situation outside alone. Meanwhile, news reached Yashimano's northern compound, where officials reacted with surprise after learning Marebito still remained beyond their capture. Inside the compound, an angry official demanded explanations, while blaming subordinates after Kai's unexpected survival ruined their carefully arranged plans. An official questioned the captured engineer about steam-powered airships, while the inventor admitted their current engines remained slow and inefficient. The inventor explained improved engines could become much smaller while producing greater efficiency, astonishing everyone listening inside the research facility. Hearing those possibilities, officials realized the mysterious Marebito possessed advanced knowledge, exceeding every engineer working throughout their entire nation today. The inventor declared Kai understood two extraordinary fields, revealing unmatched mastery over the skies and long-distance communication through hidden knowledge. Convinced Kai remained indispensable, the officials concluded the Marebito would eventually reveal the secret capable of opening total domination forever. A mysterious scientist obsessed over Kai's knowledge, determined to consume every fragment of wisdom hidden inside the remarkable Marebito's extraordinary mind. The scientist refused abandoning his experiments, believing repeated failures would eventually deliver Kai into his hands through careful persistence and patience. Colonel Borel dismissed past disappointments, urging everyone to accept the current situation before continuing their mission with renewed determination and discipline. Changing the discussion, Colonel Borel requested another matter, prompting nearby officers to prepare themselves before hearing his next important command. Another official admired Yashimano's remarkable craftsmanship, expressing amazement while examining the intricate creations displayed throughout the elegant chamber. A determined noble begged his trusted subordinate to protect the conquered nation, despite knowing he would never forgive the invading empire. Another officer accepted the difficult mission, promising complete dedication while believing future victory depended upon preserving valuable knowledge and determined survivors. Kai's companions reached a hidden mountain refuge, yet vigilant elves warned enemy forces might discover their location before long, despite precautions. Refugees settled inside the secluded sanctuary, where narrow cliffs and underground passages offered temporary safety from relentless Dala soldiers pursuing them. Lady Suzuri underwent a sacred ritual as attendants surrounded her, hoping renewed divine power would strengthen everyone's desperate resistance soon. Lady Suzuri thanked Kai for saving countless lives, while Major Gray witnessed her gratitude after the refugees escaped complete destruction. Despite everyone's praise, Lady Suzuri remained concerned because the dangerous situation continued worsening, leaving little reason for relief, despite temporary safety. Kai explored the underground temple where Lady Suzuri explained generations of ancestors offered prayers Making the sacred cave deeply meaningful, Lady Suzuri introduced ceremonial drums used during the spring celebration, revealing another treasured tradition preserved inside the hidden sanctuary for generations. Kai admired the towering valley, while learning festival drums echoed across the cliffs, creating magnificent sounds heard throughout the surrounding mountains. Lady Suzuri revealed she wished everyone could witness spring again, holding hope despite the kingdom's painful struggle for survival. Kai suggested destroying the dangerous monsters before rebuilding airships, believing removing immediate threats remained their highest priority for everyone first. Lady Suzuri explained ordinary monsters feared poisonous gas, yet airborne creatures remained vulnerable, because even flying beasts eventually descended to breathe. Kai realized their situation remained extremely dangerous since reaching the enemy before releasing poisonous gas seemed nearly impossible under current conditions. After understanding Kai's strategy, Lady Suzuri questioned another remaining obstacle, prompting further discussion before attempting their risky plan against enemy forces. Lady Suzuri revealed many helpless townspeople remained behind, reminding everyone countless survivors still waited for rescue, despite the successful escape earlier. A messenger reported desperate civilians could not survive another day, urging Lady Suzuri to respond before the remaining refugees perished from hardship. Kai admitted he expected terrible news, realizing the worsening situation demanded immediate action instead of delaying another difficult decision. Clark volunteered to rescue the trapped townspeople, refusing to watch innocent lives disappear while believing he could still make a difference. Clark comforted Kiki with determination, promising every possible effort to save the freezing and starving survivors awaiting rescue. Clark reassured Lady Suzuri before departing, believing enemy forces remained unaware while promising he would soon return with the stranded civilians. Kai warned Clark about Volanto's presence inside Yashimano, explaining their scouts confirmed the dangerous enemy already infiltrated the occupied territory ahead. Hearing Volanto's name, Kai remembered the mysterious mastermind responsible for many recent technological advances, strengthening Dala's growing military power. Kai explained Volanto remained a Marebito, whose advanced knowledge allowed Dala to develop dangerous inventions beyond ordinary engineers' understanding and capabilities. Kai revealed Volanto belonged to the feared mind-eaters, blood drinkers stealing victims' knowledge after devouring their brains during brutal attacks. Kai warned Clark's capture would certainly expose him to Volanto, placing the courageous volunteer in immediate danger from the ruthless enemy. Kai explained Volanto constantly pursued advanced technology, making Clark's valuable knowledge an irresistible target, despite his honorable intentions and sacrifice. Lady Suzuri sought another solution, but Kai believed Dala would never honor promises after capturing Clark for valuable information. Instead, rejecting further debate, Kai declared Hassas had only one choice remaining, preparing everyone to continue fighting against overwhelming enemy forces together. Kai supported Gil's proposal, believing capturing enemy commanders offered the only realistic chance to rescue remaining survivors from certain execution together. Kai confirmed scouts identified Gil's location, explaining nearby cliffs allowed a hidden approach, while enemy patrols guarded only surrounding roads. Remembering Clark's inventions, Kai realized radio communication could reconnect distant allies and create countless new strategic opportunities during the difficult campaign. Reflecting on modern technology, Kai regretted overlooking radio communication earlier before suddenly recognizing its importance for changing the entire war. Kai proposed contacting scattered allies through radio, while Lady Suzuri promised combining everyone's strength against the enemy's overwhelming airship forces. Kai remembered Lady Suzuri required Ambrosia to restore her divine powers, leaving everyone embarrassed after overlooking their important agreement. Although embarrassed, Kai admitted wanting an honest conversation with Lady Suzuri, hoping mutual trust would strengthen their partnership before future battles. Lady Suzuri accepted Kai's request, preparing herself to ease his concerns before an unexpected disturbance suddenly interrupted their quiet discussion. Powerful explosions echoed across the mountain valley, shaking the hidden refuge and forcing everyone to abandon their peaceful moment without hesitation. Alarmed soldiers listened as distant booming sounds continued spreading through the night, resembling enormous ceremonial drums across the battlefield ahead. Unfamiliar booming sounds echoed, leaving both Dala soldiers and Hass's survivors wondering about the mysterious source behind the thunder. Massive airships descended through the valley as enemy troops assembled below, while their commander declared the long-awaited operation had begun. Lady Suzuri accepted the High Mother's decision, while Kai confirmed Clark remained inside Hasa's territory before the dangerous mission continued. Kai criticized any agreement with the second man Adar, believing trusting enemy promises would only invite disaster and unnecessary sacrifices. Panicked soldiers reported an unexpected attack, prompting the commander to order every captive executed before reinforcements could intervene successfully. Lemurian warriors stormed the battlefield, defeating enemy guards while rescuing frightened hostages from certain death through their coordinated assault. Lady Suzuri praised Kai's successful strategy, leaving Major Grey astonished, because the Hasas and Lemurians fought with remarkable coordination. A devoted maiden awakened her divine spirit through heartfelt prayer, calling sacred strength to shield Hasas against the approaching enemy forces. Lady Suzuri invited Kai to receive her ambrosia, preparing the sacred ritual required for awakening greater divine power before the decisive battle. After receiving Lady Suzuri's blessing, Kai strengthened Hasas with renewed divine power, transforming their curse into a powerful blessing.